No, you can stay. I told you to stay. Told you to say hi.
It's too late now.
Yeah.
Hey, Ryan. How you doing?
Hey, MauLer. It's nice to meet you. I've never been on a stream with MauLer before. Is this what I'm supposed to do whenever I'm on a stream with you?
I don't know. It's something me and Jeremy have,
Have
and
you guys actually
I
never-
wouldn't trade it for the world. No. It's a meme. Don't
Fucking
worry
right.
about it.
It's a really dumb meme that Jeremy does because this is all he knows how to do is do the same thing, the same meme.
And it's why we love him.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to another Monday stream. We are here with Ryan Kinel Outpost and MauLer, and we were just talking to Critical Drinker in the background for a little bit, chatting it up. Today we are going to talk about Star Wars, the current state of Star Wars, Dave Filoni, Legends.
Bro, I love Dave Filoni, man. I can't wait to chop it up about Dave, my favorite Star Wars creator ever.
Actually, behind the scenes, Ryan was saying how he's really excited for the sequel movie with Rey.
I am actually.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that. Daisy Ridley. Things have not been going well for her after Star Wars. She came crawling back as soon as Lucasfilm called. And I could not be more excited for the Rey movie because I feel like it's going to be good for all of our channels. Maybe not good for Star Wars as a brand, but for my YouTube channel, it probably will be. I don't even know what's going to see the light of day from Disney Lucasfilm at this point, to be honest with you. Like, of all the stuff that's that's cooking right now for them, I think it would be too embarrassing for them to bring Daisy Ridley up there at Celebration and then not do that movie, even if the entire thing's a dump.
Oh yeah, I think it's happening. I think they're going to do it
for sure. They're going to do it.
Huge mistake.
Yeah, they'll never back down.
It's a shame.
It is, yeah. But like, I think that they're going to try and put in some stuff that will maybe please a lot of the people who have been critical of The Last Jedi and the sequels in general. And they'll try to they'll probably have her fail quite a bit. But you know what's funny is that they're probably going to make her more of a hero than Luke was in The Last Jedi. Like, they made him an absolute joke. You know, time passed, they made him a little bitch. And then they make Rey probably like this esteemed Jedi Master that comes in and, like, you know, pulls down the moon or something. I don't know, you know, but it's they're not going to make her broken like Luke and Obi-Wan was written to be.
She's going to be the hopeful character that rebuilds the Jedi Order. Her actual role, like the plot of this movie, is Rey does what Luke didn't. Like, that's what we know about it so far. That it's Rey rebuilding the Jedi Order.
They won't let her fail making the Order. It'll be like there'll be some tribulations in there, but she'll succeed, and it'll be wonderful.
Yeah,
she'll overcome bigotry. There'll be misogynists that she takes as her apprentice, and she'll have to prove herself to them, and that she deserves to be there.
Probably, yeah,
stuff like that.
But I heard the bad guy is Idris Elba, perhaps.
Is that for real?
No, it's just a rumor that I saw on Twitter that like there's talks of Idris Elba being the dark side Sith guy or something like that.
Have they officially finished writing that? Because you know it wasn't finished before the writer's strike, and then after the writer's strike happened, they were able to start again. I don't know if I've heard any official word that they've like actually finished that thing yet. Has to be close.
I don't think so. But you know what? I found out that the stunt choreographer and the sword master for the film is a stunt actress who apparently has never choreographed before.
Well, everybody deserves an opportunity, right?
You know, and I don't think I'm getting my facts wrong, because someone who told me that would be someone that everyone in this chat extremely appreciates and respects if you ever watch the prequel trilogy.
Okay. So maybe someone who should be there coordinating stunts and lightsaber scenes and things like that.
Yeah, maybe.
Man, it's weird that they don't pull people like that in. That seems to be a common thread between Disney, Star Wars, and Disney Marvel. Like people were having the same complaints when the Daredevil series was going through what they were going through. And they didn't bring in some of the stunt coordinators. They didn't bring in the people that worked on it before, even though they were begging to work on the show. For some reason, people just want to use their own folks. And we get, you know, awesome choreography like we got in Ahsoka.
Yeah, dude. Like, I got flamed for saying that. And it's like, people don't understand that if you put side by side, and it doesn't mean that I didn't like the show, it just means that put the side by side of the choreography between Ahsoka and Baylan or whoever else, and anybody in the prequel trilogy, anyone, I mean,
Dude, when Hayden was there, just having like Hayden on set, like holding a lightsaber and flipping a lightsaber around,
Yeah.
you could tell like the ridiculous difference that he still has after years worth of muscle memory.
yep.
And the way
You tell he loves
moves
doing
with
it
the
too.
blade.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
he was so into it.
Yeah, well, him and
compared to
Nick Gillard
slow Ahsoka.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on with that, dude. But even like the way they made Anakin move, like they just made him like. Yeah.
Well, do you remember? I don't know how you guys felt about it. I don't even know how Ryan felt about this, but the part where Anakin is disarmed by Ahsoka, they put it underneath the camera. You can't even see what she does.
Yeah.
And I was just like, okay, I get it. She's not necessarily winning the fight. She's mentally overcoming something. But did you really have to just block it out, like the move that she did to? Okay, fine.
Yeah, and then people are like, "Oh, she Dooku'd him. She did Anakin's Dooku move on him." It's like, no.
It's really annoying because that entire sequence when Anakin's pushing her back and pushing her back, and then for Ahsoka to gain the upper hand, it's like he went in slow-mo. Just like random above the head swing, misses wildly, and then like turns around just the right way. And that's when we got into the entire people started arguing, well, obviously he let her win so that she could make this choice and not kill. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we start to get into all the what I think is like super intentional vagary about the entire episode for the World Between Worlds episode.
I mean, absolutely he let her win, but at the same time, like the choreography should have been really indicative of like a proper battle that really recognizes and respects both of their abilities. But that's what you get when you don't hire Nick Gillard. It's, that's just what happens. And they don't seem to be keeping the same continuity. It's like you gotta, I don't know why they didn't hire people from the prequels. Doesn't make sense.
Well,
for all the projects going forwards, even like for the sequel trilogy, it's like, why didn't you have people that worked on, like, wouldn't you want the same sort of like taste? Like, wouldn't you want the same sort of like ingredients put in there?
I made the mistake of assuming that since they'll plug in hundreds of millions in, I was like, choreography should be fine. Like they'll nail it because you can afford anyone, which means you can afford the best people, which means you'll nail it. And then you watch it and you're like, oh,
yeah.
And I think in like Force Awakens, when you see that duel, people were like able to excuse it because they're like, okay, Kylo's swinging wild and he's injured. Like people made up all their own like excuses for it, which really is like,
yeah,
that's what Disney Star Wars has become, right? We see a little bit of potential in something, a little bit of hope in something. And we're like, well, I could see how it could lead to this, or this is why this happened. They're going to show this later.
I know.
But for Force Awakens, we saw that combat at the end. You're like, okay, I guess that's the lightsaber combat we get. I can't wait for Last Jedi, though. They're going to fucking ratchet, or they're going to ratchet. Can I swear here?
Yeah, you can swear.
All right. They're going to fucking ratchet it up, and it's going to be awesome in Last Jedi. But then it was just more wild swinging. Choreography in the sequels was miserably bad.
Hey, I'll own it. That first time through the throne room fight, I was like, that was real cool. And then future times through, I was like, holy shit, that fight was so dumb. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, right off the bat, man. I was like,
dude, the disappearing knife. That's you fucked up if you have to edit weapons out of the fight in order to have your hero win.
Yeah. It's like, we'll just fix it in post. Okay.
Do you remember people were like, oh, so that's not okay, but Luke's force kick, quote unquote, is okay in Return of the Jedi? It's like, oh my god.
It's like, well, it actually makes sense. A force kick is a force kick, but
you could do that.
An opponent losing his fucking weapon.
I don't know how to explain. Like,
literally,
used, force delete, and it got rid of the weapon.
Literally, it could have actually like killed the main protagonist of the movie, of the whole trilogy. Then what are you going to do?
How does that happen?
We need to CGI that out there.
Because didn't they do like one big long take, and then Ryan Johnson was like, "Yeah, we'll do the rest in editing. It's all good. Let's move on." I'm pretty sure that was his attitude for that sequence, right? After they trained for ages on it.
Well, and then the thing with Luke's hand not falling to the ground and being taken with him as a Force ghost.
Yeah, like it's the smallest things. That like any person that's like watched these things, if you can have like a bunch of fans that are sitting there in a theater and like lean to each other and be like, his hand should have been there, right?
Yeah.
How does that get missed throughout an entire production process for Star Wars?
I really dislike with fights nowadays, and this is something I've always noticed, but also really behind the scenes when I was interviewing Nick Gillard, I talked about it with him, and it's like when you're having a fight and you have a bunch of people attacking one person, and you have guys waiting.
Oh god, yeah. Every
It's
time.
just so unrealistic. It's like we're trying to kill this person. Like, why are we?
Oh, dude. In the throne room fight,
For
there's so
sure.
many examples of this where they're going to kill her with a strike,
Yeah.
and then they slow down, and then they move up or down to connect with her weapon because they're like, "Oh shit, I don't actually hit her."
Yeah. No, I know.
You
There
know,
was a guy that like lunged forwards and then he like lunged back because he was like, "Oh shit, it's not my time yet." It's like,
yeah, dude, they're missing their mark all over the place, and it's like, oh well, what you're supposed to do when that happens is reset, do it
I know.
again.
I know.
Yeah, think of like for say like the John Wick movies. Like how many times do you think they go through those? How many takes do you think they have? All the training they do beforehand, like it is dedication, and those movies cost like $60 million to make, $80 million to make something like that. When you're in a production like this, you're putting all that time, energy, and effort. You'd think that, and it's the same thing I said, like when you looked at some of the Ahsoka stuff, and I don't know how much was Rosario, how much was her stunt double, because we know they were using stunt doubles as well. But it's like you're putting all that time, energy, and effort. You'd think that that it would look better than it ends up looking. You think it would look better than, say, a middle-aged Ahsoka moving like an actual middle-aged woman.
Ryan, how old are you?
35. Well, 34. I'll be 35 in a couple days.
Really? Oh my
Yeah.
god, I thought you were younger than me. Okay, I'm 33. MauLer's 30. Do you guys remember Newgrounds?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You remember the stick figure action, like those the
Yes.
flash anime?
They made on pivot and stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, those were literally the best. So, Chad, I'm gonna show you guys something real quick. Like in the early 2000s, this was the absolute shit. Like, and this guy gets it the way he created it because like nobody's waiting around. It's just a constant like barrage of fighting. I just feel like the choreography for the stick figure fight is so much better than any of the movies that we see today, unfortunately, for whatever reason.
It is pretty wild. I totally agree with you about when people are sitting there waiting for each other to fight. Now, you can certainly set things up where, hey, it might be detrimental to somebody to hop in right next to somebody, depending on what kind of weapon you have.
Yeah.
But the idea that you don't have people constantly with multiple assailants attacking from different sides is insane to me.
I know.
And you can still do a lot of super creative things like that from a choreography standpoint.
Yeah.
Look at that
I
guy.
know. That's crazy.
Also, let Rey have some permanent damage for fuck's sake. Ever.
Duel of the Fates.
Well, she could just
man.
force heal herself even if she did, so why?
Yeah.
Oh
Exactly.
my god, what a mistake.
And it's such a Qui-Gon and everyone.
You know we're going to be getting way more new force powers as well. That's another thing Disney just... I saw it reflected in Doctor Strange's movie, where the attitude behind the scenes, they were like, viewers get bored when they see the same spell, so we have to keep coming up with new ones. It's like, it's not even true. We're fine if you see the same spell. In fact, sometimes we're like, oh, I know that one. That's
Yeah.
why you use it, right? You got to use it in creative ways. Like force choke. It's like, oh, well, we've done that. It's like, you can use that in all kinds of ways. All kinds of surprises.
And it can still be super impactful when you see it.
Yeah.
I know.
Like this is something I know you like, Theory. I don't know if MauLer's seen Tales of the Jedi. Tales of the Jedi, I think that's the type of avenue that Disney Star Wars should actually do more of. Not maybe necessarily the character. I don't want more Ahsoka Tales of the Jedi. My God, I've had enough Ahsoka.
You heard it here, folks.
No.
Ryan wants more Ahsoka Tales of the Jedi and the Martez
what?
sisters.
The only Ahsoka Tales of the Jedi show I want is where she finally fucking dies. Like a long time ago. And like
She
this
died
time
3 times already.
Yeah, this
I
time
like Ahsoka. I like her. I want her to get off that freaking galaxy that she's in now. Get out of that galaxy and like actually do some crazy shit. I'm waiting for it.
She's
But
done
she
some
won't.
pretty crazy shit.
Like
she's
the
died
space thing.
and come back to life.
I mean,
She
yeah.
is-
Yeah.
As
she's
someone
a
who's
god
known
by a
Amelia-
Mortis god. She is gone in the world between worlds to be saved by effectively what was used kind of like time travel by Ezra. And now she once again has either given herself the will to live or come out of the world between worlds or overcome something in her head, whatever the hell that actually was in Ahsoka season 2, and reborn as Ahsoka Gandalf the White.
I know.
It was pretty amazing when she said it.
Yeah, but that's because she's a god now.
What about this? She also, I do not like Ahsoka. I think that the character's stuck around for way too long. That's how I feel about her, at least.
Yeah. She was supposed to die.
She was supposed to die. One of my favorite lines from Dave Filoni is, it's really no secret that George has always been in the Ahsoka dies camp, and I've been in the Ahsoka lives camp.
Oh my
talking about the season 5. Let's talk about the season 5 finale of Clone Wars when Ahsoka leaves the Jedi Order.
Yeah.
And Ahsoka's purpose to me has always been to be Anakin's Padawan.
Yeah.
Which I kind of don't like the fact that George wanted to have a Padawan, but anyway, he wanted her. Boom.
Yeah.
But her purpose was that. And her purpose was, 1, to give Anakin responsibility, and 2, in my mind, to give him a reason to distrust the Jedi because of the way things went down between Ahsoka and Anakin and the Jedi Order at the end of season 5.
Yeah.
I think that bringing her back, so that's how important the character is to me. This is how important the character has now become. So say all that happens. And then at the same time when Revenge of the Sith is happening, they never talk about it in a movie. There's never any reference to it. But Ahsoka Tano, a half-trained Jedi, comes back and takes half a battalion of clone troopers to Mandalore, a planet full of the most dangerous warriors in the galaxy. It's being led by a former Sith Lord in Darth Maul. No one talks about it in Revenge of the Sith for some reason. I don't know. I feel like that'd be important for ending the war. But she does that, defeats Maul, escapes an entire ship full of clones, survives, goes to Padme's funeral, starts the rebellion, fights Vader again, is saved from death by time-traveling Ezra Bridger, basically, in the world between worlds to not die.
Yeah, which is weird.
Somehow then still
That's fucking
survives.
weird.
It still survives and is present during like the time of the rebellion when Luke Skywalker's out there blowing up Death Stars. Somehow it doesn't actually do anything, doesn't help, doesn't ever go to this guy and be like, hey, by the way, I kind of knew your dad. We don't even know what their first conversation really looks like. All we know is Luke Skywalker like looks at Ahsoka. Luke looks to her as if to tell him what to do in Book of Boba Fett. And now you have her meeting Mandalorian and Grogu, talking with Luke Skywalker about training Grogu, traveling into other galaxies, looking for Grand Admiral Thrawn. Ahsoka's become this super all-important. She's become the most important character in Star Wars. To me, that's what she's become. In an era where Luke Skywalker should be at the peak of his peak.
Yep.
And that's my problem with the character and how she's been utilized.
I agree that Luke definitely should be given his spotlight, and he's not. But at the same time, it's like they've created this character of Ahsoka, and how are they going to kind of separate her from the galaxy so that Luke can shine? And so that's why I think Ahsoka season 1 was really just kind of like a prologue to what's going to come, which I hope is going to be Luke essentially being the hero of the galaxy again, because now she's trapped somewhere else, unless she like waits for the freaking space whales to come around and like hops in them, which is honestly probably what's going to happen. Ezra's just going to be like, hey, my friends are stuck over in that galaxy. Can you guys go over there and give her a ride back, hitchhike? So, but at this point, like, I think Luke is literally the one who will save the day. And if he doesn't, I'm going to be like, where is he? What's he doing?
I think they are. I said freaking 4 years ago that they were going to use Ahsoka and Thrawn to set up like an Heir to the Empire style thing.
Yeah.
If I agree with you that they should, if they're going to, I hate the bastardization of expanding universe stories that are now legend stories. But if in this world which they do that, I 100% do think they should use Luke and make him the hero.
Yeah.
The question is, how do they do that? Do they do CGI Luke? Do they actually recast Luke? Which in my mind is, if you're going to make him that important in the story, I think you have to do an actual recast for him instead of the weird CGI stuff they're doing now.
CGI's ass.
Absolutely. And I get the distinct impression that they're overall moving away from Luke. That's what we've been seeing across all of Disney's content. They've not been a fan. They're not a... What's the story, Ryan, I don't know if you remember it, of the behind-the-scenes shit where they had like a picture of Luke with a target on it?
Oh my God, yeah, the Andy Gutierrez.
Yeah, that was from a while ago. I think I have fake geek tears actually right here. But yes, that is from that's an old story, and I think some of that may have got a little blown out of proportion. To be fair,
Everything gets blown out of proportion.
Someone's like, oh well, she's a big fan of the Empire or something. I don't know, something stupid. But yeah, there's no doubt a lot of people wanted to move away from these traditional archetypal masculine heroes that we had in Star Wars.
You know what's funny is that Luke isn't even like super masculine. I mean, like you compare him to like Sylvester Stallone or like Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's like,
yeah, it's true.
But like for Star Wars, I mean, yeah, he definitely is the stoic, sort of like composed, has his shit together. But it's I think the character progression that people really fell in love with, which for me was like a huge thing, because it's like he's like a whiny little bitch in the beginning, and like doesn't know who he is or whatever. He's just like this whiny little farm boy.
Doesn't want to go to pick up power converters.
Literally just wants to play.
Yeah.
And then walks in Jabba's palace and he's an absolute badass.
And then he turns up with a melted face like several years later for some reason.
I think that one of the Luke Skywalker, what makes Luke Skywalker Luke is his heart, right? What separates him is his heart, how much he cares for his friends. Obviously, that's his weakness, but it also turns out to be a strength because of how he cares for his father, how he's able to pull his father back from what everybody else had considered hopeless.
Yeah.
And so I think that's why it's so disappointing to see the Luke Skywalker we ended up getting, someone who has lost all of that hope. So, and we didn't get to see anything. I actually think this might be a hot take. I think that there's a way that you could get to a Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi. I wouldn't agree with the path, but there's a way you could do it over a series of telling stories that maybe you might understand something that happened. But we didn't get any of that. Like, they didn't do anything like that.
Back in the day, we tried to workshop like it would have to be that he sees himself as a great danger, and that maybe like Snoke or whatever fucking evil force at the time is getting into his head and making him see shit that's not there, and he's too concerned that like. But as you just said, like not a path we would even want to do, like at all. It's like, honestly, why would you even choose this?
If they want to if they want to, it's like we're stuck in this corner. But like if they want to kind of get out of it, I mean, I could see them doing a thing where they had literally the entire remnants of the Empire trying to get Luke's DNA somehow and clone his ass and turn him into like Luke, you know, from Heir of the Empire. And he was like terrified of this. And, you know, trained from, I don't know, if they want to bring the Emperor back, sure, but they could have him trained by Snoke or the Emperor or whatever, like, and
have him be like, aging. Like what the Emperor did with, what Palpatine did with Maul. They could do that with little baby Luke.
Yeah, literally. Literally. And he knows Palpatine. How dangerous it would be. So he has to like hide himself so they can't even get like a toenail from him, you know, to like clone his DNA or whatever. So it's like let's say they tried with the hand and it got super close and it failed or whatever. Or like that Luke died or something, you know? Like that could potentially be a good answer as to like why he had to hide for so long. But besides,
maybe we're writing it for them right now. Maybe that's what they're gonna do. Theory. Thing's been all about cloning, right? We think that's all focused on Operation Necromancer. It's about Snoke. It's about Palpatine linking to the sequels, to get Luke Skywalker's DNA, and that's what the culmination of the Heir to the Empire movie is going to be all about. And that's what scares Luke into hiding.
I mean, I'd have to tell both of you guys that any sense of theory crafting is fucking pointless because they always disappoint you every time.
I know, dude.
Show you guys something that it's funny that I made years ago. I don't want to say they copy, but at the same time, like it is kind of weird. So hold on, let me try to find it. Just keep riffing. I gotta look for this.
Well, yeah, it was funny, Ryan, when I think first met you, started talking to Star Wars stuff, I was always like pretty sure this is the guy who likes Dave Filoni stuff, and it's going to be awkward because I'm not a fan. Like, I figured we might have like conflict on, because obviously coming in on the sequels, we were like, yeah, it's shit, but all the stuff surrounding it, and it's just funny in retrospect, because I still think the three of us are still slightly different on the whole thing.
Yeah.
I imagine, yeah.
Yeah.
Is this? What is this?
So I made this. I wrote this, dude. I wrote this in 5 years ago, July 1st, 2018. And like, A lot of the stuff I put in here, they ended up actually doing. Oh man, whatever.
Except there wasn't Luke that got. Except there wasn't Luke that raised it up.
It was him
Mhm.
in Rise,
Yeah.
but whatever, man. I mean, it's just like I don't get how you could take this franchise and miss that much so many times over and over again.
Well, that's the thing. You might think that it's possibly one of the worst disgraces of a franchise ever, but you'll have Gary telling you it's like, no, it's Doctor Who, and you probably have me telling you, no, it's the MCU. But it's a big old fight between a lot of them.
Well, Doctor Who is been around longer, but it's more niche, I think. Star Wars has been around a long time and is massively popular. Marvel as a brand obviously has been around for a long time, but the MCU is only a 15-year-old product. So
yeah,
it all just kind of depends on what you're talking about. It's like when I talk about what I think the worst, say, Star Wars Disney Plus show is. The worst that I've seen is Book of Boba Fett. I think that's the worst actual product. The one that I hate the most and does the most damage to everything, in my opinion, is Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah.
So it depends what you mean by the worst, you know?
Yeah. I was gonna say,
yeah, no, I'm
I
with you
don't
on
think
that.
Obi-Wan is. I mean, Obi-Wan has sure like cool moments, but what moment won't be cool? I mean, you have fan films that have like Darth Vader with a lightsaber, so I mean, it's like a cheap kind of trick there.
What did you, Theory? What do you think of Vader's voice in Kenobi?
I can't really remember it.
It feels like something only, I guess, sort of like autistic fans would really get into. But like, I was not liking it. I was like, something's wrong, and I can't remember which episode it is. It's on the MauLer channel, but we look at the credits and it says Reese Beecher is what's doing Vader.
It's a James Earl Jones AI, basically, I think.
Yeah, and if you compare his voice in Kenobi to James Earl Jones actually doing it, it's fucking stock as far as I'm concerned.
Which one should I click on here?
I remember that because it was there was some story out there that basically James Earl Jones had given his permission to some company to digitally replicate his voice. It was a little weird. Obviously, you had the moment where at the end where Anakin, half the helmet comes off and it switches to Hayden, which is I mean, cool, but
what the feat would bring, I will tolerate your weakness. No longer.
Doesn't sound the same.
Not right, damn it.
No, it's not.
I like how he enunciates there. He's like playing Snape Vader.
Yeah.
Well, it feels like someone trying to do a Vader voice, and in this case, I guess it's a fucking robot that's doing it.
The Grand Inquisitor means nothing. Kenobi is all that matters now.
Yeah, Kenobi. It should be like Kenobi. It's too almost like quick. He's too fast with it. I mean, the robot fucked up, but
faster, more intense. That's what the robot got told.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
More intense.
Since I edited it and it took ages, you could probably just check out the sequence I made on the EFAP mini that we did. The link's in chat. It's 1 hour 06:31. I do like a side by side, and yeah, it's just on top of everything else, man. It's, the fakeness of it.
1 hour.
Yeah, sorry. 1
This
hour.
was the only thing we had to talk about, and then it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But
the void of humanity.
What should I do about him? Have you heard?
Yes, Luke has the same problem.
Back home? I've accepted the truth that you were once Anakin Skywalker.
Everyone in the
my
Mandoverse
father. Would
does.
you like to
Sorry, did you say this is where it was at?
Yeah. The Vader one comes after this.
remember? Can't believe he's gone. You will find balance as well. Get back up.
I didn't hear you give any ideas.
Always get back up.
Yes, and
Yes,
it's like we're like
Skinwalker Vader.
You are free to use any methods necessary, but I want them alive. No disintegrations. Bring him to me. You don't know the power of the dark side. I must obey my master. You are of no further use. You will join us or die, master.
Yeah, he carries everything more.
I love James Earl Jones's
The best.
Darth Vader. It's one of the coolest fucking voices in the history of
fucking
cinema.
best, dude.
And hearing this
Lockdown
AI,
facility. Indeed, you are, Paul.
Yeah, exactly as I thought. Just too quick. Needs to be more dramatic.
And at least you can blame this stuff on whatever AI or whatever they're using for it. to me, I feel like it's a problem throughout the entire Mandoverse, which for the Mandalorians, you got the excuse because they're supposed to feel like they're in a cult because they are. But I feel like characters like Ahsoka, I feel like talk the same way. Almost every interaction we had in the Ahsoka series felt like they were talking like this without any emotion.
Yeah, well, because Ryan, they're humans though. Like this is
that's what I'm saying. Like at least this has the excuse of being AI. I think it's a problem in Star Wars right now.
Awful as the Emperor has foreseen. Fail me, and you will not live to regret it.
Oh, I
did a
hate
little
it.
better job there.
I still hate it.
Yeah.
Will not be permanently damaged. I will bring him in myself.
When you get
Yeah, it does sound like Reese Beecher, eh?
what it is like, and this thing, I guess it would be. I don't. It'll get good, gooder. It'll be better at some point, right? Like they'll probably keep fixing it, But I don't know, man. In some ways, I'm just like, okay, just make something awesome, make something new. If you can't, like, if you're gonna give me like plastic, skinwalkery people, I'd rather not. It always disturbs me and puts me off. And if I'm not enjoying the story as is, it really gives a sense of like a fake puppet that they're trying to entertain me with.
Ryan, do you want to tackle this comment here? Because this is something
Do it, Ryan.
Steven Films.
I think we are the biggest fans that you can get, and I think these are the kind of conversations that Disney would pay, perhaps even millions for, to have pure fans like this really break down a lot of the nitty gritties, because it's not really coming from a place of shitting; it's coming from a place of love that we want. We want it to be like what it was when George had it.
Dude, I cannot tell you how excited I was October 30th, 2012, when I found out that Disney was buying Star Wars.
Yeah, me too.
Because to me, so for people that don't know, I'm a big Star Wars Expanded Universe fan, now currently known as Legends. And I got into Star Wars really during the prequels. So I watched the original trilogy, VHS, and my dad had probably when I was like, 5, 6, 7, whatever. But when Phantom Menace came out, I like really dove in. And the books that I read along with, in that time were the Jedi Apprentice books with Obi-Wan Kenobi and Qui-Gon and their journey together. And from that point on, I read everything I could get my hands on. Then I got into all the Heir to the Empire stuff, the Timothy Zahn trilogy. I got into the X-Wing series. And I dove in headfirst, video games, everything. And I loved it. So for me, when Disney bought Star Wars in 2012, I was like cheering. I was so happy because I'm like, I knew George was probably not going to make the movies, but that might mean I am finally going to get to see some of the stories, some of the characters, some of the things that have been building up in this world, 150 novels, thousands of comic books, all this stuff. I thought I was going to get to see that play out.
Me too. Yeah.
And slowly I realized that wasn't going to happen. Tried to give Force Awakens a chance, even though I felt like this is just a bastardized version of Jason Solo. And they gave him the name Ben. How dare they? Okay, but I'll give it a try. This isn't, I thought this might be Jaina Solo when she got cast, but that turned out not to be the case. And to me, Force Awakens was an empty husk. It was a house of cards. It was built on nothing. Felt like they disrespected the character of Han Solo. What they did to him was arguably worse than what they did to Luke, to be honest with you. I don't feel like anybody called it out at the time. I hated Force Awakens. And from that point on, I was really turned off to what Disney was doing. Even now, with the expectation that I'm going to hate pretty much anything they do, I try to do my best to give like my legit, honest opinion. Because that's all I feel like we can do. I don't think it makes somebody toxic. I think the best thing for Star Wars, the best thing for a fandom is if people are actually honest, regardless of whatever your opinion is, whether you love something, whether you hate it, whether you have no opinion, or whether a little of both, whether you appreciate something because of the work that went into the craftsmanship or the screws, but maybe you didn't like the overall product. I think the most important thing is being honest, not just so fans can talk about it without any shame, but also so the creatives can hear what you're saying and maybe make changes to that. Yeah. So I am still a massive Star Wars fan. I hate virtually everything Disney Star Wars related, and I don't think it's going to change, but I'm still going to give my opinions on it.
I absolutely agree. And I think, a lot of the people that have issues with opinions that aren't like theirs kind of just got to be a little more realistic and open-minded about things that, hey, not everyone's going to agree with you. And look, at the end of the day, if I always like the comment when it comes to money. It's like, oh, you just want to do hate for clicks or whatever. It's like, if I really loved everything they were doing, believe me, that would bring in so much more clicks and so much more money, because the entire fandom would also love everything they're doing. And it's like, there are so many reasons why I choose my words carefully when it comes to talking about what they're doing these days. But at the same time, it's like, I have to be real about everything. And it all stems from love. It all stems from, that feeling that we had when we were kids with Star Wars, that made us really fall in love with this whole franchise. And that's why we're so passionate about it. And people are just like, oh, you hate it. Well, it's like, no, we actually love it. And we just want it to go back to what it once was, because we're having this company that came in to just milk the shit out of it. And they don't understand anything that goes into these characters, or what went into them, or where their character trajectory needs to go, or their path, or anything. And they just say stupid claims like there's no source material or whatever else they want to come up with. And then they're focusing on all these other characters that they just interject and create. And the way that they bolster them is by killing off the ones that we love.
It's particularly strange as a sentiment to me because, the goal, and Brian's already made it clear, I really like talking to people who are just like, this is what I got from it. This is what I think and feel. That's it. There's no string attached from what I can guess. Even though we're all very aware of how the audience are going to take certain takes, that's why we try and couch them in a way that's full of arguments to try and help them understand. But this doesn't work because Game of Thrones happened. I don't know if how familiar you are, theory, with how that happened, but that's another franchise that went down in fucking flames.
Game of Thrones? Oh my dude, I was a huge fan, and then the last season I was like,
yeah. So I'm among many people known as just one of the big old haters of Game of Thrones as well. That House of the Dragons announced, and I'm asked on, you can see all the streams that would have come out. I was like, it's gonna be shit. I don't care. It's fine. Whatever. It killed my interest in Game of Thrones. It's done. And day comes, and Gary's like, do you mind watching it so that you can talk to me about it on a show? And I was like, ugh. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Like, I guess so. I watch episode 1 and I'm like, I don't know. It's not like terrible. And you can go see that stream where I'm begrudgingly admitting there's things I like in it. There's actors I think are doing good jobs. It's nice to see a reset. And I'm getting that little spark of like, I really like all the characters and the families and whatever. Yeah. Fast forward to all episodes done. That stream that me and Gary were on with a few of the guests and stuff is practically a hype stream. We were just like, can't fucking wait for the next episode. Can't wait to see what's going to happen. Oh, do you think it's going to be this? And now season 2, when the trailers drop in and like all the hype for that, it's getting high. And it's like, how could it possibly be that me and Gary were like, like almost hate merchants? Why didn't we run that direction? Why did we turn on it? And then, I'm not going to say this applies as much to you guys, but certainly to me, if I went into Star Wars looking to specifically be hateful of it, what the hell happened with Andor? Yeah, like what that wasn't even difficult for me. I could have hated on Andor, so to speak. Plenty of people didn't like it. Plenty of people didn't even watch it. Would have been easy, but no. We made a full 8-hour episode talking about what we thought worked about it. So
dude, House of the Dragon. I'm totally with you. I used to get called a hater by my buddy I watched Game of Thrones with, because in season 6, I felt like season 6 was so hit or miss. I was talking to him like, something was weird. Like, I don't like this. Like, I was like pointing out things. He's like, oh, whatever. You're just you're just trying to hate, blah, blah, blah. And then 7 happened. It was worse. And then 8 was a disaster. I thought House of Dragon was going to be garbage. Saw these people out, some commentary from behind the scenes. I personally said I thought it was going to be trash. I didn't like some of the things they decided to do casting wise. And I had about as poor opinion as I possibly could. And I could not have been happier to be completely and totally wrong.
Yeah.
Because now I have another show that I've rewatched probably 5 times since it came out. I'm anxiously awaiting whenever they drop the season 2 trailer. And I can't wait to do watch alongs and stuff for season 2.
Fuck yeah,
so
dude.
We're all going to have our biases and what we expect to happen when we go into things. But I think that 95% of people out there are going to be open enough to, if they change their mind, admit that that was not what I was expecting. I was wrong about that thing, and I actually like it.
So you guys are excited for Andor 2, right?
I'm not particularly excited for Andor 2.
I'm anxious about it because I don't know what it's going to end up as, considering the first season was not well liked, or at least liked enough that they would allow him to just do a season 2 that fits season 1. Maybe it'll get chewed up and left behind. Maybe they won't even I don't even know what's going on with Andor season 2, but I hope it'll be good. But obviously the reason I bring it up is just that I didn't treat Andor the same way I treat Ahsoka or Kenobi or Boba Fett. And I don't even treat those shows the same way. Ahsoka is better than Boba Fett and Kenobi. I assume everyone here agrees.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think so too, but I also don't think it's very good.
I think it's shit, but
I think that you described it as a prologue to what you think is like coming next. I would kind of agree with that because typically in prologues, there's not very much character arc or development or like important things. And over 8 episodes, we didn't have much of that. To me, Ahsoka and like watching along each and every week, it felt very much like Force Awakens in terms of people seeing things and like theories and like trying to find explanations of what happened.
Yeah.
And we went from talking about in episode 3 or 4, you know, Balin and Shin. Man, these are such interesting characters. I really like what they're building.
Them.
But now at the end, once you get the full arc, you're like, they are nothing.
Dude,
they're not characters. Like literally, we never found out any more about them than we knew in the first couple episodes.
Like, we needed more. We needed more. Like episode 6, 5 and 6 was like we found out some more about Balin. I'm like, cool shit. Give me some more info on these guys. And then nothing. Literally nothing. And it's like where Balin ends, it's like, all right, now we gotta wait years. Like, couldn't you give us a little more? Maybe he walks into that glimmering mountain, like
it's really just like it's a mystery box, dude.
They could have had like in that final episode, they could have had like an extra few minutes with him, and he's like walking, and let's say he sees the freaking glimmering mountain, and then at the very freaking end, he's at the base of it. Maybe climbs all these stairs. We switch to another scene with Ahsoka and I don't know, hugging Ezra or something, and then we switch back to Balin. He's like at the top. He goes in, and it's like this freaking crazy old ass catacomb. He just walks in with beautiful architecture and like the music is building, and we get, let's say, the camera angle of him walking through the door. And then there's a chair, and it pans around the chair, and then like some dude or a hand like moves or something, and it just ends.
Like an old like withered hand.
Something, man, or like I've been waiting for you. I don't know, something stupid. Something like they're just not doesn't even have to say anything.
Balin's skull.
Ray Stevens.
Yeah, something, man. You know, even like just the hand moving or whatever, or his expression as he sees someone sitting in there, and then it just ends. Like, fuck. That would have been great, man.
Dude, I was watching that finale, and I think you can see it in our reaction to it. It was like halfway through, I have this realization of like, where the fuck is Balin? I haven't seen anything from Balin this whole time. What the hell's going on?
She just like she pops up in the scavengers or whatever those guys are called that randomly decide to follow or not follow people at different points in time. Yeah, like Sabine. I have so many problems with the Ahsoka series. Sabine as a character, I didn't like her in Rebels. So I was not a big fan of her in Rebels. So that, you know, I wasn't expecting to go and really like her that much. I feel like she didn't really face any repercussions for anything. Like she never actually had to answer to Ezra about what she did. Anything that they do in Ahsoka that could possibly be compelling, they never address. Like, it would have been interesting to see Sabine be forced to admit to Ezra that I really fucked up and I should have destroyed this, but I wanted to see you because we have this platonic relationship. I really wanted to get here and see you. So I let Grand Admiral Thrawn get what he needs to get back to the galaxy. But here I am. And then to see Ezra dealing with the fallout from that, realizing that I spent 10 years like of my life because I didn't want to get back to the galaxy, and you gave that up. But at the same time, realizing that you gave that up to see me and how important that would be to him personally.
Yeah.
That's actually some good character shit that we could see, some repercussions for her, some feelings of actual guilt for her, having to come face to face with what she did. But instead, we get her on the wing of the starship and Ahsoka, you know, coming down like the Cheshire cat, basically forgiving her for everything. Come on, dude.
That was wild as shit, especially as someone who hasn't seen the majority of the content that would make that interesting, right? We had someone on our panel that would tell us like, oh, just the key points of where these characters were and why they moved to where they are now, just so we could follow it. And we were like, Ezra's been here for like 10 years? And it's like, yeah, and it just feels like, I feel like we don't see that on him at all, other than the fact that he's aged up. I was like, this doesn't, okay, 10 years on this planet. No human contact outside of people trying to kill him.
Well, you know what was weird is like Thrawn knows he's there the whole time, but he's just
That's
and knows
incredibly
which
weird, yeah.
direction he's in because he just sends Sabine in that direction, and she finds him in like 2 seconds.
In like a minute. They go to another galaxy and they find exactly where they need to be within minutes.
Yep.
Like no trouble, no anything.
Nothing.
But Thrawn, and that's what I'm saying. Like, there is so much missing from Ahsoka that needs an explanation. That needs an explanation. Why? And I think you could plausibly come up with one if you like are an halfway decent writer at all. You can come up with a reason for why Thrawn and Ezra are separated and why he didn't kill him. Like, there's stuff there that you could do. Whether it's because they were working together at one point and then they had a split because of something Thrawn wanted to do. Maybe they were actually like working together and they were aligned and they became friends over that time, like because of the situation they were in.
Yeah.
Or you have to come up with something to excuse why Thrawn doesn't kill Ezra, take care of that. Because why?
Yeah.
Thrawn's own words. Well, this fake Thrawn, this pot-bellied Thrawn, this Thrawn who says never underestimate a Jedi. He says that like 3 times, yet he continuously underestimates Jedi throughout the entire series, including the one that he left alive on the planet for 10 years, which is now going to come back and bite him in the ass.
Yep.
Like, I don't get that. And
unless he's not real. That's why I came up with that theory. I'm like, well, what if he's just not real? What if it's like something that the witches did to just distract Sabine so that he can finish his loading?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
In the MCU, back when Phase 4 was happening and everything was falling apart, you can see it on some streams. Me and Gary were like, what if Mephisto's behind all this? He's making everyone insane. Like, maybe that can answer this. Maybe the answer is the evil dark wizard man is just forcing everyone to act out a fucking character.
Yeah.
And you almost wish for that kind of thing to happen, but
well, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, how could she be there the whole? Okay, so I feel like we all agree on literally everything. What? Where do you?
I want to talk a little about Dave.
All right. So I was gonna after this, but I'd love to. Let's say they gave you the keys. What would you do?
Me?
Well, let's talk about Dave right now.
Okay. Well, so with all of this, I feel like this is what was weird to me. I feel like you're a massive Dave Filoni fan. This is my impression of you from like watching some of your content and stuff like this. I felt like you were a massive Dave Filoni fan. Like, you didn't think Ahsoka was like the best thing in the world, but you thought it was good Star Wars, and then it felt like Star Wars. And then when I heard you're in MauLer's conversation, and you described Dave Filoni's content as like a half-eaten sandwich that someone threw in the dirt that's rotting, but you happen to be starving, so you ate it. And you like it, and that was like a surprise to me because I didn't think that that's how you would have described what Dave Filoni's putting out. But is that how you feel about Ahsoka as a whole?
No, that's not how I feel about Ahsoka as a whole. But I would say the last 2 episodes were just very Disney and very safe and very boring. But I'd say the first 6 episodes for me. Okay, so we see things. George Lucas, Star Wars, pinnacle, epitome. You can't beat it because he created the whole thing. Then under that, you got. You know, who do you have? Who do you have? Who?
Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, you're saying individual creators. I thought you meant you were like ordering. Well, the thing about it, this question is like, are you talking about who do we know who likes Star Wars and is talented? Or are you saying like
that likes Star Wars as much as Dave is as respectful to George Lucas and the legacy as Dave? Because that's really a major thing here, is that no one is as respectful. Like, nobody who gets hired for Star Wars is as respectful to George Lucas.
I think
not Kathy, not Ryan, not JJ, not all these dudes who just basically, suck on his balls, but at the same time just like destroy everything he's created.
So I think that Dave talks about that a lot, but at the same time, we just talked about a character in Ahsoka that went on this massive arc that George did not want her to go on, like exclusively. And this has now become Filoni's pet project that he will not let go of, that he will not let die, that he continues to make the most important character in his Star Wars universe, now that George isn't calling the shots. So to me, I understand what you're saying. And I think Filoni does a very good job of, talking about how much he likes George and honoring that stuff. But some of the stuff I see, like the Ahsoka stuff, doesn't necessarily show that to me. And that's one of the... Now, I've had problems with Dave for a long time. I had a problem with Clone Wars because when Clone Wars was coming out, it really... We had a very aligned... I'm sure you know this. We had a very aligned timeline for the Clone Wars. Like, week by week through the Clone Wars, you knew, like, who was where and on what different planets based on comics and, based on comic books and based on novels and shit like this.
Right.
And of course, the Tartakovsky Clone Wars series that specifically led right into Revenge of the Sith.
Badass freaking... I love that.
It's amazing. It's perfect. And it fits with the movie.
Yeah.
And then TCW comes along and there starts to become a lot of differences. And George was certainly part of that. I'm not going to say it wasn't.
Yeah.
Like Ahsoka, but even other things like this was the first thing that Dave Filoni got in a fight with EU fans over was Admiral Yularen.
Mm-hmm.
Admiral Yularen, he saw a picture of Yularen on the Death Star and was like, oh, that guy's got a white jacket. He must be a Grand Admiral. Let's make him an Admiral in Clone Wars. Well, he wasn't. He was a colonel. So they had to like write in a retcon for him to like retire and like go to the Imperial Security Bureau or something. Like something really dumb.
Yeah.
But he got called out at in like 2009 or something, got called out at like a convention and got like butthurt about it to the EU fans. But then from that point on, it seemed like just a lot of things and I am in the minority. Clone Wars fans are in a minority section of Star Wars fans in general.
Yeah.
EU fans are an even more minority. So I understand that. But for me, I hated a lot of things they did with, say, Dathomir and the Night Sisters, the changes they made like that. I know you love Maul. I hated bringing Maul back.
You hated bringing him back, eh?
I did.
Well, hey, Star Wars, I don't even know this. My namesake is based on my love of Darth Maul. And when I found out he was coming back to life from just Phantom Menace, even I think when I was like a kid, I was like, what the fuck? He got chopped in half. Like, what? He's just thrown down a space hole. Why is
don't
he
get
alive?
me wrong. When I heard that he was coming back, I was like, okay. And then he came back as a spider, and I was just really confused.
Yeah.
That was when
like, what?
That was when I stopped watching Clone Wars. Like, even though I really didn't like it, I hated what they did to Grievous. I felt like they nerfed Grievous. I hated the fact that they made Obi-Wan and Anakin fight Dooku every other Saturday, even though we know that they didn't see each other after Geonosis until right there above Coruscant. Like, we know that didn't happen. And so when you see that stuff happen, I feel like it takes away from the George Lucas moments that we got in. And of course, George is involved in Clone Wars, not saying he's not, but it takes away those moments that we see in the movies. And I hate that stuff. It's one of the reasons I hated what they did with Obi-Wan in the Darth Vader series, because they did not meet in between the movies.
Hell no. They didn't meet
So
once.
I have the same criticisms for Clone Wars that I do for things like Obi-Wan Kenobi.
And he
Do
never
you guys notice
left
how
Tatooine.
much the last episode of Kenobi like rips a bunch of payoffs from Revenge of the Sith and just repeats them? Like to rebind back into the story. It's absolutely fucking blatant. It's ridiculous.
Which ones? What are you talking about?
It's the same thing. He leaves him, like Obi-Wan beats him, and instead of finishing the job, he leaves him. He ends up in a desert.
Which made more sense, way more sense in Revenge of the Sith than it does in that show. They make it explicit in the show that he's like, I don't really want to kill you because you're Anakin. And he's like, not Anakin, definitely not anima
Just
monster
like
as far as you're concerned, killing people. Make your choice, Obi-Wan. Then he's like, nah, and walks off, and it's like, motherfucker.
And also in the novelization for Revenge of the Sith, they don't make it super clear in the movie, but in the novelization for Revenge of the Sith, Obi-Wan knows Palpatine is like right there. Like, he knows Sidious is coming, and there's not even really much like opportunity for him to sit there and think about it, and he just scoops up the lightsaber.
You got to get out of there.
Well, there's also just, it's fucking, the way I see it as well, emotionally draining and absolutely pitiful to see. Like, it takes a lot of spirit to go to someone who's had their limbs chopped off and is burnt to a crisp to execute them.
Yeah,
it's fucking horrible to look at him. You know what I mean? And I think he's just filled with all kinds of emotions at that point.
Well,
I can buy that way more.
And they cut it out where you can see it in the film, but they muted it where he says, "Help me." It's like, how are you gonna go and let me help you? Let me just kill you. No, it's not gonna happen. And then he sees the ship flying, the shuttle flying overhead. He's got to get out of there. I mean, it wrote it in the book and stuff, and the book is canon because George did read over it a lot. But at the end of the day, like what is most canon, of course, is the first 6 films, and then the Clone Wars, and then if you want to bring the books in there, yeah, because he did read them. He did have to approve a lot of the stuff going in there, but
for sure, yeah. And that was when TCW came. So before TCW was a thing, and also I don't know if you know this. I've never been able to find a single instance of George Lucas himself uttering the words canon. Never, unless you're referencing World War I battle or something. I don't know, but he always referred to it as different things. He would say the different pillars of Star Wars or things like that, or my vision versus my company's vision, things like that. But when it came to Lucasfilm, they had George's movies, then novels, comics, things like that, video game, like canon, well, not canon, but like mainline video game stories that you were supposed to do, like the right ending.
Mm-hmm.
Then below that, I know you've been covering some like infinities and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Alternate endings, like maybe Dark Side KOTOR playthrough,
yeah,
things like that were alternate endings. Those were like the smallest or the worst level of canon possible. Then TCW came in and they needed to create a new canon because it didn't fit with the movies and it didn't fit with the books. So they threw it right there in between. And I
even like to look at the Force Unleashed Dark Side endings too. As like potentially something that could have, and fuck, dude, like taking out the Force Unleashed for me was just such a big no.
Dude,
like,
when I found out that they'd done that, I was like, why? Force Unleashed was so popular.
It was so cool. It's such a cool storyline. Vader has some secret ass apprentice who's like insanely powerful, and you're gonna just nerf that? Okay, fine, I guess. But
it's all and for the record, I don't think Force Unleashed is perfect in any way, shape, or form. But it's, I mean, compare it.
That's the thing. Nothing's perfect. Nothing, like the prequels aren't perfect, the originals aren't perfect. But at the end of the day, it's like them being imperfect is perfect because it's like, oh yeah, okay, we recognize all the clunky dialogue or whatever else happened in the originals that people don't like. You can rip apart everything, but I would say the things you can rip apart the most, and when it comes to the sequel trilogy, why there's so much discourse is not because, well, they are bad films in my opinion, but it's not because they're like, it's not because they're subjectively bad films. It's because they're literally the third installment in a 9-film saga of films where you had 6 before that made by one guy who created the whole thing, and then the last 3 were like
mishmash,
a completely different company which had a different vision, if you could even call it that, which is being generous. But you had like different people writing each episode.
Well, dude, and people have said, I've never seen a trilogy hate itself so much, right? Like,
no.
Each sequel despised the previous film.
It's weird.
It is weird. You just don't see that.
No, you don't see that. Like 9 literally just shat on 8 the whole time. And how sequel fans don't really want to acknowledge that, to me, is just like, well, you got to be delusional or something. Because it just doesn't make any sense.
How many people do you tend to come across that are a fan of 7, 8, and 9? Most of the time, I see people who are fans of 8, and then sometimes 7, rarely ever 9.
People who love 8 don't love 9, from what I've noticed.
Yeah. Patrick Williams is one of them.
But they'll never acknowledge the fact that 9 spent all that time kind of destroying 8 and dismantling it. They'll just be like, "Oh, it wasn't for me." But
9 is
still appreciate it.
9 is basically its own trilogy. Like, it's like they had to do an entire trilogy worth of work in that movie because they had nothing to go with after Last Jedi.
I mean, I assume you guys, even though it's a fucking horrible movie, remember, like, it's almost funny when you start up the Poe, Finn, Rey relationship. They are speedrunning it at the beginning of that film. They're like, look at these guys. Oh, look at their chemistry. Oh, they've been through so much. Oh, yeah, look at them. It's like, you're lying to me. Like, these guys barely know each other at all.
Like, it legit is... If you would have just started with 9 and like nothing in between happened, it would probably make just about as much sense because they have to set up and pay off the villain in that movie with Palpatine, right? Like that gets created within the first couple of minutes of Rise of Skywalker, and then that is your payoff villain. Like your entire arc for the thing is him because they killed off the other one.
That was such a like fucking Thanos endgame thing of like, where did your failed attempts at making villains bring you back to Palpatine?
Back to me.
Oh man.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so going forwards, is there anything they can do to actually bring a lot of the old Star Wars fans back? What would they need to do?
One question I was just curious because I'm trying to find something that we definitely stand on different areas on, and I'm not even sure if Ryan's with me on this one, but I want Dave out. That's my opinion, right?
No, I don't want.
Oh, he does too. Okay,
I want.
Go. We did it. We found.
I want
something.
every. So if you're asking me what I would do to fix Star Wars or whatever, you clean house completely at Lucasfilm. You have to start over fresh. Like you need to turn over a new leaf, and that's everybody. Ahsoka is Dave's baby. I don't think there's any other writer on it. It's him. And although I didn't think it was as like dumb and stupid as Boba Fett, it was I thought a really incredibly poorly written story. I thought it was poorly directed. I thought it was poorly acted. I thought Ahsoka was bad. And everything else I've seen him involved with, Mando season 1 to me is the best overall thing we've gotten Disney Star Wars, like Disney Plus Star Wars wise.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that story is probably about a 4.5 out of 10.
Damn.
Well, there you go. Me and Ryan can disagree because I think Andor is the best thing they've made. I have loads of issues with Mando season 1.
So here's what I think about Andor. I think Andor is the most like technically proficient thing they've done. It's the most well written, but I'm not interested in it. I'm not interested in the story, if that makes sense.
It does, yeah.
So that's how I feel about it. I do think that Tony Gilroy turned out like a great product. It's not a story that I'm interested in, which I wasn't enjoying it very much. But if you like maybe take an isolated thing and give it a number out of 10, Andor would probably be a 7 out of 10, just like grading wise. It's just not something I'm interested in.
You'd rate Andor over Mando season 1?
Yeah. Like in terms of just a show in and of itself. Yeah. I would.
This is what I mean.
Once again, you proved if you'll excuse me.
If ever you want to,
But if a balance between what I think is acceptable and something I'm interested in, it was Mando season 1 for me.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
No, it was fresh. It was new. Got us. It was like, oh my god, Baby Yoda. Oh, okay, holy crap!
Baby Yoda. I could have fucking. I wish that dude would have got thrown in a dumpster somewhere. But
God,
for real, I couldn't say it.
So true.
What I was hoping to get out of Mandalorian when it was first announced and everything was a story about a bounty hunter going basically town to town or planet to planet, doing jobs, kind of the dark underworld side of things, and separate from these galactic level events. And that to me is what I think, if you're going to tell stories within this era of Star Wars, where you're crammed in with all these events that have happened and you can't do anything without screwing up continuity, you have to stop trying to make everybody run into everybody else. If you're going to tell stories in that era, make them not focused on cameos, make it focused on small character-driven narratives about people that are living within the Star Wars galaxy. Things like Andor, but I just wasn't invested in that specific story they decided to tell. But Mando, I think you have episode 1, 2, 3, 7, and 8 that are like you have a solid story there. 4, 5, and 6 are stupid. Those episodes, you can throw them away. They're dumb.
I can't remember what happened in 4, 5, and 6.
4 is, I love Gina Carano, but 4 is the one where he meets Cara Dune and the stupid villager thing where he almost lets this one woman that he met for like 2 seconds take off his helmet, even though it's his entire life.
Right.
It was a CW show. 5 was the prison break episode, I think. And then 6, I forget what 6 is. But
shit, I'm surprised I don't remember that. But I was just going to say 7 and 8, I have huge problems with as well. Moff Gideon's a fucking retard throughout that whole episode.
I have problems with them, but what I'm saying is that's like the story of Mandalorian. Like that's like an hour and a half movie that they turned into 8 episodes.
Yeah, they did. But don't even get me on Mando 3 because that was just completely
disastrous.
But that's the thing, bro. It's like, is Dave being held back constantly by Kathleen? Is John being held back? Like he wants to do this and this for Boba, and she just keeps putting her fingers in there. Or is this actually them like completely fucking up?
Well, this is why I said to you that I want clean house. because I don't take any risks. Get rid of the rot wherever it exists. Get it out. But you could be right, yeah. But the reality is, does that mean that we just have to keep tolerating it until KK leaves, and then we can finally have Filoni and Favreau be free, and they can? My assumption is Ahsoka is the way that Filoni wanted to be. I think that'd be genuine. I don't think he's going to tell us
his show.
Because there are industry stories all the time, and the MCU is countlessly filled with these, where they bring in artists, make the thing, and then they leave and swear off working for them ever again. You're like, whoa, why? And it's like, I had no control. I am making shit for them. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. And I just don't get that impression from Filoni or Favreau. Though with Favreau, I've got my own theories on that, because I think we spoke last time, theory about how Favreau did complain quite publicly and artistically in Chef, for example, about the state of Marvel and how he left. He had, Iron Man 1, Iron Man 2, he's going to be the biggest creator, and he's like, I'm out. I'm like, oh, that's weird. And then comes back for the fucking Lion King.
Yeah.
And makes like one of the worst live action adaptations of one of the most beloved animated films of all time. It's like, what the hell happened, bro? And then he gets brought in for Star Wars, which I was like, okay, yeah, sure, okay. And then I saw what he made, and I was like, oh, no, never mind.
I think that we in general, I will defend Kathleen Kennedy for a moment here.
Oh my God.
I know you thought I was toxic. I'm going to defend Kathleen Kennedy.
I
think that we are way too quick to jump and assume that, oh, we don't like something. That must mean Kathleen Kennedy interfered with it. We like this thing. That must mean she never had her hands on it. I don't think she's involved that closely in like that way. I think she hires people to do things. Now, I certainly think she'll get upset at things or whatever when controversies arise, but I think she hires people that she wants for the projects. And I think she hired John, and she promoted Dave Filoni. Like, Kathleen Kennedy did that. Dave Filoni has only got promotions at Lucasfilm since she's been there. And I personally think that it's because they're fine with her leading. You know what I mean? We talked about all the Star Wars Civil War rumors that ended up being like such garbage over the years.
Is Ryan here? Is he still here?
I'm right here.
What happened to him?
I'm right here. Well, I just think like to me, it ends up being like a cop out because we're theorizing, well, Dave Filoni did this thing I like, so it must mean Kathy wasn't involved.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. I see that all the time. It's like people say it on Twitter and they're like, oh, so you like something, so was Kathy not involved with that one? I'm like,
no, yeah,
really.
We have this happen all the time. That's why I brought up Ridley Scott. It's like, did Ridley Scott miss with Prometheus, or is he just not as good as he used to be? And it's like, I don't know. It's kind of hard to say.
Yeah, but for me, I think to move forward, I think you need to clean house. Now, personally, I would do something that probably a lot of people wouldn't do. I would erase every single Disney thing that's been made. I don't care if you like it. I don't care if you love it. I don't care if you cried when Kanan died in Rebels. I'm erasing it from existence. Right? Everything that's come out Disney-wise, every book, every piece of content, and you start from where you were before.
Yeah, before the deal.
I know the stories that I would like to tell. It would be a continuation from where we were in the EU. Also, weaving in a lot of George's sequel ideas that he was talking about.
Yeah,
George's been because George has had like several different
ideas.
He's had so many, right? He was on record when Force Awakens came out. He's like, the sequel's about the grandchildren. That's all in the books and the novels and everything. Yeah. He said that. He's talked about his idea for the Wills. We've heard the Darth Maul clone, Darth Talon type of, like, there's a lot of ideas out there. And I think you weave all those together and make that and continue to tell that while exploring all aspects of Star Wars.
Well, he wasn't supposed to be a clone.
He was when someone told George that Darth Talon lived 150 years after Darth Maul did. Then he's like, well, he could be a descendant or a clone or something.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so when does Rey come into this story?
Never.
Oh, damn it.
She can be a fart in the wind.
Can we make like some fucking Gungan, a hobo Gungan who's desperately like doing street dancing, and he's just called Rey? That would...
You remember when there was like leaks out there for the Obi-Wan Kenobi series that a bearded Jar Jar Binks was going to show up
on the street?
Yeah, like
they gave him like the worst ending in the which book was that? Like, was it Chuck Wendig's book or something where he's like a
Aftermath?
Jester? Yeah, a jester on the street.
We could call him Rey though. It'd be funny.
But if you're asking me what I think is what they should do realistically, if I were right now sitting there in their position as it is, without these fancy pie in the sky dreams of we get to fire whoever we want. What they should do is move forward and move way back. There's so much time that you have to tell stories. There's so much freedom you have to tell stories within those time frames. You can do so much stuff. And I think that's where I think a lot of people would be okay with that. Doesn't mean we're not hurt from what happened before. Doesn't mean we're not still salty about the things that happened. But as you see, people continue to come back to Star Wars and give things chances, even when they think it might be bad. You got to move forward. You got to move way back. And for the stories, like I said, that are in the prequel to Rise of the Empire, just a little bit after the fall of the Empire, Rise of the New Republic, in those eras, you have to stop trying to link everybody whose stories you have already fucked up into it. You have to stop doing that. Let them rest. You killed them. Let them be, and tell other stories in that universe. George's idea for Underworld. It was going to be a lot of kind of disconnected stories, but all set in this kind of underworld setting.
Of course,
That's what they need to focus on. They're not good at keeping things straight. They're just not. Dave Filoni can't even keep his own continuity straight. So I think that's what they should do. If I were to look at Star Wars realistically, that's what I would tell them to do. Old Republic stuff. Please, let's get Jedi Mandalorian Wars. Now, I think they're going to screw it up. I think they'll screw that up too. Anything they take, if they touch Revan, they'll screw them up. But that's the way that I think they should move forward for Star Wars.
Yeah, you know what? I get behind that completely. But it's also my concern is even if they get rid of everybody, there's still someone pulling the strings of who needs to be filling in all of the new roles. So it's they're probably just going to get in the same kind of person. I think
here's the question. I don't know if Ryan would agree, but do you think Filoni's bad enough that you'd rather take a dice roll on a random creative in the world?
For me, yes. I think I'm probably in the minority in that. I used to get a lot of hate when I talk bad about Dave Filoni. I don't get as much anymore. But for me, because I really dislike his storytelling. I dislike almost all the projects he's done. So for me, no. I would
still
not
like
want him.
Filoni. I still think he's the only thing we got, and I think he's sometimes he goes pretty outlandish with his ideas, but at the same time, that's what he's doing. He's still leading us in a better direction than anybody else can, except for, and I say this, kind of worrisome, but I do think that Sam Witwer would potentially be better than Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau combined.
I think so.
I mean, I like Sam, and he's a massive Star Wars fan, and he knows a lot. I have no idea in terms of production experience what he has. I know he's obviously super talented voice actor. He's done a lot of live action acting as well. I don't know what his experience in that is.
I don't know either, but to be honest, I don't think you really need all that much experience when it comes to if you're at the level Sam's at. All you got to do is write good stories.
Yeah, the role we need him on is just, he can see the thing they make and be like, yes.
Consultant.
Or, essentially just director of showrunner maybe, but of Star Wars.
Exactly, like what George did for the original trilogy for 5 and 6. He wasn't director, but he was literally standing around corralling everyone to make sure that they do it the way it's supposed to be done to his story. I think Sam Witwer would be the perfect person for that, and he did that a little bit with Solo at the end. If you listen to that bit he talked about, where they came to him and they're like, hey, what's the deal with, Maul and the lightsabers because they were going to give him his regular lightsaber. And it's well, that
they wouldn't have it during this time period. Yeah.
No, it doesn't make any sense. And that's also the problem with a lot of these guys coming in to write or direct Star Wars. It's they don't know this shit. You can't just get a regular person that would maybe make any movie in Hollywood to come in and direct Star Wars. It just doesn't work. It's got to be a Dave Filoni, a Jon Favreau, or a Sam Witwer, or a, if you want to get Tony Gilroy, sure, but make sure you got Sam and Dave in the background, who are hopping on calls with George Lucas, who doesn't really give a shit anymore, I don't think, but, you never know.
That's the thing, though. I don't get the impression that Dave Filoni respects canon / continuity. Seems to play with it constantly. Doesn't really care.
And to be fair, I love George. He messed with his own stuff a lot. He was constantly tweaking things, changing things. Yeah. To me, even though I don't maybe like some of the times he did that, that's his baby and it's his right to do it.
Yeah, man.
I don't have that same feeling when Dave does it.
Well, it's like the
you know what I mean?
The ending to. Did you ever watch my interview with Nick Gillard? Did you ever see the part at the end where he's talking about how there was an alternate demise to Anakin with Anakin and Obi-Wan, and Hayden and Ewan even went to George and they were like, "Please do this. This would have been so much better." And George was like, "No." So, did you see that part?
I remember. I don't know if I've seen it from his behind the scenes stuff, right?
No, it was my interview with him. Like nobody.
Oh,
knows
your
this
thing
shit.
you did with him.
Yeah, nobody knows this. It's I'll try to find the clip because he explains it so much better. But essentially, there was like well, you guys keep talking. I'm gonna find it. I'm just
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I feel like Filoni is very cavalier with it. And one of the things that they did when they decided to get rid of the expanded universe, they made a statement and they made a promise to people going forward that everything that we do is going to be in line, that everything we publish book-wise, everything's going to be in line. And so then we get an Ahsoka novel. And then the parts that we get, say in like Tales of the Jedi or her lightsaber color and like things like this are off when Dave does the continuation of the story. Not that it needed to be. You could have fit it in there. You didn't want to. And are many people really going to care about that? I guess not. The people that read the novel and thought that that was going to be probably do. Same thing with Canon and Kanan's, not Canon, but whatever he was, a Jedi. His escape from Order 66. Same thing. They decided to retcon that in Bad Batch.
Yeah, they did retcon a lot of that. Hey.
Yeah, and I'm speaking as someone that is not attached to that stuff, right? But I don't really care about the Ahsoka novel. I don't really care about Rebels all that much or Kanan as a character. But sticking in continuity is important to me when it's something that you're not being. It's out of convenience. Say the Darksaber. That's an important one, right? When you establish the Darksaber, you introduce the Darksaber, you have Sabine and all the stuff that she does with the Darksaber. And then for no other reason other than you can't figure out a way to write it better, you decide to change the rules of the Darksaber suddenly. That, oh, well, you need to beat somebody in a battle to become the leader of Mandalorian. Like, that was wild to me that they actually went ahead and like established that in Mandalorian. That was just laziness and no care about what came before.
You're goddamn right.
MauLer, you need to see. God, I miss these days when people actually gave a shit.
I know, right? Dude, I was just thinking about this, like how if we did get the keys and we got to retcon it and then we made a new sequel trilogy, it's like we've lost Carrie Fisher, of course. And then it's like Harrison Ford, is really unlikely he would want to do that. Like if we somehow this amazing, insane thing happened. And then I was thinking, like, ain't it so fucked up that you've got Ewan McGregor, who's 1,000,000,000% on board, and you got Hayden Christensen that's 1,000,000,000% on board. And as far as I can tell, Disney don't really care. They're right there. They're ready to go. They could make who knows how much Star Wars content. And they're just like,
oh, dude,
they
could do it. They could literally do everything. But yeah, what's with this Von Rum guy who's been trying to give you that answer about if KK or others? You guys should bring him on really quick. He has an insane story and ran into Favreau 2 weeks ago. Is this YouTuber?
Von Rum?
Not familiar.
Okay.
I have no idea.
All right, fair enough. Dave's setting up the sequels on his... Well, that's the thing. Also, his movie is essentially going to be the first sequel trilogy that we're going to have. If you think about it.
Well, I mean, to me, his movie is just leading into the sequels. Like, the entire Mandoverse, to me, is tying into the sequel trilogy.
Yeah, he might be trying to give us a bit of fun beforehand, but we're heading there.
I think he's going to do his own thing, man. I don't... I would hate it if he did that. Okay, here, I got it. I got it. Forgot that I actually clipped it.
Yeah, like to me, oh, there it is.
For most of all was the high ground thing. we hated the high ground thing.
It's the biggest meme now. Everyone keeps
I know, I mean, it has its place now.
Yeah.
And it really was about Hayden. Hayden and I used to walk to this restaurant at night in Bondi.
Yeah.
And there was a big grass slope, and that was the quickest way, but he fell over it. He fell. The first time we went, he upended himself and slid all down the bank and said, I'm never going that way again. And in my head, I thought, and Vader is bad on a slope. It gives you just something to work with. But that's sort of how that happened. But we had a different version of that where that didn't happen. And Obi cut his arms and his legs off a different way.
You mean there was a version where there was no high ground?
There was a version that the whole volcano thing where they land on that droid wasn't there. Originally, they swung and landed. They swung off that great big rope, and they just landed on the side of the volcano or on the lava, right next to each other. And straight away, Anakin just grabbed him he disarmed him, grabbed him by the throat. He's got him, and Obi's saber's down on the ground. And Anakin says, I'm sorry it has to be this way, my master. And actually lets it go. Obi hunches to get away from it, sucks his saber up. As he pulls his saber up, he cuts through Anakin's arms almost by mistake, and then chops through his legs almost by mistake. And the whole body fell off of his legs. And it was more of a defense gone wrong kind of move. It was strong. Even the boys, Ewan and Hayden, went to George and said, "George, this," and he was having none of it. But it's George Lucas, his we wouldn't be having this conversation if it wasn't for George. So I think it's foolish second guessing him.
It's foolish, but
That's awesome.
I know. Yeah, I think that would have been way cooler.
Have you did you play the Revenge of the Sith game?
Yes.
On like PS2 or whatever. Bro, the alternate ending to that game is like my favorite thing ever.
Oh, dude, it's wicked.
Let's see. I'll see if I can find it. It's just
Didn't that come out like right next to the movie and the Lego game, and like you could find out basically the whole film's plot line.
It came out before the
movie. It came out 2 weeks before the movie.
Yeah.
So I played the game. Bro, my friends were so fucking mad at me. I played the game and I was like, this is awesome. Because when you did the fights, like the boss fights, they were like long, drawn out fights, right? And there was a portion after Mace Windu and Palpatine where Anakin and Mace fought. And it was like this awesome fight. And I'm in the theater, like as the scene's like happening, Anakin's racing to the Chancellor's office.
Yeah.
I'm telling my buddies, like, bro, this is about to be the coolest fight you've ever seen. Anakin and Mace are about to fight. I was like hyping it up. And then he gets there. He's like, I can't, I need him. Out the window. And all my friends just like look at me. And I'm like, I don't know what happened, man.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Like, who invited this guy?
Yeah. But yeah, that was way wild because the novelizations used to be put out before the movie. Like, no one cared about spoilers like they do back then.
No, because it wasn't Disney. It was freaking. He was promoting everything as much as he could. Dude, I had a Darth Maul T-shirt. I had the Episode 1 book before the movie came out. I had, Darth Maul was on everything. It was crazy. It was a crazy time.
It's crazy to remember as well. How old was everybody here when they would have seen Revenge of the Sith in the theater? Because
I was 15.
Yeah, because I would have just turned 15.
Well, yeah, I was, I guess, 16 or so.
You would have been 16 or 17.
Yeah, 7 plus 2005, right? So
Mm-hmm.
Wait, would I have been 13?
Yeah, you'd be 13. You were 13. I was 15. Ryan was 16.
One of my favorite memories was because my dad was like, kind of into Star Wars. He was the reason I got into it in the first place, but he was just sort of like there, I think, for me. And when Christopher Lee got his arms chopped off and then his head chopped off, I remember my dad in the cinema turning to me being like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, "Yes!" I was like, "That's so fucking cool."
Oh man,
I know.
Here I'm sharing the Revenge of the Sith.
Oh.
This is an underrated video game out there, by the way.
I know.
I have the high ground! You underestimate the power of the dark side. Don't try it!
This
Oh, there you go.
that zoom in.
Just kicks his ass down the.
That zoom in. Look at that. Droop. Get down there, bitch. I don't want to get you hit with John Williams, but here's the end. This is the best part.
Oh shit! I remember this. Yeah.
Excellent work, my apprentice. There are none left to oppose us. The galaxy is ours now.
It's a good
Your
enough
new
voice, I guess.
weapon, Lord Vader. Your new weapon.
Look at those troopers.
So
Bye
bad.
bye.
No, the galaxy belongs to me.
There you go.
That's it. That's the alternate ending. I love that.
And it's weird, like
the weird flip.
just like
yeah. I'm gonna distract the Emperor with this cool flip. Pretty much. What you got?
Yeah.
What's your favorite Star Wars video game?
dude, I really liked Fallen Order.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. The one that made me the most excited as a kid was probably, I mean, nostalgia reason, JK2. Jedi Knight 2.
Yeah, Jedi Outcast.
Yeah. Like,
dude, Jedi Knight, Jedi Outcast is amazing. Jedi Academy is also great. I prefer that lightsaber play to pretty much anything.
Me too.
Although, like, Jedi Survivor is slick and cool and feels good. But in terms of the level of control and how much a lightsaber actually feels like it's a lightsaber, the Jedi Knight, Jedi Outcast, and Jedi Academy games all way.
100% agree. Yep.
Yep. Battlefront 2 for me. And it's just because I loved playing that whole galaxy map, the world, and taking over as all different factions and feeling like, you know, this is what would have happened if they did this. What happened if they... My favorite was CIS, by the way, because you kept getting Darth Maul and Count Dooku as your heroes and stuff. And I was like, that's so fucking cool. And one of my favorite things, this is a little bit psychopathic, but whatever. Polis Massa, if you push, because the whole map is like a half donut sort of thing, kind of like, you know, lowercase n. So if you push hard enough, fast enough, you can crank up the numbers so that everyone has like 500 reinforcements, but you can force them all into one command post. And then if you're Darth Maul, you can just throw your lightsaber over and over and kill like 1,000, you know, like hundreds of clones are just getting slaughtered by you throwing your little lightsaber over and over. It's fucking great.
I really miss Star Wars video games have taken such a terrible turn. I don't think we realized the peak that we were in between like 2000 and like 2007 when it wasn't even like super creative. It was just like, hey, we have a genre of video game that's out there. Let's do a Star Wars skin and a Star Wars theme on it. Let's come up with a story. Let's shit it out there.
Yeah.
Might be awesome.
Yep.
Might be okay, but let's just shit them all out there.
Yep.
And you get the flight simulators in the like mid to late 90s. I played the shit out of X-Wing and TIE Fighter, X-Wing versus TIE, X-Wing Alliance. I had a little joystick and everything. I'd spend hours down there on the computer. Galactic Battlegrounds, Empire at War, if you're talking about like more strategy-based games, were awesome. Obviously, Knights of the Old Republic. I like Knights of the Old Republic 2 actually better than the first KOTOR.
I never played the second one.
Oh my gosh, dude. If you play it, you have to do the restored content mod because KOTOR was such a massive success that they wanted to get another one out straight away. They had like a 9-month turnaround time.
Crazy.
And a different studio did it. And they got some of the whatever you call it, the files and everything. Whatever they did for KOTOR, they got some of that from the other studio,
the rigs and all that stuff. Yeah.
And obviously made a lot of their own changes, but the story is way more full. They cut a ton of content to be able to release it. So if you do it, get it on PC, get the restored content mod to play everything they originally intended it to be. It's awesome. So you don't know about Darth Kreia?
I mean, I know about her from
Kreia, but Darth Treya.
Yeah, reading from legends and stuff, but no, I didn't get to play. I played the first one when I was a kid, and I remember becoming a Jedi, and I was like losing my shit. I'm like, oh my god! And I remember right at that moment, I was called for dinner, and I was like, okay, and I just like went back to my computer. But I don't really have much memory after that, sadly.
So I think you'd be really interested just because of the way you really like to look at the Force and things like that. Kreia is a super interesting character.
Yeah.
And is kind of known as one of the more convoluted and complex characters that we've seen in like that kind of element of Star Wars.
Yeah.
And especially we get so much dialogue over the course of a 25-hour playthrough or whatever it is. So yeah, dude, she's a really cool character.
You know who interests me is Sion, with how he just keeps living.
Darth Sion, yeah, basically, and that's always the answer that I get when I say I don't like Maul. It's like, well, how do you feel about Darth Sion? It's like, well, so Darth Sion is a guy who lives on the dark side, and like he's so angry that you just can't kill him. Yeah. Now, in the video game, it's basically portrayed as you bring his health bar down and it goes back up.
Right.
What does that really mean? If I chop his head off, will he live? I don't know. He's got like a bunch of wounds and stuff on him, though, right?
Yeah.
For Darth Maul, I saw that dude get bisected. He didn't have an asshole.
Yeah, but we even have that in real life. There's guys that are just halved.
Yeah, but they don't go down in the garbage and live on a garbage like a lizard or with an eel thing.
When they filmed that scene, if you'd said, "Hey, George, Darth Maul's dead," you'd be like, "Yeah." You're like, "Yeah, okay." And then like, he's like, "Well, maybe not."
Maybe let's bring him back. I know he has a lot of these like answers that just kind of he's like, "Yeah, whatever." He just doesn't give a shit. It's like, yeah, Mace is alive. Yeah, sure. Yeah, whatever. I'm fine with that.
Could be.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing. And to me, ultimately, and I know George was involved in that decision to bring Maul back, right? He greenlit that thing, of course.
Yeah.
But to me, that does start to become a problem. And we're starting to see it now in current Star Wars content. Because if you establish that someone can survive that, well, why can't you reasonably justify that someone else could survive this or that or that or that?
Yeah.
And now I feel like it doesn't feel like anybody legitimately has ever really gone, even Book of Boba Fett, when you think Timothy Oliphant, you think Timothy Oliphant's dead. No, he's alive. No. What about Ming-Na Wen? She gets shot in the gut. No problem. She's fine.
Oh my God.
It's okay.
But you can always bring it back to, well, what are you going to complain about? You're going to complain about Sabine getting a lightsaber through the gut? I watched Darth Maul get cut in half and he's alive.
I know.
She's going to sacrifice a lot of that.
But there's so many things to argue about that because he has the dark side. None of these people have the dark side. Reva?
Yeah, Reva.
Fuck
exactly.
off.
There you go. She got the dark side, bro.
There's no dark side when she was a kid Jedi.
Pisses me off more than Reva. And also because she just took the whole show.
Yeah.
Do you hate women or?
Yeah, I guess. Well, I saw a bunch of people being like, because I have you in the stream now, it's like they're saying a whole bunch of stuff. You must do this. You're racist. You hate.
I have not been paying too much attention to the chat, to be honest.
Yeah, whatever.
I have no real idea what's going on. But I love you, chat. You're awesome.
We got 3,500 people in the chat consistently for the last while now. So if y'all could hit like, I'd really appreciate it. Boys, I'm sorry, I'm going to do a quick plug. I just dropped my merch, so if you guys want to go and purchase some merch, this is the Black Friday special edition, available only for a few more, weeks, I guess. But last year it did sell out really quick, and a lot of you guys were butthurt because you couldn't grab one. But I made a whole post on it on Instagram if you guys want to go check it out. The link is in the description. You can grab one right now. So make sure you go and do that to support the channel, and everything goes to Ryan's pocket. All right, back to the rest of the stream here. So,
I just say, by the way, we've got that many people who are interested in the conversation, but we spent the last half an hour just talking about some of the stuff we like about the video games, just random memories and stuff.
Yeah, but that's why I like this kind of a stream, because it's just
it's what I like.
So bullshit, so random. Yeah.
Like for me, my favorite era of Star Wars is post Return of the Jedi. Post Return of the Jedi expanded universe.
Yeah.
Seeing Luke Skywalker and Han and Leia, their kids, raising their kids, rebuilding the Jedi Order, the not the grandkids, but the kids and what they're able to go on and do. My favorite Star Wars character in history is Jason Solo. Like, that's my favorite Star Wars character.
Really?
Yeah. And the arc that we see him go on is phenomenal. And the Legacy of the Force series really shows a lot. It really is a Jason series, and it may or may not end well. I don't know. You have to get to the 9th book before you find out, but it just pays off, decades worth of reading these books and learning about these characters. So, like, to me, that's my favorite part of Star Wars, which is why I was so excited when Disney bought it, because I thought at least I was going to get continuations of these stories. But no, not only did they decide to say, hey, we're going to wipe the slate clean so we can have creative freedom going forward, but also we're going to stop telling any of those stories. So it's done. That sucked for me.
That sucked for everybody, man. There were so many people that were bent out of shape over it. And I think, half of chat is, well, actually, chat, what do you guys think about everything turning into legends now? That doesn't exist. And the funny thing is, it's like they take like some sort of an amalgamation of legends with their own crap, and they just create their own sort of new character, like Kylo Ren, for example.
Yes.
Right? Like,
and I despise that, and that's one of like the issues.
That's what I was going to ask you. I was like, you probably fucking hate Kylo Ren because it's like you almost kind of got,
Kylo Ren is this. I call bastardization because that's what I feel like they do. To me, Thrawn is a bastardization of his character. His name is Thrawn, but the way he's portrayed in Rebels and now in live action is not Thrawn. So I don't. There's a lot of different opinions on it. I'm of the opinion that you left it. You said, hey, no longer doing these things. We're rebranding as canon. Do your own shit.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good to me to see a character that I loved done poorly, and you expect me to thank you for it. That's what I don't like.
Yeah.
I think there's some people out there. There's some people out there that just want to see it. Hey, this character that I know from a book, that's cool. That's not me.
Yeah.
Everybody's different though.
That doesn't last as well. Like the people who are like, oh, thank fuck, Thrawn is in live action, and they got the guy who voiced him. This is great. Like, ask those same people in half a year, and they'll be like, oh yeah, Thrawn was in live action. Yeah, that was cool, I guess.
Yeah, and it's like little hints or like a character name here or people were like, oh, don't you think the zombie stormtroopers are cool because it's kind of like Death Troopers? It's like, one, it's not like Death Troopers at all, and two, it was really stupid. Yeah. So no, I don't feel like, oh, what a nod to the EU. You're more than willing to take little ideas, to take little things from people that wrote it better than you did, that was more beloved than what you did, and try to take it and use it and make your own story with those pieces. But to me, it's not a good product, and it's not respectful at all.
They got like overrun by possibly the worst enemy in terms of dealing with a lightsaber. Those things had nothing. There's nothing they can do against a lightsaber, and they had fucking 4 lightsabers between them.
It was weird, man. It was like, why didn't you just chop all their heads off, or like chop them in half at the knees or something? It's like,
what's so awkward is you don't even need choreography. You just awkwardly hold it out in front of you, and they would walk into it and die. Like,
there's an unlimited amount of ways. You could have chopped their legs off. They couldn't walk. You could have chopped their head off. Maybe it works that way in that universe. Could have chopped their arms off, and they literally could have just walked at you and bumped you. Not done anything.
One of the oldest powers that we had in the games was just a forced throw with your lightsaber.
Yeah.
What the hell? Yeah. Just hey guys, stand far back.
Yeah, it would almost be boring,
cool,
like in a funny way. Like Ahsoka would be like, "This is easy. I don't even know why they tried this."
Yeah, like force push them down the stairs. Like, whoa! Like, what's the big deal?
And then they shipped at some point. Like, there's a little edit cut where they like bounce back to Morgan, and then they bounce back to them, and instead of being like zombies, they're just like running down the corridor fine.
Yeah, I was so confused at that point. I was like, wait, are they not zombies anymore? Are they like people again?
Are they fine now? They're...
And then the troopers that Ezra and Sabine fight, I was like, oh, they're already zombies. Okay. I was like, I don't know.
They've been zombies for a while.
Yeah, they're like rotten and shit.
Yeah. I don't know, dude. I was hoping for something a little more. Like, I knew we'd get zombies from them. I knew they were zombies, but I was hoping that we would potentially get some, like a big villain. And like, when she was going around... when she was going to fight Elsbeth, and then Sabine and Ezra just like leave her. I'm like, well, you guys could just literally fight her right now for 2 seconds, kill her, and then
kill her real quick.
Go move on.
Simple as that.
No. But maybe she was afraid that, they would die or something. Maybe Ahsoka was afraid.
So she sent them off on their own. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
It was weird, and especially with the themes of like sticking together and stuff, and how that hasn't paid off well for them. Like literally just a couple episodes ago.
Dude, Ryan, they practically lampshaded that. It's like, hey, we're supposed to stick together. Then Ahsoka's like, can't let Thrall get away though. It's like, okay, so let's stick together.
Yeah, that's kind of where I saw it too.
Yeah,
I know. I don't know, dude. I was really invested in Balin the whole time, and I was hoping that we would get, maybe a little bit more at the end with him, but I guess we're gonna have to wait. That's why I really call it like a prologue. Ahsoka season 0.
It doesn't even need to be called Ahsoka.
Yeah, current events.
Current events.
Yeah, this week in Galactic Affairs.
Literally, yeah.
Star Wars newspaper. That's what it is.
Luke Skywalker still missing.
He's not even missing though. That's the thing.
No, he's just.
Well, I mean, if no one talked about him though.
Well, what I guess I'm getting at, because I assume you're making the same point, but it's like he's very mundanely accessible. He's just on that planet. It's nothing special about it at all. He's not off learning something, finding someone.
Grogu's not even with him anymore. He doesn't have anything to do.
Probably watching TV
with the spider robots, building the huts.
Building the huts that he can kill his nephew in.
Dude, everybody, when they saw that episode, was like, holy shit, are they actually going to set us up to have Kylo Ren kill Grogu?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be cool. But
that would be cool.
That'd be badass, man. Let's do it. It has to happen. But
no,
that's what I've been saying.
Live. Dude, Grogu is going to be the character. I guarantee you he's going to be in the Rey movie.
They're going to...
No, that makes sense.
Not be surprised. I would not be surprised at all.
Everybody. He's the Mandalorian Jedi. Dude, he's going to be 300 years from now. There's a Grogu.
Yeah, probably.
He's an infinite character. You know what I mean? Because he'll live for like 700 years.
Forever, and they started him off as a baby.
A 50-year-old baby.
Yeah, but you know what's weird is that Yoda said at what did he say? 800 years have I trained Jedi, which means, and he was 900 years old almost, so like he started training Jedi at 100?
Yes, so
what's the deal?
That is
a growth spurt?
So Yoda became a Jedi Master at 100. At least in previously established continuity, he did.
Grogu's 50 years.
Grogu is already a Jedi Knight, all right? And if you disagree, you hate babies or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Grogu's as much of an actual Jedi as Ahsoka is.
Dude, the fucking... I know I brought it up before, but the Praetorian Guard fight, that lives in my brain forever. I can't believe they fucking did that.
Wait, you mean the one in Mando season 3, or?
Yes, the awkward puppet jumping and the fact that all of them are like trying to swat a fly and awkwardly walking around the... It's like, what have you done?
I don't know how they could take season 3 and just... Yeah.
So, how do you feel about Mando season 2 as a whole? Obviously, the Luke Skywalker thing at the end. Yeah. How do you feel about the whole season?
Yeah, I liked season 2.
I thought it was
I thought...
shit.
I thought that season 2 was a drop off from season 1, and mostly because I didn't feel like there was a very throughout story. It mostly felt like cameo of the week to me. It changed from it's like, okay, we got the Bo-Katan episode, we get the Ahsoka episode, we get the Boba Fett episode, we get the Luke Skywalker episode. So in 2 weeks, Mando runs into like super important people, just happens upon it. You know what I mean? In his journey.
I was going to bring this up. You're talking about how Ahsoka's become like the center of the universe. I felt like they ruined Mando with that. He was so much cooler when he was off on his own, doing his own thing. But he's fucking, like I said, collecting all those toys as well from like everybody, and he's been stripped of most of them now as well. I'll agree with everybody. I assume here, such a shame that he's been sidelined in his own show when. Like, I've just been waiting for him to be interesting to me again instead of being a ping pong ball that goes through everyone else's stories.
But it's weird because, he sidelined Boba.
Yeah.
He gets sidelined by Bo-Katan.
And I assume you know about the quote from Pedro Pascal where he's like, yeah, I'm ready for her to take over as the Mandalorian.
Of course he would say that.
It's just fucking lame.
What's Pedro going to say? With Pedro Pascal's fan base, if he said like, no, I'm not going to let a woman take over or something.
No. You'd think it'd be nice if he said something along the lines of like, absolutely, she's important to the story, but of course the Mandalorian is about Din Djarin. It would be really great if he fucking said that, but obviously he's not going to. Partly because of the fact as well that I'm pretty sure it's become clear. I don't think he wants to play Din Djarin anymore, like at all.
No, I don't think he gives a shit.
I don't
which
think it
also sucks.
I don't think it gives him very much like clout or anything off it. I don't think he gets paid a ton for it, first of all.
No.
Based on what we know about some of the salaries for Star Wars and stuff like that. But also, when your helmet's on the entire time, it's obviously hardcore fans do identify Pedro with that character, but I don't know if a general public does. When you don't see him.
He can't be like, look, Mom, on TV. Like, he can't, because no one really knows. But at the same time, we don't need Pedro to be Mando.
That's true.
Give me an AI voice.
Who was it? The grandson of John Wayne or something like that?
Yeah, they're the ones that are actually playing him.
Yeah, he's the one that is like literally walking around in the Mando suit and doing all the stunts and everything. So great. Keep him doing
that was a change from season 2 to 3, right? And that's where you can see, I'm assuming things went wrong behind the scenes and that he was probably on the cusp of leaving. And then they got, because the theory, of course, forgive me if you guys have already know more than this than I do, but this is just from watching it. You can tell like they had to scrap assumed production on season 3 of Mandalorian because of issues they would have had. And then they rush out Boba and then fill in 2 episodes of Mando that they completed into that season, and then because that's clearly the beginning of season 3. Like,
from what I heard, there were real problems with Pedro, and a lot of people felt like he was going to walk. And Favreau kind of said, "Well, fuck it, I'll replace you with somebody else." And that's when
replace you with Boba after you replaced him.
Yes.
And then Tamura Morrison said, like, "Where the fuck was I replaced in my own season?"
And that, to me, that is one of those, and Boba is one of those shows where I do think you can, like, I think that was probably the least prepared one of all of them.
Most rushed, yeah.
That's why he was still, like, not in great shape, too. You know what I mean? Like, I think that the Boba Fett entry into season 2 was last minute. And that's why he was so out of shape and everything.
Yeah.
So I do think that a lot of that drama is probably the reason Boba ends up getting pushed into that, which is also the reason for the final mission. He's just a taxi for them instead of actually like taking part in what they were doing.
Even Tamura, like didn't seem, that's the way I read it, didn't seem too happy with, Mando coming in and taking over his show. And at the end of the day, Mando's supposed to be kind of taking second seat to Boba. Boba's always got to be number 1, but now you have it where Mando is like the new guy. He's like the new number 1.
So that when Boba shows up, I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
And it's like, how the hell did you do that? Boba fucking Fett.
Like a bantha.
Exactly. Like, how did you do that to him? He was supposed to be the dude that shows up. It's like, are they going to do this with Vader now?
I love Tamura's response. And like how he said, yeah, I hope I hope I don't talk as much next season if we do another season. I think I was talking too much. Just stand there, be intimidating.
Yeah.
Not so many lines.
Yeah.
Like, you understand the character.
It's a meme in my community, but the comment on water from someone, then he just looks at like Ming-Na Wen and he's like, I grew up surrounded by water. It's like, what the fuck is that line? Who cares? It was just like, hey, Camino,
don't you remember? I was a kid on Camino.
Yeah, it's like, I know. What? Why
does it matter?
There's so much weird dialogue in
But
Disney
then also,
Star Wars.
what happened to the Tuscan lady?
Wait, which Tuscan lady?
Remember the Tuscan? There was a Tuscan warrior who was a girl.
Oh, didn't she just get killed or whatever?
Yeah, didn't he kill them all?
No, she escaped, I think.
Yeah.
Didn't she?
I thought they all got slaughtered by the bikers or whatever, right? I don't remember anymore.
Yeah, I thought he like brought Slave 1 back that they didn't call Slave 1 because they're not offensive anymore. I thought that he just like trashed them all. Or no, that was the speeder bike gang, wasn't it?
Fuck, you reminded me that he got eaten by a Sarlacc like in his Slave 1 ship. That was insane.
Yes.
God, stupid show. Like, so much stupid shit happens in it.
Yeah, right. She did escape.
Oh man, I can't wait for her to have her own fucking TV show.
What would the title be?
God. Oh no.
Well, we know it's just gonna be
Tuscan lady.
No.
Whatever your name is, that's what we title it.
Yeah, at least Cad Bane's alive. We know that much.
Yeah, of course Cad Bane's alive. Why not? Why wouldn't he be?
It would be stupid to assume he died from that. Meanwhile, all these other characters are surviving what they're surviving. You know what I mean?
Literally.
Yeah.
I did think. I thought that was a pretty good live action representation of Cad Bane. That was pretty solid.
Again, it's oftentimes it's not like they've got the actors, they've got the money. They just don't like this. The scripts every time for me.
The scripts suck ass, dude.
Yeah.
And whoever's overseeing all these things, they're just like not getting it. I don't know. It's not that hard.
It doesn't feel like it should be, does it?
No, it's really not.
I think when you get Hollywood studios and things like that and these corporate things, it just ends up like that. When I look at Lucasfilm now, there are a lot of people that were working there when George was there that never would have done stuff in terms of interacting with fans or pushing stuff like that. They never would have done that when George was there because they didn't. We saw that they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason, I mean, guys like Pablo, right? He was there for a long time. There's something about the leadership that's there now that enables people to be maybe who they always really were. I think it's just a big problem with leadership, and it's run so differently than I think the way George did things. George hated Hollywood. George hated the studios.
Oh, I know. Yeah. I know. He hated them, despised them.
There's Raging Rhino. He loves you, Theory. Raging Rhino. You got him up on chat right now.
Does he love me?
He has some criticisms for you, but he loves you.
All right. Well, take a fucking number.
Get in the queue.
Like, there's a long line.
There's a long line.
Yeah, whatever. It is what it is. Well, I guess we should get to reading some soupies. Did you guys want to stay on for that? They usually take quite a while. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, especially if they directed it anyway to us, I guess.
Yeah, I can stay on for a while.
They are. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let me bring in the boys as well. I told them I might have them on today. Depends how our conversation goes, and if they're around, they'll come on. Let me just refresh my whole thing because do you guys ever use StreamYards?
Yeah.
I don't.
Does it ever lag for you sometimes?
Sometimes. There's been something weird going on with StreamYard. And are you on Chrome right now?
Yep.
There's been something weird going on with StreamYard and Chrome for the past week or so, I feel like.
It's been like a month for me. It'll just start lagging. I can't see things. It doesn't pop up. Like
Gary hates StreamYards right now in terms of like functionality. He's been having loads of problems with it.
It's tough to tell when he's complaining about technology if I got him problem or not. Man? He's doing good. When he
when he read the word cloud as clued.
Wait,
he has problems reading. I was thinking about Theory, when you sent the tweet out last week, hey, Ryan's gonna be on next week, and then you tag Gary and a couple other people, and you're like, hey, feel free to come on.
Right.
And he replies you, he's like, sorry, I missed this. Catch you on the next one. And I know. And they're just like, this is for the next one, Gary. Like, what are you talking about?
I know.
Boomer brains.
The cloud clued thing was funny because he called out X-Ray Girl for misspelling cloud, and she was like CLOUD, and then he just stared at it.
Clued.
Yeah.
MauLer, I found out that I am 6% Welsh. By the way.
Don't hold that against you, self.
I'll
I
try.
don't know if you got any superpowers. I hope you do.
Totally get the criticisms of Dave's storytelling, but why did some people drag his wife into the mess due to her social media posts? Makes them come off like losers and validates point. This is the first I hear of this.
Easy condemn on stuff like that.
I completely agree with you. I actually talked about that. There was a lot of
what happened?
So a lot of people took, Dave's wife's on Instagram, and I think her and I would not agree on a lot of things like socially or politically. But she had some pretty divisive stuff about like abortion and things like that on there. Okay. And people were like taking screenshots of that and being like, this is who Dave Filoni's married, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, listen, I have so many things that I can criticize Dave Filoni for when it comes to Star Wars. I don't need to talk about his wife. So
what's his wife's name?
I forget.
Ian Convery?
Maybe. I think she's written like 1 or 2 episodes of Clone Wars before.
Okay.
But yeah, I didn't I had a problem with some of the things people were saying about her.
Yo, Will.
What up, dudes?
Chat, welcome, Will.
That is not the right microphone.
Are you echoing?
Me?
Yeah, you're echoing hard.
He sounds cool.
He sounds like he's on his webcam microphone.
He's got his re-speecher.
I was doing my Kylo Ren impression. Is it still bad?
Yeah, it's not. It sounds like it's coming from your.
What
webcam.
the actual fuck?
The sidebar. I was honestly surprised at my Google search for a large cauldron. She's getting flamed. I didn't see anything. I don't see anything here.
It was from like a month ago or something.
Oh, crazy.
It started going around on Twitter. People just taking screenshots or whatever. Listen, I'm all for going after people. I've gone after Dave Filoni in terms of like his work or like some of the things he said at women's conferences or stuff like that a lot. I don't need to drag his wife into it.
Yeah, you never drag people's family, man. If you got something to say about them, say it about them. But fucking
Brian's been to a lot of women's conferences. It's very.
I'm very familiar with them.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great place to pick women up.
Oh damn! Feel good Filoni over Tony Killjoy and
Killjoy.
Oh.
Well, yeah. Well, so this is the problem. Feel good Filoni. I fucking wish I felt good watching his stuff, but I don't. I'm always annoyed.
I feel like I'm watching a cartoon that just has been turned into live action with none of the heart behind it, but with all of the kind of a little bit more maybe juvenile level writing. That's how I feel when I'm watching Filoni's live action stuff.
So me and Will, we didn't feel Andor that much, right, Will?
My co-host Tony is the biggest fan of Andor that you could possibly imagine on Dark Side Secrets. Myself, it's fine. I enjoyed it a lot. It was cool to watch. Like if I was looking for a series on HBO Max to kind of just watch as I'm walking around.
Do you guys not
It's
love
fine.
Luthen Rail? Like he's one of my favorite Star Wars characters of all time now. Being this,
I think he's a very compelling character, but I don't know enough about him to be like, I love him. You know what I mean?
Oh, I don't know. Like all the puppeteering he does, all the decisions he has to make, especially the whole like sacrificing a whole faction of your team so it looks like you don't know that the ISB are onto you. I thought that was awesome. That speech like fully encapsulated everything I thought about the character. And I was just like, oh shit, this is fucking cool. And I can't wait to see more of him.
Was amazing.
What did you think about Mon Mothma like going through all this stuff for like a couple 100,000 credits or something, which seems like nothing.
I mean, that's the problem with Star Wars is the credit amounts like change throughout the different shows and movies in terms of what everyone has access to and can be sold for and stuff. So yeah, they probably should have left that vague in terms of
selling
like
her daughter off.
Yeah, it was,
that was wild.
It was like because it just seemed like not a lot of money. You know what I mean? No. In the grand scheme, for someone like Mon Mothma.
Right. I'm sorry to say, Salty Sandman, I think you were like 5th.
He identifies as first. He's got
it. Call the movie Ray Shields. Ray Shields. Wait, we're smarter than this. No, Disney, apparently you are not.
It's good.
I don't even know what the story is going to be about. It's 15 years after episode 9, and
dude, I wouldn't be fucking surprised if Palpatine's back. She's like, yeah, whatever.
Well, yeah. So in that book thing,
granddaddy issues.
Yeah, in that book, he's Secrets of the Sith. That there's this literally a device that like brings back the dead.
Oh, well, that's how Kylo's going to come back then.
Probably.
Oh my god, Adam Driver's never touching this franchise again. Are you kidding me?
No, dude, he's
like,
staying away. He's out of there.
He's got that attitude that a couple of actors that have gotten into Star Wars have been like, yeah, this would be a good idea. Holy fuck, that was a mistake. I'm getting back to like indie movies. Jesus Christ.
Did you guys see that that most recent clip of Adam Driver that was going around on Twitter where he was like getting interviewed for something and a fan walked up and asked him a question about the movie and he was like, "Oh, so this movie, the CGI was kind of bad and the scenes were a little slow and the explosions were bad," and he just looked at the guy and he goes, "Okay, fuck you." And that was like, really? It looked like a crowd of people. It was hilarious. He just took a drink and he went, "Fuck you."
It's about Ferrari. He got asked about like cheesy chase scenes or something. He's like, "All right, fuck you."
Holy shit! Can you find that, dude?
I'll look on Twitter. I saw it the other day.
Funny as fuck.
Yeah, the guy's like, so in this movie, the chase scenes are cheesy and the explosions are bad. What do you think about that? And he goes, "I don't know. Fuck you."
Damn.
I'll look and see if I can find it.
Literally when Tarantino was like questioned about not giving Margot Robbie much screen time or something. He's like, I reject your hypothesis. I'm not even going to entertain you.
I love the. I'm sure you guys know about it. The one with Tarantino where they're like, "Why are your films so violent?" He just goes, "Because it's fun, Jan."
He's my favorite, man. I love him.
He's great.
Bro, I saw some picture the other day of like Margot Robbie, Leo, Brad Pitt, and Tarantino. And people are like, why isn't every picture with people that are like way more attractive? Quentin Tarantino always looks like he thinks he's the hot one. It was just like going to every picture with him just looking at the camera like with fuck me eyes. You're like, why is this dude stand like this? Weirdo.
Yeah, I know. Yo, yo.
Yeah. What's up, guys?
What's
Hello.
up, man?
Chilling, man.
So you got that Shin Hottie in the background.
Fuck, at this
Oh,
point,
yes.
at
Crazy
this point,
eyes.
Yeah, should we just bring Melvin in? Just do a whole clusterfuck of.
I feel like Melvin's always lurking in the background.
Is everyone here okay with Melvin?
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Is it
Knights
a
of
channel
Melvin.
name? Or is he just
you
called
don't-
Melvin?
Oh, you'll find out.
I would love to see Melvin and MauLer interact.
I put that Adam Driver clip in the chat, the private chat for us.
Well, I
the
just
link
sent
on
him
Twitter.
the link. So the only good part of Ahsoka was Hayden Christensen fighting years later, and he's still fast as ever. Ahsoka herself looks slow and incompetent. Yeah, but by comparison, you can't have her outdo the master.
I mean, to be a little more mean to her, like I thought she was looking pretty awkward and slow in the early before Hayden even entered the show.
Well, for sure. I mean, she's not going to be. Again, it comes down to the instructions. I think whoever they had for choreography, bless their hearts. But you can't have the standard of the prequel trilogy choreography and then anything but that.
Did you guys watch a lot of the BTS stuff?
When you have
for the
prequel trilogy
choreography?
characters,
Some of it, especially for the World Between Worlds episode, yeah.
The Sabine stuff that I forget her name, the actress who plays Sabine, posted.
It's Asha something.
Whatever it is. The behind the scenes stuff looked a lot more intriguing than what we actually saw in the show. Like on her Instagram and all that. Like it was it was a whole lot faster. It was moving quickly. It looked to me, I was like, why don't we just see this? But whatever.
The big thing you lose from filming to the final product oftentimes with Disney Star Wars is clarity. I don't know what they do, and they chew up all of the scenes into like harsh edits and cuts, but it's just like you see, like you just said, you see some of this behind the scenes stuff, and you're like, wait, that doesn't look so bad.
Yeah.
Was her choreography better in Mando? I can't really remember. I think it was kind of.
I actually don't think it was. I think that the fight between her, the first fight between her and Morgan, was ridiculously dumb.
Well, that one didn't work for me because she's got a fucking spear of metal. So like, you've got lightsabers, you've already won. She's not.
Yes.
Doesn't matter. You can block them. It's you understand what I'm saying, right? You can always angle the lightsabers when you lock. So she's just dead. There's nothing she's doing about that.
It should have, and she, can use the Force.
That too.
I don't know why that didn't come up in that fight.
Well,
maybe she just wanted to win it honorably.
She can use magic.
We didn't see, but we didn't know that or see any of that there.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like nobody even used any abilities or powers. It's like, why are you guys? It's like Dragon Ball. It's like 50 episodes, and then it's like, I'm now going to use half my power. I'm at 50%. Another 50 episodes. I'm now going to use 75. I've been holding back. Okay, let's go. And then just another like 4 seasons.
A lot
Don't
of
get me wrong.
Ahsoka's
Loved it.
choreography for that too. She was like just popping around the woods, and they hit it in smoke and fog and stuff for that beginning scene. So you really
scene
didn't
was
see her.
dope.
It was cool,
I
but like
liked it.
it was, you didn't really see her do much. It was just away.
She was like
it was kind of
prancing
like
around the woods. Yeah.
Force
yeah,
Unleashed,
the
too.
Kenobi like what
Force
they did
Unleashed.
for Force Unleashed.
Why was Gina's firing more public than Ray Park's, if he indeed even got fired, that is?
It was like, obviously it blew up on social media. They specifically did it to, in my opinion, satisfy a lot of the activists that are like within Lucasfilm. They wanted to shame her. They wanted to embarrass her.
Yeah.
It's my opinion.
Yeah.
And also Ray Park's suspected one is because of some weird stuff
On Instagram, yeah.
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 But I mean, like, also, Gina is a active production of a major popular show. Ray Park wasn't really. It's not like we have like a Darth Maul show. Right?
Yeah, wasn't she getting her own show, Gina, potentially?
Like the Rangers of the New Republic. Yeah.
Also, Ray Park didn't get canceled. He posted something that, objectively you shouldn't really post.
Nope.
Or got hacked. Whatever happened.
I believe in Ray Park. I trust him.
I believe in Ray Park too.
Me
I
too.
think he's a really great guy. I don't think anything like that should ever be. I think he should continue to play Maul, man. Everyone keeps like writing him off and saying, "Oh no, let's get Sam Witwer's Maul." Like, no, dude, nobody's gonna play Maul unless it's Ray Park.
Yep.
Nobody can move like him or have the cadence of Darth Maul. Ray Park is Darth Maul, and so what? He posted something or got leaked, something private. Whatever, dude. He's human. Like, shut up about it. It happens. Sort of. Who cares? He's a good guy, and you know what? He is the only celebrity that has actually, like, Star Wars celebrity that I know of that has actually like really taken the time to talk to every single fan that I've seen, like at conventions and stuff. And he's like not a money hungry dude like some of the other actors that I've seen, which are like charging exorbitant amounts. He legit will just like sit down and talk with you, like while there's a huge line. Like it's not just like okay, hey, how's it going? Like, oh yeah, what was your favorite part of the Phantom Menace? Blah blah blah. Okay, oh cool, here it is, sign. He'll like ask you questions, spend maybe 15-20 minutes with you, like talk with you, like he actually gives a shit, and let you take pictures with your cell phone. Like he's like a legit guy, and it's just weird that people kind of like write him off now just because of some minor bullshit that happened, which really honestly no one fucking cares about.
If he can spin a double-bladed lightsaber, I don't care what he posts on Instagram.
I don't care, dude. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. I like him. Imagine episode 10 by Rian Johnson and Ray gets killed by a heart attack.
I wouldn't be fucking surprised. He would probably be like, yeah, you guys thought I was on your team, sequel people.
Yeah, I actually hate Ray. So, haha. Elon should buy Star Wars next.
What would Elon do to Star Wars?
You'd probably make it a joke.
X Wars.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
He'd release it exclusively on Twitter.
Literally.
Oh my God.
Literally, bro. I think the person to probably buy Star Wars next is the most realistic is Apple.
I don't think Disney's. I don't think Disney's selling Star Wars.
No.
As much as we've seen like the struggles and stuff like that, at the end of the day, simply having the rights to the 6 original movies, distribution rights, merchandising rights, simply that is such like a windfall. And I have a really hard time seeing them selling this IP that has that much future potential earnings.
Well, Bob Iger just said in a article, I think recently, like last week or something, or even less than that, he said that we're not going to pawn off our major IPs like Marvel or Star Wars.
So it's insane. We're in a timeline where he has to like acknowledge whether or not Disney are going to start selling their assets. It's like, holy shit. Like, and it's crazy because you sort of certainly I do like passing through a lot of communities at once in terms of fandoms and stuff. And it's like you hear the same thing across so many of them. It's like, oh, Star Wars, like it's drowned, it needs some help. And it's like you look over at Marvel, it's like they do it way worse in a way. And then it's like look over at everyone. Indiana Jones, man. Poor Indiana Jones fans. Like what? It's so over.
I didn't even see it. What's going on with Marvel right now?
Marvel's disaster,
Absolutely
man.
destroyed, hey?
So they're falling apart, man.
So there's been a lot of over the past couple of weeks, there's been a lot of stuff that's finally come out about stuff going on behind the scenes. The Blade movie has its like 3rd director and 5th writer and is getting completely rebuilt from the ground up after they decided that the thing a Blade movie needed to be about was 3 women learning life lessons, and Mahershala Ali was the 4th lead in his own movie.
Ridiculous.
Yes. Captain America 4, which used to be called New World Order until they realized it might be a little too on the nose, and they shifted that to Brave New World. Which finished filming in June, has just been delayed till February of 2025 because they need to do 5 months worth of reshoots on it after it or test screenings.
Tested badly, yeah.
That sounds like a disaster. The Marvels is the worst box office flop for them in history.
Yeah, it signifies like a really big. I kind of see like Captain Marvel to the Marvels as almost there's this big story in there that's going to be talked about, decades from now, more than likely, because they were a juggernaut and they absolutely killed themselves.
Yeah.
In 4 years, they went from being like the shining movie industry, trophy on the hill to the point where they're in the gutter and no one respects them and everyone's embarrassed to be a part of them. It's like, Jesus, how did you do that?
I know.
They put out so much content on Disney Plus and these streaming series, and it's like, not a lot of it has been very, very bad. I've seen a lot of praise out there for Loki finale. MauLer, have you seen a lot of that out there?
Seen what? Sorry about the
praise for Loki finale.
Yeah, no, even in my own community, I've seen people say like, "Well, at least that was good," and it's like, I don't think anyone knows what the fuck happened in that season.
They're like. The thing with Loki, and I talked about this after Ahsoka, was it felt refreshing for me to watch Loki after watching Ahsoka because it felt like it was trying to make me think a little, if that makes sense.
I think it was way better shot. I think that Tom Hiddleston alone beats all of the acting put together in Ahsoka. I was really impressed with how much he tried. I feel bad for him. When he was supposed to portray like all these different emotional states. He was supposed to try and sell to the audience that Kang is this horrifying villain that we have to stop, otherwise it's all over. I was just sitting there like, oh my god, man, like I feel so bad. Do you know what show you're in? Like Kang is an embarrassing idiot. Like you have to.
He's literally a stuttering fool.
And like he's not Loki at all from what we knew. He's this completely different and new character. And I've seen people celebrating the fact that he's Ryan, have you seen this? The people say like he's going to become the Time Stone.
Yes, there's
I've seen something about that. Yeah,
and then
because he's green.
Wanda will become the reality stone. I was like, stop, just
colors.
We're just matching fucking colors at this point.
Literally.
Thanos is going to be revived and be the Power Stone. Like these are the new theories that are out there. But then just a couple hours ago, a new report came out that there's internally, they do think they're going to move on from Jonathan Majors as Kang and instead potentially focus on something else, or maybe just cut the Kang dynasty out altogether. Doom.
Please be Doom. Please be Doom.
Like we're at a point, but here's the thing though, as bad as all the news is, there is a positive about it, which is they have finally realized that they need to change. They haven't been listening to us for a long time. The mainstream hasn't been listening to these complaints that we've had out there about what's going on in the MCU for one reason or another. But now no one can ignore it. And Marvel internally is in full panic mode. They're ripping stuff up. They're starting from scratch. They're changing everything because they've failed. Will it be good? I have my doubts what they do to change it, but at least they know there's a problem.
We end up having discussions on like, who would you like to see introduced? Would it be Doom? Would it be Galactus? Would it be Mephisto? Would it be the X-Men and Magneto and bringing it? And it's just like, no matter the answer, like, fuck, they're probably gonna fuck it up completely though. Yeah. Like, who wants to see Doom get humiliated? It's like, because the problem is like a Doom, you need him to be as intelligent, more than likely, as you'd idolize seeing a Thrawn. At least not idolize, like you'd perceive him at his best, right? We can't see a Doom who's an idiot walking, but then at the same time it's like, well, what are you expecting, man? It's like, no, I know, I know, but I'm with you guys. I want to see an awesome Doctor Doom. I want to see him intimidating. I want to see him kick ass. And
what do you think about Deadpool 3?
That's getting reshot as well, more than likely, isn't it?
I don't think it's been it's just not done shooting yet.
Yeah, it's not done shooting, but it's like all the strikes are going to fuck up Deadpool 3 in retrospect. Like, sorry, I'm having too many thoughts at once. I'm assuming you guys don't do or don't know, but like X-Men Origins Wolverine, that film was killed by the 2008 writers' strike, right?
Yep.
Which is just like, is this some kind of fucking cruel irony that when Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds team back up with these two characters to get a fucking another writers' strike?
Isn't it like a couple years to the actual year? It was supposed to be like the anniversary or something of that film getting released. I saw Hugh Jackman post something and he was like, "Oh, isn't that ironic that it's supposed to be like an anniversary of that film coming out for or no, the Logan movie where he's like fighting in Japan or whatever that one is, the Wolverine movie."
Oh
yeah.
Is it The Wolverine or something?
Probably. Just they add the to any of the main characters.
Is it the one with the really shit CGI?
It's the one where at the end
Like
he
touching
opens up
his-
the case and you see the yellow and black suit, but he doesn't
The
put it
OG
on. You
suit.
just see it.
Oh, that's the one where he goes to Tokyo.
Yeah.
Yeah. But overall, I think Deadpool 3 is going to make a shit ton of money for them. I just think the idea of Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman back, and there's going to be cameos galore. I think it is going to like bring people back to the theater, just interest level, because they like those actors.
Yeah.
I have no idea what it's going to do. What they should do is go full on Deadpool. Deadpool kills the MCU. And just like in the comic books, Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe. Go through, do it in a funny way, a joking way, make fun of yourselves, make fun of how stupid the multiverse has become, make fun of all the mistakes you've made, and erase it from history and start fresh. Use Deadpool to introduce, at the end of Deadpool 3, just have an already established X-Men unit, already established Fantastic Four unit, and reboot the MCU. That's what they should do, to be honest.
Well, it's so funny too, because if you said, and I assume Ryan, you're on board with this, but like, what's the solution for Marvel? It's like clean house, get them all out. The same thing as Star Wars, get them all out, reset right from the foundations. It's like, who's left? You're like, I don't know, man. John Watts didn't piss everyone off completely.
Kevin Feige fans?
Fuck no.
Yeah.
I'm more than like convinced that he's responsible for most of this. Like, he's a puppet master sort of thing for most of these projects. I know there's directors and actors that are aware that he gets final say and final push on a lot of these different decisions that seem catastrophic. It's so ironic that She-Hulk is one of the bigger examples of everyone being like, holy shit, what's going wrong? And in She-Hulk, there's like a meta reference to how perfect Kevin Feige's formula is. And it's like, it's perfect, isn't it?
Really? Right.
Yeah.
I didn't really pay attention much. I just tried to see the Hulk scenes, but that was it. I guess I'm just sexist.
Yeah, see the Hulk scenes.
So you watch a 3-minute recap.
Yeah.
And then I just stopped watching and then I saw what they did to his son.
Yeah.
Scar.
Like, cool, man.
That was a decision.
Whoever lined that dude up is going to lose his job.
Green Channing Tatum.
Haircut.
MauLer, you made a good point.
Something's happening right now.
I'm not the Jedi I should be. I want more. And I know I shouldn't.
Hello there, this is Darth Melvin, leader of the Knights of Melvin.
What up, Melvin?
What's going on? Happy to have
Just
you in.
hanging out. Funny story last night. Playing Star Wars Episode 1 Racer, and I was kicking some fucking ass, and my internet stopped working. I think Disney shut down my internet.
Disney was 100% behind it, you know. And if the internet goes out here and we all disappear, we know who's behind it. We know what they're doing.
Sure.
This is the most toxic stream in history. We just need Jeremy, Gary. We need Jay. I don't know who else.
Jay, you think Jay's toxic?
Isn't he known as like the toxic guy?
Drunk
he's friends with Gina.
No, Jay is like all the crybaby shills. They say Jay is like the lightest one of geeks and gamers.
Yeah, he's the nicest one. He's the least bad.
Who's seen as the worst?
Surely Jeremy, right?
Probably
Gary?
me, I'd say. Oh, Jeremy takes the mantle. Okay, damn.
Oh, the worst of I thought you meant I don't know.
I think Jeremy used to, but I think Gary's often seen as like the ringleader, evilman sort of thing.
Yeah, he's got like 900,000 subs or whatever. So
I have like
from that side of like people that are just perceived as toxic. I feel like there's a lot of people that don't like me.
Oh yeah, you'll definitely hate. I said to Theory that like you'll get in trouble for talking to me, and he's like, I'm talking to Ryan. I was like, oh okay, that's fine then.
I know, dude, we have DMs where it's like after the show, he's like, you're gonna get in a lot of trouble. I'm like, I don't give a fuck what people say. I'm having Ryan on next week, and he just sends like a crying emoji.
Because I'm hated a little bit differently than Ryan in like the FNT sphere. Like people hate, like MauLer nitpicks all Star Wars movies, hates everything. You know, like Star Wars fans don't like me, but they usually don't. I say they usually don't. They still do go with the racist angle, the sexist angle. It's like, how convenient. MauLer didn't like the sequel, the trilogy that had a woman leading it. It's like, I mean,
yeah. I remember once I announced Ryan's coming on, there were a whole bunch of people that were butthurt. And it's like,
yeah, that was the last straw for some people when it comes to you, Theory. Having me on made you officially like the worst person ever or something.
And that's what I want, to be honest. I really want to like get out the people that are just intolerant and want to control me and to tell me who I can or can't talk to, or who I can and can't break bread with, or whatever. I don't need those people. I don't want those people. I don't want my content to show up on their timelines. I had a much better time making YouTube videos when I was at like 500,000 to actually even 250,000 to 1 million subs. That was like the sweet spot. That's when everyone was really, you're not big enough to, you're not the biggest one. You're not big enough to be like on everyone's radar, but you're just making the content you like, and you have a really good community of people who just like you. And that for me was the best. So to hell with them.
Yeah, it's nice when your audience just doesn't give a fuck. Say whatever you want. You know, I say some ridiculous shit on my streams, and my audience, top notch.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to say, you will have lost some viewers now, thanks to talking to me and Ryan, but you'll have gained plenty as well, because, I mean, our fandom, like our bases behind us, are going to be surprised by some of these conversations, because they might have a point of view of you or any of the people here. In fact, your viewers are going to have points of view of us. You know what I mean? The most shocking thing that can happen on the internet sometimes is just two people talking.
Yeah.
It's like,
I know.
hey.
It's unfortunate, but, you know, this long in the game that I've been, and man, I don't care anymore about followers and viewers. I can lose them all. As long as I got my core audience, it doesn't matter. You know, the people who like I really care about and that have got me this far, that's great. But the stragglers that want to judge me on this and that, or judge you guys or whatever, don't need them. Just like in life. So
yeah, I think the reality is, in our current space of entertainment across the board, when people have so many different options, so many different YouTube channels, or scrolling through TikTok or Instagram, podcasts, whatever, people are really just looking for authenticity.
Yeah.
Right. They just want someone who's going to be real with them and tell the truth. And you might be more partial to maybe someone who's a little rough around the edges, might swear, might, you know, whatever. Or you might be used to, maybe you were looking for somebody who's a little bit more positive about each and everything. Regardless, everyone's going to find their space. Not everybody needs to be alike. Not everybody needs to have the same opinion. Not everybody needs to think the same way about a piece of material. And it's okay to say you don't like something.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, everyone should just be honest about how they feel about something, and not feel compelled to, cushion this or cushion that because of how other people might feel about it. At the end of the day, if everyone's just honest about how they actually feel about something, the content we get, I think, will be better, because I'll have people's actual opinions to use as feedback, instead of the kind of the stuff that you see from some people who might be too scared to go one way or the other. Some people
100%.
are scared to like things, you know?
Some people what?
They're scared to like things because they
Yeah.
might be in a community where they don't like that thing and they're scared to put out their real opinion.
Well, it's no different than like high school or whatever. It's like, oh, I can't like that. It's not cool. Like I remember Star Wars wasn't cool when I was growing up. Dragon Ball Z was not cool when I was growing up. But like the guys that go to parties and stuff in the 90s or 2000s, they're not talking about Star Wars. Like that would be, you know, the dudes in the comic shop or the guys who don't get invited to the parties that talk about it. But now it's like, you know, so much more mainstream or whatever. But you always have to just be true. And I think that, you know, today's world where everything is just so fake and plastic, it's just really refreshing to talk to people that don't give a fuck about the narrative and aren't going to put a goddamn muzzle on themselves and pander to one side or the other so that they can make a buck. And that's why I'm spending my time with you guys, because you guys are real. And I think a lot of people in chat notice that and recognize that. And if they don't, then those aren't really the people that I care about. So it's all good. It's all good in the hood, baby.
All right, let's do it. Best Star Wars movie. What is it?
Revenge of the Sith.
Well, favorite is Revenge of the Sith. Best is Empire.
My favorite and best would be Empire.
I'm Revenge of the Sith all day.
Empire.
Empire's the best, but Return of the Jedi is my favorite.
Ah, there you go.
Right.
Okay.
Got an Ewok fan.
That's the only part I watch. I skip everything and only watch Ewoks.
Fucking right there, man.
Nub nub, Commander.
Yeah.
The opening of Return of the Jedi is sick.
Return of the Jedi, I would say, is... I always fluctuate between Revenge and Return of the Jedi.
Yep.
Return of the Jedi is my second favorite for sure.
You'll see that the shills, they always shit on the prequels, and they'll always like give the originals some respect, but the one movie they shit on is Return of the Jedi.
Really? Why? I never saw this. They don't even talk about the originals.
Fans.
Yeah, they don't, I don't even...
Yeah, I feel like people don't talk about the originals much at all.
They'll say like Empire, New Hope is good, but Return of the Jedi, that's low on the rankings.
You know, I have watched the Star Wars movie I've watched more than any other is Attack of the Clones.
Yeah.
I've watched that more times. And I think it's probably because how old I was when it came out, how much I watched it when I was a kid. I watched every single behind the scenes thing and deleted scene from that like over and over and over and over again. But I've seen Attack of the Clones more times than any other Star Wars movie, which is weird.
I think, yeah.
Think
I
about
think
how
I can-
excited you were for episode 3. I mean, that plays a part in it.
Dude, I still remember the trailer. Like it was on like a disc that I got in a magazine. That's the first time I saw it. And I was like, holy shit.
I remember the trailer for episode 2 when it was coming out, and there were like people camping outside of the theaters all over the world. And I remember specifically Anakin levitating the ball, the sphere thing, and like that. I was just like, ah, you know, yeah. Fuck, episode 2 was amazing, and so many people shit on episode 2 as well, and it's really sad because there was just so much character development, there was so much story, there was so much building of worlds and the Jedi and the Clone Wars and everything in there, but people just like skip it because like I don't like sand. It's like, dude, fuck, that was 2 seconds.
Oh, dude, when I come across people who are like, okay, the sequels might be bad, but they're not prequels bad. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, that's crazy. I think the one that I've seen the most is A New Hope, and hot take, I like A New Hope better than Empire, but I think that's because I grew up just watching it like crazy. Like I had it on VHS in the early 90s, and I would just watch it over and over, and that's what got me hooked.
It's perfect because it's just like one encapsulated story, right? That if it would have ended there and we never got anything else, like you could still just watch that and like be happy for forever.
Yeah.
It'd be fine. Don't even need it.
Exactly.
But that's the thing, though. You know, he continued the story, and he had so many different renditions too, even before he made A New Hope. Adventures of Luke Starkiller and all that.
Yeah.
You know,
For me,
like,
Empire can't be beaten for me because of the fact that like I think about any moment in that film, I'm like, oh, I love that part. Like all of Hoth, just fucking adore it.
Yeah.
And then it's like all the asteroid field stuff. Obviously, introducing Yoda as like one of the best Jedi. I was like, oh, that's so interesting to think about all the stuff he says about the Force, and then you know Luke and Vader and Bespin. The visuals of that, all of that lives in my head forever. It's just the smoke and the art. This is why, by the way, I'm annoyed at like how many times they've used smoke to generate visuals that are like super impressive in later stuff, because I'm just like, oh man, I feel like you're dampening every time you bring it up now. Like for some reason, every single time a Jedi user of any kind of or lightsaber user of any significance comes in, there's always smoke surrounding them now. And it's like, yeah, I mean, it looks real good, you know. You can't deny that.
It was pretty smoky, I guess, when Luke came in Mando season 2.
Oh,
wasn't
hella
it?
smoky, man.
Yeah.
At least I can't believe I'm saying this, but at
CGI.
least the robots getting destroyed would lead to some smoke. You know, I can
It's like
I guess
walking
go
to a
by that.
Halloween party right before or something.
Halloween Horror Nights.
Yeah.
I'm hoping next year for the 25th anniversary of Phantom Menace that they put it back in theaters. Because I would kill to see it in IMAX and hear Duel of the Fates on those crazy sound systems. That just would be amazing next year if they do that.
Okay, question then.
Yeah,
How do you guys feel with the Plinkett reviews?
What?
I think they're funny. And I think there's some points they bring up that are valid. I disagree with a lot of them, but I like Red Letter Media. I watch almost everything they put out, and I think I probably agree with half their takes. But I think they're really good at making videos on shit. If that makes sense. I can appreciate it even if I disagree with their take on the movie.
I usually start with saying I find them incredibly entertaining, Red Letter Media. As for whether or not I agree with them on film, it's like, yeah, it can be 50-50. We covered on EFAB their Revenge of the Sith video, and we disagreed with a shit ton of what he said. But like those videos were so influential to like not only people starting up doing reviews in general, but also like the perception of the prequels on the internet. They'd be referenced and shared a lot by a lot of people, and it's just interesting to think about in retrospect, because the prequels then recovered with like their meme phase for internet stuff, and at this point now, whenever you talk to any Star Wars fan, you don't know what you're going to get. They might hate the prequels, they might love it, they might think they're fine.
You know what I don't like is people who have turned the prequels into like, oh, he said the thing. Like, oh, you don't actually really give a shit. You're just one of those idiots.
For the memes.
Yeah, you just saw a meme pop up once in a while on Instagram, and now you're like, oh yeah.
Remember all the vines of like Kenobi and Grievous, like just like random people standing on shoulders,
Yep.
like waving lightsabers.
Yeah.
All the vines used to go around of those
I like
stuff
those. Those
Yeah.
a decade
awesome.
ago.
Yeah,
I mean,
those
how
are
many
awesome.
people
General
recite
Kenobi.
the Mustafar battle, like the right before the "you will try," like
Yeah.
that whole people will recite that, or like it comes down to the meme of like, if your girl knows how to recite this with you, then she's a real one, and then and then it'll just be that dialogue.
I think one of the funniest copes from all this is the prequel status that they have. The sequels will get there one day. It's like,
no, they won't.
That ain't happening.
I don't know, man.
That's exactly. That's what people like. Do you guys think the hate that the prequels got is going to be the same thing that happens to the sequels? No.
There's like no culture this happened from the sequels at all. There's like nothing of a footprint, even for Star Wars fans. You get the attempts from like you know, those like, what was it called, the thing that got shut down, like the Star Wars trip that was like super expensive.
Star Cruiser.
Yeah, like shoving like, oh, you know, Rey will introduce it and you'll get to meet all these like Phasma, and you're just like, why are you even? Nobody cares about those characters, man.
Shit.
Like,
nobody cares.
How come
That's
no
why
one got fired for that shit?
I'm sure somebody did, man, because that was a huge L. Like, why would you make that experience in between episode 8 and 9, like the two worst like movies? It blows my mind because if that experience would have been like prequels or OT, I would have spent that crazy money. I would have been reckless, saved up, and did it. But when I saw it, like the videos when it first came out, I was like, "What the hell is this?" It looked like Fifth Element. It was
just
weird,
wild
man.
how inclusive Disney claims to be, but they alienate 6 whole movies worth of fans in their park experiences.
Yeah.
You know what they can do, man? They just got to make a statement and they'd be like, hey, look, we know that we've made some pretty bold decisions. We've divided a lot of the fandom. We're not saying that we agree or we disagree, but we recognize and we want to make it right. So our next projects are going to be focused on uniting the fandom, blah, 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 and bringing all, like, dude, that's all you got to do. That's all you have to do instead of ignoring all the people on the other side, which we know which side they really, really like cater to. Okay, like the person running the Twitter for Star Wars is probably some like 17-year-old with blue hair, I bet. It's not the same company anymore.
She's a chiss.
What if I was to tell you it's like a 40-year-old dude who just kind of likes that kind of culture
with blue hair?
I wouldn't believe you.
I think that the idea of them
something. You know something.
I've heard some things.
Okay.
Anyway, I think that when it comes to like the idea of them putting out a statement like that, I think there's no way. But if they do it through their content, then I think that's a reasonable expectation if they start putting stuff together like that. I think the Galactic Star Cruiser Hotel failed on a lot of levels, including the way they made it. You got to be here at this time, here at this time. It's a whole timed event.
Yeah.
Just do a normal ass hotel. Make 3 different wings of the hotel, prequels, sequels, OT. Each floor can be a different planet, themed a different way. You don't have to like reinvent the hotel space. Like just do it so when people stay there, they're surrounded by Star Wars stuff. That's all they want. And maybe have a couple little of these games in different places throughout the hotel, but just theme everything Star Wars in the same way all the other hotels are themed, like Pixar or animation or whatever. People would eat that up. They'd make a crap ton of money. But
they wanted to though, if you did have a prequel sequel OT section, like the sequel would just get barely any bookings. It's like, well,
you should have been able to pick your path of like you live in the OT, you live in the prequels, or you live in the sequels, and let the people paying for it decide where they want to go.
Exactly.
And that way too, like it gets exclusive of the consumer of like, okay, if you pick sequels, you have to stay in sequels, and that means you can't go prequels or OT. Or if you go OT, you can't go sequels or prequels. So then the people come back and they pay to get those different experiences every time. But instead, you just see Rey with an inflatable lightsaber.
Aren't they changing that to a
Galaxy's
Marvel?
Edge was a good idea.
What's
They
that?
should be fired.
Yeah, well, they're changing it to a Marvel thing now, aren't they? A Marvel,
I heard that rumor, yeah.
Cruiser or hotel or something like that.
A Marvel Cruiser Hotel? Oh my god.
If they linked the park with the hotel, like this is a big major plan.
For this super chat, the Clone Wars micro series, so the 2003 Genny Tarkovsky Clone Wars series, it's amazing. I love there's a lot of stuff from George around that time too, talking about it, how they designed it to specifically lead right into Revenge of the Sith.
Yep.
They show how Grievous got his cough from Mace Windu kind of crushing him. They show all the stuff with Shaq T. They show why Grievous is like intimidating and should be feared, which I feel like he lost out a lot on that in 2008 TCW, where he just kind of turns into another Saturday morning cartoon character that they escape from constantly.
The way Windu was in that show is my favorite interpretation of Mace Windu. Like that's the best.
When he's like just beating the battle droids with his
He's
fist.
just punching. It's the best. He's flying all over the place with all the battle droids. It's the best.
And you get to see Anakin. You get to see Anakin actually go through his journey to knighthood. You see him pass his trial. It's a small, tight. It's only a couple hours to watch the entire thing, but to me, it's the perfect connection for episodes 2 and 3.
That lightsaber battle between Ventress and Anakin is one of my favorite lightsaber battles in Star Wars. Like with the raindrops hitting the lightsaber and the
lightning and everything, dude. It's awesome.
The best.
Yeah.
Yeah. I made sure to put that in Vader episode 3.
Hell yeah.
That was like one of the things, because there's a part where they all start fighting and there's this massive opening in the catacombs. It's like a big ass hole. And there's just rain dropping, and it's just silence, and it's like that scene.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Badass. Rey and Ahsoka are living in each other's shadows. At some point, Disney has to decide who is going to replace Luke.
It's kind of funny to think about.
It is actually, hey? It's like, yeah.
Bro, when Filoni, like the day after Rise of Skywalker came out, and Filoni posted that picture of Gandalf and Ahsoka, and it's like, some people thought I was dead once too, because her voice was at the end of Rise of Skywalker. I want to throw up in my mouth.
Yeah, I don't think
out, just like
talked to one another for that. like JJ didn't talk to anyone. What was the whole thing with Kevin Smith being like, yeah, I went backstage and like my mind melted. What?
He's a bitch who cries about everything. Kevin Smith has turned into. I don't know if I've heard him really criticize too many like modern day things that are coming out. He's turned into a guy that like cries in every movie he watches and like posts pictures of himself crying.
Oh, it's like
I don't really understand. He's like, I just watched the season 7 finale of Flash, bawling my eyes out.
Oh my god, yeah, I know those people, those like influencers who do that shit on Instagram or whatever. Like literally anything they do or meet, like, I've been waiting my whole life. It's the best thing to ever happen to me. Oh my god, my life's complete. Like what?
Yeah.
About the Flash, Ryan?
Dude,
the CW series?
Well, he was actually involved with CW. I just made that up. That part.
Oh,
up.
okay.
But, I would not be surprised if you found that out. But he was actually doing like after the shows for CW Arrowverse stuff during that time too.
Yeah.
But yeah, like everything seemingly he has to post a picture and cry about.
Rogue One created a plot hole for A New Hope because Vader's interrogation with Leia now looks dumb as fuck because he literally watched the plans get transferred onto her ship.
It's it's not clean.
I would also argue even Vader being able to move the way he does, just days before we see the way he moves in the fight with Obi-Wan. I would also say the idea that Vader didn't just force grab the plans.
Yep.
Is
I think
really
you're supposed
stupid.
to buy that he doesn't see it. He's just killing everyone.
I think he purposefully let it go because he doesn't like the Death Star because he felt intimidated by it because the Emperor liked it more. He thought he wanted to be the main power in the galaxy, not a super weapon. Don't be so
in
sure
any
of this
case,
technological
quite a
terror
theory.
they've constructed.
Yeah, and I will say that, like, Leia being like, oh, just a diplomatic ship, we're chill. It's like, you would fucking right next to Scarif. What do you mean? This whole bloody war.
So when I interviewed Gary Whitta, who wrote the screenplay, he actually had Vader show up on Scarif
on the ground,
on the beach, and he would just fuck people up.
That would have been sick.
And bust through that door. Yeah.
Vader on South Beach. Yeah, that would have been insane to see.
Dude,
South.
Could you imagine? It would have been crazy.
They gotta get rid of all of Disney canon, wipe it clean. Speaking of Filoni, like, a lot of people think that it started with Disney ruining Star Wars. You know where it started?
Dave
TCW,
Filoni.
2008. Because I'm sure Ryan's very familiar with the Clone Wars multimedia project. Like, that shit is canon. It's like Anakin Skywalker. When was he knighted?
That's right. We were just talking about the micro series, like after that fight with Ventress and passing his trial. Yeah.
And so he's knighted about like 2.5 years after Attack of the Clones. According to TCW, it's like a couple months after. And then he's getting an apprentice. Like Anakin, like, you know, he's a little immature. They're giving him an apprentice. Doesn't make much sense. And the people over at Wikipedia, they're covering it up. Because if you look at the timeline, they are trying to tell you that TCW and the micro series are in the same timeline, and they're not. So really, the bastardization of Star Wars, where it went to a different timeline, is Filoni's Clone Wars, TCW, and Disney Canon. That all goes together smoothly, but if you try to pretend that TCW goes together with George's 6 movies and the expanded universe, then the whole canon goes to shit. That Clone Wars micro series or the Clone Wars multimedia project, like 90% of it doesn't make sense anymore. So Dave Filoni sucks ass.
So you think
he was
Kylo
given
was
special
almost
T-canon status to just ignore everything. So I mean, the canon like really reset with him.
Rather than kill the past,
I
kill
think
the
he's all we
present,
got,
maybe?
man. I think we got to keep him. I think he's all we got.
So it's like,
And
that's why I say, like, you know, we got to take it further. Like, no Disney canon, no TCW.
Yeah.
Just go like
I would rather.
2005. And I mean, there were some projects after 2008 where it gets complicated because they gotta respect TCW as the canon when that's not really the truth. The multimedia project is the true canon.
It was a shock to the system when they did TCW, and a lot of things started changing. There's a lot of authors and people that were like Keepers of the Holocron and stuff like that really had to do a lot of shifting to try to justify some of it. There was actually one super interesting explanation, I think in a West End Games journal or something, where they viewed TCW as war propaganda from the Republic. And so that's how they explained away some of the inconsistencies, because they pushed it as like war propaganda. And if you think of like the way it opens, war, our heroes are, you know what I mean? It's like kind of those old videos that you'd get during wartime. So that's how they kind of try to portray it, which I thought was an interesting way to try to explain some of like the real key core differences between what they decided to do with it. Interesting, at least. But the really other time that there was a big shift in what people had to do to adjust for canon was when the prequels came along. Because up until that point, like the Bantam novel era, George had told people, and he had his plan for the prequels, obviously, but he shifted some things around in terms of maybe how old Anakin was going to be, the time period that went between original trilogy when the Clone Wars happened. So he told people, stay away from these eras, stay away from these things. And then when he eventually did the prequels, obviously he picked a lot of stuff he liked from it, and he also did some stuff differently. But the timelines ended up having to shift a lot for things that had been written before, when they referenced the Clone Wars happening like 50 years prior, because that was the original timeline George had kind of set out. Is interesting.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of inconsistencies, but it's the thing is, like, we don't have George anymore, and Dave still has like I think he still calls George. I mean, he shows up on sets and shit for Ahsoka and Mando, so it's like, I imagine he's got to be involved in some capacity.
George showed up for Mando.
I don't think he had any writing credits on TCW, and so I mean, like, you know, when I say like Disney Star Wars isn't Star Wars, like it's literally fake Star Wars.
Yeah,
that
I don't disagree.
along with TCW, because like the real canon are the George Lucas 6 movies in the expanded universe, and that is the way of the dark side.
Well, in theory, if season 2 of Ahsoka has as much reference to Luke as season 1 does, would you be done with Filoni at that point?
Yeah, well, I mean, I definitely flame it for sure. But I can't say it'd be done because that would be disingenuous because I know Tales of the Jedi Season 2 is going to come out.
Right.
And I'm probably going to really enjoy that unless it's going to be, I don't know, covering like Rey or something.
Oh
You
my
know?
God! Don't even say that. They're gonna hear that.
Why would
Do
you
that
say
on purpose
that?
to piss you off.
You know, I mean, I hope it's going to be, one could be Balin and then the next one could be, man, why not Tales of the Sith? Let's just focus. Let's just get, some other angles here.
Oh, you know what? I didn't even think of that. What if it's Rey?
Oh my God!
Training Finn because they
No,
do all
dude,
those that training stuff. in
then
Tales of the
then
Jedi.
I'm done.
Tales
Then
of the New
I'm
Jedi Order.
Fucking
Oh my
done.
god.
Tales
Wow,
of
I
Rey
didn't even
Skywalker.
This,
Oh
is
my God, bro.
this to me is like some of the most insulting shit. The idea that they took it all from Luke, they ripped everything from it, and they're giving it all to Rey. It's so fucking insane.
Yeah, and they didn't even do
It's
it
like that's what they're
respectfully.
doing, but like a lot of people want to pretend that like that's not happening. Like the Rey movie's coming, they're
gonna
gonna
grab
fill in
water.
the gaps. Like it's like 10, 15 years after. They're gonna like have probably a Rey show where she's like hanging out with Finn or some shit, or like comics.
The
And
biggest
it's like that shit is
overcorrection.
happening. It's like maybe it won't be addressed in Filoni's movie because how
Yeah.
many years is that before the sequel trilogy? But it's like, yeah, people just kind of like shut down when they hear Rey, but they should be shutting down when they hear this Ahsoka bullshit and Mando season 3.
I think, like, to me, the way I feel is that if the Star Wars we're going to get is going to be like it has been, I would rather them not put anything out.
Yeah.
I would rather they stop publishing Star Wars to the end of time than continue it to do what I view as like damage to the brand, damage to the property.
Yeah, the situation we got forced into that a lot of people settle for is like, well, we're not getting TLJ level of shit. We're getting like Ahsoka levels, and it's like, I don't want either of them, man. I want something way, way, way better, something that rises well above the line. Because I know there are people here who consider at least the first maybe half of Ahsoka to be strong enough to keep, but like, I don't know. I kind of hated the whole season. I
did too. I was trying to justify things in my head, not justify, but like trying to give benefit of the doubt. And I did a lot of these things. I was like, well, maybe they might be doing this, and maybe they might explain this and why he didn't kill Ezra. Maybe they'll explain that next episode. Those are the type of like things I was doing to try to like have some goodwill.
Well, you know,
but like to me, if Dave Filoni is the tallest midget in the building, that's not good enough.
You know,
what I mean?
episode 1, right, where we meet Ahsoka and she's getting the map. I remember thinking to myself immediately, like, oh shit, I need to like refresh myself. What was this map? And it's like, well, it's a conversation she had with Morgan, who directed her to this planet with the map that's going to have the coordinates to the galaxy that Purgles die, which is very likely where they were taken when Ezra, I guess, activated them. It's like, okay, there's a couple of stretches in there, but one of the main things is, why did Morgan tell the truth? Why wouldn't you have just told Ahsoka, oh, it's on planet Flim Flam, definitely 100%, yep. That's where it is. And then secondly, even if she did tell her the truth, Ahsoka didn't go there straight away. We know that. So had anyone else gone there, bad guy affiliated, then they could have gotten the map before Ahsoka did. And then I was like, wait, is it a bad guy map or a good guy map or a neutral map? And why is it in like a Zelda temple? Who put it?
How did a Purgle make that with his fins?
You know what I mean? And it's like, I like have one fucking scene with Ahsoka in that season. I'm already just like, none of this makes any fucking sense. I'm already completely lost. And it's funny because someone's like, the map. He's talking about like the map stuff from Force Awakens. I'm like, why did they do another map thing? Like, why? Because nobody ever got the answers for the fucking map in TFA. Like, not good answers, I guess.
No, I felt like a large part of this season was rehashed Star Wars, where Filoni plagiarized certain like lines of dialogue, inserting them in. Like you saw that a lot in episode 3 where she's training Sabine. Like that's literally A New Hope.
Yeah, and you even get the chase sequence with the fighter. We obviously got very like direct callbacks to Phantom Menace with Shin. Was it the opening episode or the second episode? You guys know what I'm talking about.
It might have been the second one.
I think it was
like
the
Darth
first
Maul.
one. It was right before she goes to kill Sabine
with the tracker and everything.
Yeah.
Oh man, my memories are getting
filled all the way through. There's at least like a dozen different times where he's done this.
When like I know how Ryan feels about it, but like when the opening of Ahsoka, where they're like, the ship's coming in with Jedi codes. We know that they're fucking false. Let them board.
I know.
What?
I know. He's like, just let him on.
That entire
Whatever.
sequence. But again, it was to, I think, remind you of Phantom Menace, right? I think they were like for sure. I think there was some of that was cool, but we just watched 2 false Jedi, whatever the hell they called them, come on board and break out. What they called them, false Jedi in this, like the new Dark Jedi, I guess maybe. But then break out a Dathomiri witch who is a political prisoner for who knows how for months at this point. All this shit. It's all on camera.
Years.
Like, it all happened, and you can't send in the government's pretend like nothing's happening. Hera can't get any help. Oh, I can't call this person. Are you kidding me? If 2 Jedi showed up on a ship and hijacked this magic bitch that has a pathway to another galaxy, how are you not calling Luke Skywalker?
Yeah. I don't even know if they can call him, Ryan. I don't even know if he has a fucking phone. Do they know where he is?
Too expensive to make a collect call.
Does he care, Ryan? Is he sequel Luke yet? I don't know.
They do. They just get in touch with Leia.
I want to know what Baylan Skoll's plan was in the first episode. He sent Shin to get the map from Ahsoka, or he sent her to Sabine to get the map. But like how does that going to work out for them? Like, it worked out in the show, but I'm like wondering like what Baylan was thinking. Like, how is he going to get the map?
Yeah, because if Ahsoka was there at the time, Shin would have just ran off, I guess.
But like, how does he know that Sabine was going to steal the map and then just be like by herself for like a few minutes, slice and dice, or not slice and dice, Reva her, takes the map, because if like she can't handle Ahsoka on her own, definitely can't handle her if Rey 2.0 is with her.
Yeah.
So I'm just like wondering like what his plan was. Because if she gets a hold of Sabine, like I could see that. But what if she doesn't have the map on her? So they got to lure Ahsoka to them, which she can't handle Ahsoka. Is she going to like take Sabine back to Baylan Skoll, and then Ahsoka's going to come to them? Like, he like just said like a couple words to her and she left. Like, there wasn't much communication there. You know, I blame Dave Filoni for that.
Yeah, because what you're describing, I feel like what I'm describing, what everyone's talking about here, is like the minutia of details that connect everything together. And I have no faith in Filoni's ability to tell stories like this. I see breaks everywhere, loads of these pieces where I'm just like, oh, why did that happen? Why did that happen? And if someone said to me like, that's KK, be like, I don't think KK cares about whether or not like a particular person can get to a particular place in the right amount of time, or, you know, whether or not a laser has the right power, whether or not a door opens in the right way. Like, this is all nerd shit as far as I'm concerned, and a lot of it. But it's like, right. I'm not filled with confidence that Dave Filoni gives a shit about it either.
I got another one in episode 4. Why did Shin run away from Sabine? So Sabine like did the move, disarmed her. Yeah. You know, it's a good move. But like she runs away from her then. And I was wondering, like watching, like did she get her lightsaber? And I had to like analyze it, and it's like she did get her lightsaber, force pulled it to herself, and ran away. Went back to Baylan. I'm wondering, like, why didn't she just finish the job if she was able to get the lightsaber back so easily?
Was that after she fired her missile or whatever? She did like a wrist rocket
or
something.
So smoke bomb thing. Sabine shot Shin in the hand, presumably the lightsaber or whatever, and it knocked it out of her hand. But her lightsaber still works, right? And she threw down like a smoke like screen thing. And it's funny because I was watching Az's video on it, and he was like, doesn't that mean now you have the ultimate advantage? The Mandalorian can't fucking see you. So just stab her.
Yeah.
She didn't have her helmet on at the time, right? Because they do have
that head's coming off,
helmets and everything. So
it
came off because she happened to hit a tree too hard.
Back and ran away.
Yeah,
I'm just like, why doesn't she just like finish the job?
That entire sequence is like really stupid. Because one, like Ahsoka should have stopped and like obviously just taken care of Shin. It would have been instantaneous. They could have taken care of it. Would have been over, and then stay together like Hu Yang said. you know, maybe you should take the advice of this like 20,000-year-old droid. Maybe you should.
Yeah.
He's seen it all. He can even
Oh
fight.
my god,
okay?
dude. That droid needs to be with Luke. Why the hell isn't it with Luke?
Why is Hu Yang not with Luke Skywalker, the guy who's supposed to be rebuilding the Jedi Order? Because he doesn't matter. He doesn't exist in this universe, apparently.
Luke would be
Ahsoka
like...
thought that 1 hour of plagiarized Star Wars Episode 4 A New Hope training was enough to overcome the revying in Episode 1 to slice and dice Shin the baddie.
But that's the thing. Are you guys noticing kind of this common theme that's happening in each one of these shows and movies? That there's a new girl that comes in each one, and she has like a little bit of training or no training, but ends up like superseding everybody who's either a legendary character or already so much stronger with the Force. And to me, I'm just sitting here, I'm like, I don't get it, bro.
They're not willing to let them, not to do a meme here, but like they're just not willing to let women fail that hard. I was thinking, like, what if the payoff was like Ezra needed her to force pull him up, and she just couldn't do it, and he fucking like drops.
He died.
I was gonna say, like, I get it. People wouldn't want him dead. Fine. Like, he could get crippled. His legs could be completely broken, and then, like, you know, we get him back. I know. I'm just trying to find a way not to kill him. Okay. So, like,
he's like, he gets the roadie treatment when he gets back. Yeah.
But like,
you know
imagine
why she was so powerful at the end? Because Dave Filoni likes his strong whammon.
You know for a fact they thought, like, this will solve the people's problem. They don't like it when they're powerful for no reason. We've shown this season she's been trying. That's good enough. We've got it now.
Trying really hard. I think that, listen, I think that Dave Filoni, this is always who he's been. This is not because of some like KK influence or something. Look at Dave Filoni at that women's conference, trashing fans that didn't like Rey, making fun of fans that had a problem with a Mary Sue character, and saying, oh, you don't like the fact that we had a strong female character? Well, guess what? We're going to do another and another and another. Don't like it? Okay. Too bad. That's
you don't like our
Dave Filoni
shitty characters? Have another.
But it's not about that. Like, they don't get it. It's not like... They like to paint so many fans as if they're sexist or racist. It's like, stop pulling these cards, man. It's so easy to denounce any argument by pulling these cards. It's like, oh, you're sexist. You're racist. Well, no, dude. Maybe you just made a shit character that had no development whatsoever.
There was this one time where it was fucking insane where someone tried to sell that, like, people didn't like the sequel trilogy because of the racism, like, you know, they don't like a main character being Finn or whatever. And I was like, don't you try and tell me that possibly one of the most interesting characters from everyone's point of view is one of the ones we didn't like. Like, everyone was excited to see a defecting stormtrooper who may be force sensitive. Like, already, that sounds like super interesting. They ruined him. Fucking Ryan gave him a terrible set. Like, Force Awakens, I don't think it serves Finn very well, but you can definitely use what they give you. TLJ flattened him. It was useless.
The pushback to I hate that because I remember I was in all these forums, all the Facebook, all this stuff during the time. There was some talk, that first trailer when Finn popped up, right? There was some talk about Finn being black, but it was because people who were so dumb and ignorant that they thought stormtroopers should still be clones at that time. Like, those were the people that were asking questions about why is this stormtrooper black, because they thought they should be clones, not realizing that it had not been that way for a long time. It would not be that way in the sequel era.
Yeah.
And of course, you have like your one or two tweets that you can find of like actual vile stuff. Other than that, they took that narrative of ignorant fans asking why the stormtrooper was black because they didn't know the lore, and they tried to turn that into something racist.
Yeah. Well, there's always, in every fandom, every discussion, there's always going to be those weirdos who are like racists and sexists. For sure. No problem. That's easy to find. But my God, you can't pigeonhole that. You can't take that bit of data and say that that's all Star Wars fans in general who don't like Rey or whatever. Like fucking Freddie Prinze Jr., who was like, you don't like Rey because they gave Millennium Falcon to a girl. Man, what the fuck kind of narrative are you running, dude? Seriously. As a person in your position, how can you even say such a thing? It's ridiculous to me how these people run with this shit.
Freddie Prinze Jr. also thought that that Anakin killed all the Jedi and there was only 2 left, Luke and Leia, conveniently forgetting that his fucking character was still alive. So, but
yeah, well,
he also did say that Dave Filoni taught him all about Star Wars, to be fair. So we just got to put that out there.
I wonder if they're in like bubbles themselves and they only get fed the worst comments from the worst fans, and so and then they get told like that's representative of the people who dislike the sequel trilogy, that sort of stuff. That's why I try to, like, I don't know about you guys, but I try to listen to people that I already, assume like, oh, okay, like people who love TLJ. I was like, all right, I want to hear you out. What is it about that film that's so strong, so good, so that I can try and level it out and make sure I'm not like losing my mind a bit. Right. And it's the same thing with when watching Ahsoka. Like when we were on EFAT watching it, we were like, all right, this could be great. Let's give it a shot. Let's go. And like, in the first couple of scenes, we're already like, oh, for fuck's sake, I'm not understanding any of this. Like,
I know.
What sums up the fandom is with Sabine, being Raid 2.0, they were setting this up the entire series from like episode 1 and to episode 3 with her training, episode 4 getting some progress. And episode 3, they like were saying Sabine can't use the Force, she's not Force sensitive. And but I'd be okay if at the end of the series or after a lot of training she can move a cup. So a lot of people were just like on that stance. But then when episode 8 comes along and she completely does a Raid 2.0, everyone's just like okay with it. And like, I love Sabine and everything. Fucking bullshit. People gotta be called out for that shit.
I hated what they did to Sabine because she doesn't need the Force. She doesn't need the Force to be an impactful or a cool or unique character. It's okay to be a Mandalorian. Sabine is already, to be honest, a little bit too much in Rebels in terms of she can fly, she can fix everything. She creates a machine. When she's like 15 years old, creates a machine that can melt through Beskar armor, right? She's like a whiz kid. She's really good at a lot of shit in Rebels. You don't need to take this character and then also give them the Force. You don't need to do
sexist, Ryan.
It was funny.
What about Anakin? He made C-3PO.
So we were covering Filoni bad writing that will blow your mind.
Cosmo Variety Hour.
Stop training Sabine because she was afraid of her potential in the Force. But Hu Yang said that she has no aptitude for the Force, wouldn't be accepted at the Academy. So she's literally has no potential. But Ahsoka is afraid of her potential.
Well, no, she's not afraid of her potential. She's afraid. Did he say potential?
Well, essentially, right? Because
Hu Yang said that.
I think the impression I got was that he's afraid. She's afraid of how much angst she has, and that she's gonna just use the dark side.
Yeah, but I mean, if she has no aptitude for the Force, like she won't be powerful.
So I believe that what Ahsoka's getting at was, regardless of if Sabine can actually tap in and use the Force, that evil, like people that are doing angry, evil things, that is still the dark side, right? Yeah. You might not be able to tap into that side of the Force, but you are contributing to that in terms of when you're talking about the Force being in balance.
Yeah,
that's at least how I saw Ahsoka talking about that. And I do think there's some interesting stuff you could do with, hey, I'm going to teach you these Jedi techniques to control yourself and things like this without actually being able to tap into the Force. I think, because I don't know if you have a different thought on this than I do, Theory. Obviously, there's the quote out there from like right before Empire where George talks about, the Force is like, being a Jedi is like karate. Anybody can train long enough to do it.
Right.
But I feel like he changed his view on that for the prequels. And when he like talked about midichlorians and what is the book? God, those great books about the whole, all behind the scenes stuff and all the interviews for the prequel.
Oh, the archives books?
Yes, the archives books. There's a line in there where he specifically talks about there are some people that don't have enough midichlorians to tap into the Force. I feel like he changed his viewpoint on that from 1980 or whatever till the prequels. But
there's this video that I made 3 months ago, and it goes over everything. It's a 10-minute video. It goes over literally everything from that book that I could find regarding George talking about midichlorians in like crazy specific detail. So if you guys want to check that out, you can. But this is definitely something that's relevant right now as well.
On I just want to say quick on Sabine. We were covering Cosmic Variety Hour, and he said the only way that she could be any more of a Mary Sue is if they gave her the Force when he was reviewing Rebels. It was just funny.
Yeah.
Also, Zoda Chat said it's hilarious when talking Marvel. MauLer would mention the 2008 writer's strike that ruined Wolverine, but he won't talk about the writer's strike for Marvels, which is so classic. Just to clear confusion, I thought that X-Men Origins Wolverine was bad. It's a bad film. I think the Marvels is bad. It's a bad film.
The writer's strike also didn't impact the Marvels.
I'm pretty sure it was done before the strike started.
Yeah.
So
congratulations on your gold.
I know.
star
This
comment.
I just find comments like that so funny.
That's what I'm saying. Someone else saying, I miss what this channel used to be. It's like, well, the channel's still the exact same. I'm just having a discussion with some friends right now. So
I feel like we've done a lot of talking about
I'll
the
be
stuff
putting
we
out
love.
3 videos on the Star Wars Theory channel tomorrow. It's completely changed. It's over.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, I'd also say as well, you don't want a channel to like stay in a particular state despite the environment changing. You know what I mean?
And that's the thing. People don't really understand, man. They just like think you're constantly supposed to be making the same sort of stuff. It's like, well, times change, people change. Same with Anakin. He freaking changed. Every character in a movie changes. Look at our environment. Star Wars has changed so much, and I want to be able to talk about it. And at the same time, I'm still making comic videos and talking about lore and this and that. But to be honest, no one really watches those videos. I would love to make those videos till the cows come home, but to be honest with you, I got to pay $500,000 for Vader Episode 2 and another $500,000 for Vader Episode 3. The money doesn't just come out of my ass, and I can't be making lore videos that get like 30,000 views that no one gives a shit about, but people constantly want, but don't watch. So what do you want me to do here? You know, it's not the same as it used to be. People's interest isn't what it used to be with Star Wars. With, you know, I remember comic videos. I used to make comic videos. I used to get 200,000 views on one video in a single day within a span of like 12 hours, not even. And I had maybe a fraction, like maybe, I don't know, 10 to 15% of the subscribers I have now. It's the general interest. The channel fluctuates. Sometimes I get 4 to 5 million views a month. Sometimes I get 60 million views a month. It's not necessarily the content. It's the interest of the overall people and community. And that goes hand in hand with Disney's competency to make good fucking Star Wars. And if they make good Star Wars, everyone will do a great job on their channels and everyone will be excited to talk about Star Wars. You could make... You know, it's funny. I released a video about Bo-Katan way before Bo-Katan was in Season 2. Didn't do very well. I retouched it up, remastered it, added some more information once Bo-Katan was out. The video did, I think, 500,000 views. It's just about what is popular and what people care about at the moment. It's no longer about the old Star Wars lore stuff. You'll get that core audience, but it's never going to be the same because Star Wars is extremely diluted and it's become seasonal.
And if anyone's confused, all of us want great Star Wars to come out.
Yeah. I mean, who doesn't?
Nope.
I want Disney Star Wars destroyed.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, hey.
That's the only way I think we'll get better Star Wars. But with that being said, I'm going to go into everything with the same openness I would to even like something like House of the Dragon that I thought I was going to hate, and I ended up loving it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everyone's going to go in with your biases. Everyone's going to go in with what you think. You can't really change that. But as long as you're honest about how you actually feel about that thing, that's what's important.
Exactly. And nobody's honest anymore. It's all about like being part of a certain political group, or if you hang out with this person or that person, then you're vilified as this or that. It's like, shut the fuck up. Why can't we all just talk to people that we want to talk about and have a good discussion about Star Wars or whatever? You know, it's become such a weird place on the internet that I hate it. I really do. I don't enjoy it anymore because people are just so opinionated and so fake. It's like you don't know who is real and who's not. And I'm really happy to say that these gentlemen here before me are very real people and will tell you what they think. And they're not going to be beating around the bush or lying to you to pander to some sort of corporation or to make a buck. You know, their word is their bond, and I really appreciate that and I respect that. And I hope you guys respect that about me too. So anyone who doesn't, fuck them. Sorry. I don't care.
There you go. Well said.
Fuck yeah.
I mean, yeah, what can I add to that?
Yeah. So,
And
anyways.
if we can't save Star Wars, we can damn well sure avenge it.
That fired me up more than Marva's speech at
But
the
you
end
know
of
what?
Andor. Sorry,
we
Paul.
we can avenge it in so many different ways.
Sorry.
Poor MauLer, dude.
Okay. I'll sit on my Andor island with a little Andor flag.
But you know what? I will say Andor season 2, I think, is going to be absolutely beast, dude. I think Krennic, Vader, all the other characters that are supposed to come in there, K2SO. I think it's going to be great. I feel like Andor season 1 was also like sort of not a prologue, but season 2 is where things are going to really pop off.
I hope so. I hope we can just seal it off too. I used to be a bit upset that it got reduced down. I think it was going to be like potentially 5 seasons or something, and it got down to 2 or whatever.
Yeah, 5 seasons. Come on.
Well, but
That's
like
too much.
to be fair, there's a lot of years, a lot of characters, and if we did involve all the characters that are actually familiar with Star Wars, and you could pull it off if it were fucking, if it were something that Star Wars fans really fucking enjoyed, But in any case, I just want like Luthen Rail or whoever pick a character. I want this story to kind of stop and finish, and then they are sealed away, because I can't trust Disney with any of these fucking people. I already told you guys, like, I liked Mon Mothma a lot in Andor, but when I saw her in Ahsoka, it was like weird. I was like, what are you? You're not in this.
She's completely inept. Like, Mon Mothma was completely fucking useless. And I will say this: in order to lead up to what we have in the sequels, you need to have a government, a bureaucracy where we can see why there's faults. We can see like the inefficiencies of it, to understand how they would let the First Order like do all this stuff. So I understand that, and I'm totally good with that. It was just so cartoonishly stupid. Like, to have just like the one bad guy who's like, I don't believe anything you say. Like,
oh my gosh.
And we have evidence. Like, there's evidence of all this stuff.
Remember when she said, I'm not disagreeing with the council's decision, I'm disagreeing with yours? I was like, that's the council made the decision. It wasn't just him.
Yeah.
The fuck?
Hera faces no punishment because she's just a badass woman.
You can't
badass
a whole fucking
Shredded
trilogy
Leia.
about how Palpatine manages to manipulate essentially politics to rise through the ranks and get what he wants, all this stuff, and then show me the good guys doing it in Ahsoka, manipulating politics to get what they want, despite the fact that it goes against the laws they fucking have. Perjury is a huge deal. They just like, fuck it, but it's the good guys. Who cares? It's like, oh, guys, what are you doing?
I know.
Can I pitch a question to the group?
Of course.
Do it.
If Palpatine returned like he did in Dark Empire, would it have been received better than him returning? Obviously, just take Rise of Skywalker as a single thing, like without being set up the way it did. But if the whole point was that Palpatine was going to return, if it was set up like Dark Empire, would it have been better or worse?
I think it would have been received a little better. However, there's still a lot of criticism over that in general. That's a very divisive storyline from the EU.
Yeah.
But there's a couple differences. One, it's like extremely clear that it's a clone body, and it's a young Palpatine who had been like preparing all these clones for his essence transfer. Not I don't even understand if this is a clone or if this is just an old Palpatine who survived. Right?
Yeah.
Isn't this still debated to this day? What the fuck Palpatine even is in Rise of Skywalker?
I think he's a clone. Doesn't it say that in the
It was one of like
in the book?
Well, one of my favorite conversations Red Letter Media ever had was they fight for like a good 20 minutes over what he is. Nobody knows the fuck he is.
About it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just funny.
He's like one of the mechanical things at the Hall of Presidents. He's like, that's the body, but he's also a robot, and it's skin, but not skin. Who knows?
See, the problem with episode 9 is they didn't reveal how he actually is alive. They just brushed over, you're supposed to accept it. And so, like, going into episode 9, like, I'm still, like, coping. I'm still trying to give it a chance. Like, because I'm remembering the prequels and, like, how everyone hated, like, the first 2 episodes. And so I'm thinking, like, just don't have Palpatine go out like a total bitch. And what happens? It goes out like a total bitch.
And with some of the worst dialogue in Star Wars. I am all the Sith. I am all the Jedi.
All the Jedi.
You guys saw the Matt Smith stuff, right?
Yeah, wasn't it something to do with Mortis as well?
He was supposed to have like a major scene.
There's a lot of speculation that he was like the son or this or that. Like,
no, he was supposed to be young Palpatine.
Young Palpatine.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like a vessel for his body.
Yeah, like he was supposed to be full powered, young, like just
like Dark Empire.
Yeah.
There's a lot that they like rip from Dark Empire in Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
Like the Force Storm that he creates, like for the fleet, like all that shit. There's a lot that they rip off. But I will say obviously anytime you bring the Emperor back, you feel like you're undoing what Anakin did.
Yes.
Which is a problem. One of the things I think that made it a little more stomachable in Dark Empire was that it's Luke who is the one who defeats him. And like Luke is truly tested. Luke like falls to the dark side briefly in that.
Yep.
Like because he's essentially Luke is trying to pretend that he's turned to the dark side in order to like pretend that he's his apprentice to get close to him and find out what he's doing. But really he gets way too close and it ends up being Leia who's able, like the love of Leia, who's able to really draw him back at the end. And then fucking Palpatine tries to force essence transfer into little baby Anakin. I don't know, that'd be kind of weird. Palpatine just in a little baby's body in Leia. I don't know how that works. But that was that storyline. But the difference was Luke coming like full circle, doing it himself, defeating the Emperor once and for all.
Yeah.
Which feels a little more rewarding than Rey.
Isn't
with
Luke
that.
wearing Vader's like suit for some of that, or like it's a version of Vader's suit or whatever it is? Or something like that. Or it's supposed to be like reminiscent of it with the big,
he's
big
wearing
Blade Runner cape
black.
and all that.
Yeah, he's wearing black
reminiscent,
like when he does it. I don't know if it's specifically something from Vader.
I'm going to pop this up because I'm going to make a good clip out of it. Just going to address this real quick because I see a lot of this, and I'm sure a lot of you guys might see it too for yourselves. I don't really know, but people say, theory, all you do now is complain about everything Star Wars, so why have a channel on Star Wars anymore? I honestly used to love your videos too. And to that I say, I would say my love for Star Wars is probably transcended even what it was when I was a little kid, and the reason I speak so candidly about Star Wars today is because I feel it's not where it needs to be, and because it's completely deviated from the story that it used to be and from the creator who created it. So my love for Star Wars is always there, and it's always going to be there, and I'm always going to speak my mind. And if you don't want me to protect Star Wars and don't want to defend Star Wars, then I guess, there are many other channels that you can go to which will shill for the new Star Wars that you may enjoy. That being said, there are still a lot of things I do like about Star Wars that's releasing here and there, but I'm always going to speak my mind, and that's my views on that. And if you don't like it, then I wish you the best. May the Force be with you. Thanks for watching, having watched at some point. So
Can I just say, in your defense, you don't complain about everything Star Wars. You praise a hell of a lot of what exists of past Star Wars. It's more so present Star Wars that they could say, but at the same time, why would they want you to lie?
You see, there's a great channel called Star Wars Explained. That if you want to watch some two NPCs,
we're not going to give any
Star Wars
plugs or any shout outs to any of those guys, but it's that's the thing I don't get. It's like, it's a very good question. Why do people want me to lie? I don't know.
Also, so you've been sitting here, me and MauLer obviously really hate this shit. Melvin hates this shit, right? And we've been talking about it, but you've also pushed back and continue to say that you like this or you like that. Yeah. Even when we're providing our criticisms. So I don't think you're really complaining. You're complaining about things you deserve to complain about. You're also standing behind people that I don't think should be stood behind. You're standing behind Dave Filoni for the future of Star Wars.
Yeah.
Defending him.
Yeah.
So I don't know why. I don't get that, but that's what you want. And that's, you know what I mean? So,
I don't know. I think that there's so much potential there for him to really exercise and flex what George taught him all those years. And I think that's, he's kind of like George's son in a weird way. And I think that Dave kind of sees that. And I don't think there's ever going to be anybody else who will have that close of a relationship personally with George. Even if, you bring in whoever. I don't even think Sam Witwer had that relationship with George.
Out of curiosity then, and this is a tragedy and I would never wish for this to happen in any way, shape or form, but if we lost both of them, who would you, if you were God, put in that position?
If we lost George and Filoni? Well, let's say they've decided to go on a vacation and they're like, fuck Star Wars, let's paint it that way.
Well, I wasn't going to go dark with it, but it was let's just, hit by a van or something.
They just got lost and we didn't have any tracking fobs to find them.
Knock on wood.
They're just walking around the woods.
Knock on wood.
Absolutely.
Let's just say they take a tropical vacation somewhere and they're like, we're done. We retire. Who would I put on?
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna get
Come on, JJ, right?
It's gonna get clipped. Me.
There you go. You could trust yourself.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. I'd put
People on
together
Twitter
a
like
team
this.
of all the Star Wars YouTubers.
Go for it.
That'd be
Twitter's
fucking sick.
monetized now, so please tag me. Give me a tag.
So I think that
Sam Witwer, I would bring you on. I would bring on MauLer. I'd bring on to be honest, really, I know I could carry this shit on my own. But I would want you guys to come in there so that it won't be too fan fiction-y, people would say. And and it's always better to have, two heads are definitely better than one, I think. So I would love to have you guys on, and Sam Witwer, I think, would be probably the first person I'd call. But besides that,
obviously Mike Zero.
Have you seen his channel's taken a complete change? Like he's killing
Yeah,
it.
anything I do, he copies me. Except then he just like makes up some like random stuff. So he like see me getting good views on Snow White stuff, and then all of a sudden he's a Rachel Zegler channel, but it's like she went to Turkey and was part of like an insurrection here. Like it's like the most outlandish Rachel Zegler stories.
Let me see this, dude.
Yeah,
So
he's
Mike
no
Zero
longer
and
a Star Wars exclusive channel.
Dude, he's
You know,
killing
it's
it.
not future Star Wars content. It's future updates.
He did better views than me this last month.
What do you get? 6 million?
7.38.
God, beat me too.
He's killing
I was
it.
down to like 6 last month.
Yeah, you guys chill out. Just wait till the Star Wars project comes out, and then Daddy's gonna be back on top. Okay, but right now it's
my own
fucking slow time. Okay, but he's killing it, dude. Look at him. It's like 48K. How many?
Or do you
videos
remember
are-
when Mike had the old stuff like still public on his channel, like the weird skits he would do, like rubber chickens in his pool and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah. That channel's
so
changed a lot, man.
Me and Mike used to be. He was like the first dude that befriended me. We started out as enemies when my channel started popping off, and then I talked to him, and then we like became friends. We would FaceTime. We'd hang out like online. We talked to each other all the time, and then I don't know, just we went our separate ways, and we stopped talking like 6 years ago.
He doesn't talk to anybody now.
No,
Does his
Nobody.
own thing.
Yeah, you gotta
Just
respect it.
finds random thumbnail or random thumb drives of plot leaks in the Lucasfilm parking lot and puts them out.
You know what, man? He's killing it. I mean, he's got this. That's 8 million views a month. That's a very respectable amount of views.
I'm trying to get back there.
What are you at?
Last month was like 6, which
awesome.
Dude, I had 12 million views or 13 million views in like May or August or something. It's wild.
It's amazing. Are you in Google Preferred?
What's that?
The ads. Are you in Google Preferred ads? So Google prefers your channel. It gives you like first dibs on the highest paying ads.
I don't know. I don't even really look too much at my AdSense. Although I doubt I would be, considering.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, I've never heard of
Those are
that.
for fancy guys.
Very difficult to get into. You
Yeah.
have to be in
You're
like a
gonna
very
be a
good
big
standing
shot.
for many years.
I'm in a fine standing, but I don't think my content would necessarily maybe go towards that. I swear a lot
No,
in my
you're
content.
you're under entertainment. You're fine.
It's true.
Yeah. No, that's cool. Awesome.
Yeah, just don't ask his opinions on the Batman.
Yeah, I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Did you?
Yes, that's the thing. Oh my gosh, dude. That video went viral.
He's a shell. He's a shell.
I like the Batman, but I basically in the middle of my like 15-minute review, I talked about how they had race swapped a couple of the characters, and it was like it seemed like the characters they race swapped some characters, and every person of color seemed like a very good person, like in the movie. And I was like, I just noticed it. It didn't like really, it didn't ruin the movie or anything. I just noticed it, and it seemed kind of on the nose for current day Hollywood. That's all I said.
Yeah.
And I gave the movie an 8 out of 10, and I talked about how much I liked the movie. That like 15 or 30 seconds gets clipped and gets put out there. That thing went viral. Like Young Turks were talking about it. Philip DeFranco's like, a racist YouTuber said he didn't like the Batman because, and I'm like, first of all,
Didn't like Batman.
I liked the Batman.
Holy fuck,
All right.
dude.
Oh my god. That was
Holy
wild.
shit. Really? I didn't know
Yeah.
this.
All because I like the Batman.
Oh,
But I still get slandered to this day. This is the guy who didn't like the Batman because it had too many black people. That's like
there were people in tonight's stream. They were like, "Oh no, do you hate Mexicans too?" Theory. I'm like, what?
Well,
Where
that has
did
to do
this
with my
come from?
Blue Beetle review.
Yeah, they were saying like, "Oh, do you fucking hate Mexicans too?" I guess. I'm like, "What you talking about?" Shit.
Yeah, that's because we didn't like Blue Beetle, and video got clipped on TikTok and went viral because we didn't like Blue Beetle.
These clips,
these things
dude.
happen. These things happen.
Fucking clips. These kids with these clips, they find they know what they're doing. They find the perfect moment, clip it out, and they like completely. Yeah. Anyway.
And to be fair, I'm pretty sure I like my beard was longer. I'm pretty sure I had a hat on. I probably looked kind of racist sitting in my car doing a Batman review. Like I had the look, you know what I mean? Of like all I needed was glasses and it would be like a MAGA reply guy meme. But I still like want to protest because I did like the Batman for the record.
You liked it more than I did.
Mm-hmm. I had to fight people about it.
You had to fight to prove you
I'm
liked
fighting, defending what I like, that I like the Batman while I'm getting canceled for not liking the Batman. Getting shit from both sides.
Okay, where is it?
Oh, you up a little bit? Up a little bit? Right
This
there. Our Campbell's live 1 year ago. Yeah, that's it. Look at the ratio.
I gotta tell you right now, I've never told you this, but every time I watch your videos, your intro song it always reminds me of the old Rich Piana Mutant videos. Have you ever seen those?
I don't think so. I like that intro. I just found like some really stupid royalty-free like trap music or something. I was like, this is cool.
No, I gotta show you this real quick. I used to watch this when I was like 18. It was the intro song. And it was like, okay, here. Oh no, it's not this one. Wait.
There's a little bit of similarity to it.
Yeah, I can hear it a little bit.
It was
It's
a
the trap
different one,
version
but
of it.
it was so
That's
cool.
right.
Anyways, I'll have to send it to you, but
So go to most replayed. You'll probably towards the right there.
People were, you had Jim Gordon,
Oh, God,
like
this is
real
it.
good people. Were
Wait.
really the three other major players that I would consider like overall like moral good people were, you had Jim Gordon, who's black in this. You had Catwoman, who's not white in this, and then you had the mayor, who's a black woman. Again, very much on the nose for current day Hollywood. Did not like that. Took a little bit off the score for me, to be honest.
That
Overall,
is it.
That's all.
That's the clip right there that went viral.
And then
my experience with it is an 8 out of 10. I think
Just wait one
got
second.
cut out.
fucking dude, those fucking assholes, man. I know they do this shit. They're smart. They know what gets views, and then they just like spin this whole narrative about you. I'm sorry that happened, dude. That's actually hilarious.
That's like the most heat I've ever got, and it was for a video on my second channel. That like, it was so pointless. I mean, I gained like a shit ton of subs from it, but it was
I'll
just
help you out
wild.
there. I'll help you out.
Thank you. Can't wait to see his Black Adam review. Someone said. I think I liked it. Oh no, I didn't. I should have.
Oh God, that's rough, dude.
But the average watch time on that thing got way down because people were just like coming there and hitting dislike and saying racist piece of shit.
Oh jeez.
That's all right though.
Whatever, dude. Whatever. People always try to spin you a certain way.
But I'm looking forward to the Batman too. I hate it. I didn't
Yeah.
like the ending. Like that. The more I think about the movie, the ending went on for too long. It was a little messy, but I still really liked the overall feel of the movie.
Well,
Except for the black people, right?
Obviously,
We've
just
been
watch
talking
my
about
review.
like the
Did
damage
not
done
like
to-
that.
Fucking racist.
We talk about the damage done to all these different franchises. Like, should we even mention DC, who was very publicly like flop, complete reset? Please, we're trying desperately to make this work. It's like
And they're still releasing that Aquaman movie.
Oh
yeah,
God.
still the Aquaman one.
Christmas.
Yeah,
it's gonna be great.
That's the Christmas movie this year, Aquaman 2?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Electric
God.
Boogaloo. It's like, bro, I think that we were trying to take bets what would make less, the Marvels or Aquaman. And I think I said I thought the Marvels would make more. I might be regretting saying that now.
I think the Marvels would be less because Aquaman, people might just see it just for Christmas with family, just to see something.
Yeah. I thought the Marvels would be like 350.
Oh, he's not asleep.
What's up, Gary?
Hey, Gary.
He's awake. Right after someone said he's old, he's asleep.
He could be. He could be
Gary,
in bed.
I saw your clip today on Twitter with the your studio, man. Fucking looks nice.
Oh, did he do like a room tour?
Yeah, it was like a room tour. And you got to see everything. Look good.
He's got so much crap in there.
It makes sense if you have you literally like owned a comic store.
Oh yeah, Gary's
probably
like a hyper nerd.
It's probably like 10% of what he had. Not even.
I don't have very much shit at this new setup. Even all my books and everything are all packed away still. But
yeah. I was thinking I could go with like a massively cluttered kind of look, but and I'm like,
keep it clean.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I want to do that, but
look at this. Hold on. Look at this bottle I got sent. Somebody sent me this. Look at this freaking whiskey with a Derringer pistol as a cork.
That's cool.
Pretty badass.
What is
That's
that?
wild.
What brand is that?
It's called H. Derringer bourbon. So pretty cool. Doesn't work. It's like he's not real. Don't strike us, YouTube.
Yeah, man. YouTube's guidelines are just getting crazier and crazier. Like I don't even know what I can or can't say anymore.
You guys get yellow flags on your streams?
A lot, yeah.
No.
Partially
Like
demonetized?
limited monetization.
Yeah.
I either get red
Sometimes.
or green.
We swear a lot on EFAP, so
Really?
Yeah. A decent amount. It also depends on the topic too. If the topic's about something a little bit spicier, sometimes it will. Not super often. But based on the people you talk about though, Melvin, I can see why you would end up getting yellow flagged.
So ever since I've been getting yellow flagged like on all the streams, ever since they enabled the ads like within the stream. I don't know if you guys enabled that. They stopped yellow flagging me. Greedy bastards.
I only get it from music. But then again, I don't really. I'm very careful with things I say.
Yeah, you're just getting copyright. You're not getting
Yeah, I get
like
copyrighted.
limited ads because of a policy violation or something.
No, I get copyrighted, but the ads remain. The ads stay there for the.
They'll go into escrow. Like I do that like all the time with my shit. I win like at least like 90% of the time because they don't answer within 30 days.
I don't even dispute it anymore, man. Just whatever. Go ahead. Is what it is. I don't know. I'm kind of wanting to lead more towards live streaming soon, anyways. I enjoy that.
Fully?
No, like I'll still make my content and stuff, but I don't know, dude. Just seems more fun, to be honest.
Live stream some Cobra Kai.
No, I still enjoy making my Cobra Kai videos.
You did a Star Wars Old Republic stream the other night, right?
Yep, that was fun.
I love that game, dude.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do
What's
it
your
every Sunday.
favorite? What's your favorite playthrough, like in terms of character wise?
Oh, dude, I'm new to it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, dude, I didn't get to play that when I was a kid. There was like
Holy
a
shit,
monthly
dude!
membership.
There are some good ones. I think the Jedi Knight, to me, Jedi Knight is kind of spiritually KOTOR 3. The Imperial Agent storyline is amazing. It is probably the best storyline of any of the classes out there.
Really?
Sith Warrior is okay. The Sith, what do they call it?
Assassin?
Sorcerer or whatever.
Sorcerer, yeah.
Assassin, maybe. Whatever the other Sith one is. That one is better, I think. Although you do get to you get to fuck some hot chicks as a Sith warrior. That's pretty cool. Just saying. You find this like Jedi, you're supposed to go hunt down this Jedi and kill her, and you end up like turning to the dark side and fucking her. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, Bounty Hunter's awesome. That's a great game, dude. You got to get into that. It's fun too to play with a bunch of people.
The attendant on my life has left me scarred and deformed.
Standing now in yellow.
Yellow flags.
Fuck it.
I'm laughing.
Dave, he's not a bad kid. He just makes bad decisions. Filoni.
He's not shit.
Yeah.
Still waiting for them good decisions,
Yes. Big super chat from Taylor. Thank you, man. I saw that earlier. Appreciate it. You guys are haters who like alcoholic Scotsmen.
I agree.
Drink is
He's
pretty
in that
cool.
picture with you.
Who's that?
That's Critical Drinker on the left.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Cool.
Look at him with an Nostromo shit. Good stuff.
Sabina's ready 2.0 strong women. Can we talk about how little writers have done with so much time? Disney scripts have been super inefficient. Yeah, I mean, take a look at the sequels.
I don't think Disney knows how to do series. The Disney Plus series across the board for Marvel and Star Wars all have very similar problems. It's like they have a core concept of what they want to do that would make a nice 90, 100-minute movie.
Yeah.
But then the mandate is to stretch it out to 6 to 8 episodes.
And they always struggle.
They always struggle, and it just doesn't feel right. The endings don't work. Whereas when you look at what HBO does, HBO's full of people, whether it's writers, filmmakers, everything, that have been working on TV for a long time and are experienced with what they're doing. Hey, every episode's going to be about the same length. They have an actual progression. Every episode is satisfying, yet also leads into the next thing. HBO, in my opinion, does it right when it comes to like House of the Dragon, or even a lot of praise for Last of Us out there from some people too.
I didn't watch it.
I didn't watch it either, but I've heard a lot of good things about it. I have no interest after what they did to the franchise, though.
Same, dude.
Oh, what? Another franchise that's up in flames? Oh, shit.
More like, I don't know if it's up in flames, but it went down with a 7-iron to the face.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be a more accurate way.
They're doing season 2 now, so they're going to have to deal with the wrath of people watching the show.
Very curious if they're going to deviate.
I don't think
they can claim all day that they won't, but I'm not sure if when push comes to shove that they'll be like, all right, maybe we'll tell a little different this time.
They have to, bro. They have to go through with
Pedro Pascal is going to bring his helmet, his Mandalorian helmet to work that
day. Yeah, I know, right? Dong. Yeah, I showed you some concept art for episode 3, but yeah, I'm kind of not bummed out, but also, it increases the anticipation in episode 2, but then episode 3 is where like a lot of the juice happens and it all comes full circle. So yeah, it's gonna be ways away, but episode 2 probably 2024. Episode 3 hopefully the year after, but we'll see what happens. AI voice prompt generates words and connects afterwards. Humans make sounds and transition when initiating words to not make it sound unnatural. Yeah, I hope it generates a staccato sound. Yeah, I hope that they can just get maybe a Vader voice actor going forwards. I don't think AI is the best way to go for it.
Do you guys think if in this Heir to the Empire movie, if it say like it happens and they get the gang back together for probably like a 5-minute thing, do you think it should be recast actors or CGI people?
CGI.
I wouldn't mind recast because I want to see Luke in more scenes that aren't like in the dark and smoke, especially if it's going to be for a whole movie.
Yeah, recast for me.
If they go the Luke route.
Yeah, I don't. I just feel like the CGI stuff is so limiting at times. Like the stuff in Book of Boba Fett, where it's like the back of his head for a lot of it, where he's running around in the action parts. If I'm going to go see Luke Skywalker be Luke Skywalker on scene, I don't want him to be wearing a hood and hiding behind things. And the only thing that I know it's a green lightsaber. You know what I mean? I want to see him. Yeah. And as long as I believe it's him, that's kind of my thing.
I think they can do it.
I think that if it's a if it's literally just like a cameo thing and they show up for a few minutes, I guess you could get away with CGI.
Yeah.
But I think that I don't think they should do this. I think they should stay away from telling stories with these characters after everything they've done and mismanaged. But if you were to do it, I think you should just recast, so you can have the flexibility to actually do things with them instead of being so limited. And you can actually have them be the heroes and do all the shit. The guy who played Luke as the stand-in in Book of Boba Fett, I forget his name. He looks so much like fucking Mark Hamill did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Put him in there. Now, I guess I don't know what his voice is like or anything. So, who knows?
But they did the voice AI as well, so
they did.
Yeah.
It would be even more weird if they recast them but then used AI voiceovers.
Ryan, are you the one that cries about race swapping characters?
I don't know if I'd cry about it, but we just watched a video, so yeah.
I love it when these people fucking always just say, if you have an opinion about something, you're crying about it. It's like,
I'm in tears over it, man.
Yeah, I'm hysterically crying.
They did pay $5 to say that though. For like,
Thank you.
why?
I had the chance to meet Sam Witwer at Comic-Con. He's super humble and passionate. Ewan and Ian was charging $500 for an autograph and picture. Sam only charged $65. Made it possible for my little brother and I to meet him. Yeah, Sam's a nice guy, but at the same time, you kind of also got to understand, like, star level. Ewan is on a completely different level than Sam Witwer. And also, Ewan probably has so many more people to pay. But yeah, it is much more affordable. I don't think Ewan's sitting there like, hey, I'm gonna take $500. These guys, they don't need money anymore at this point. But I think Ewan and Ian McDermott, getting a photo with Ewan and Ian McDermott is completely different than Sam Witwer. And that's not to take anything away from Sam, but I mean, it's the fucking Emperor and Obi-Wan Kenobi. I mean, come on.
I think Sam Witwer would say the same thing though.
He would.
Yeah, and it's a voice actor versus live action actor. But obviously Sam's in a lot of different characters as well. A lot of characters that people care about.
Yeah, but
I'm sure there's people that go to talk about Galen Merrick. I'm sure there's people that go to talk about Maul. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
yep.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I think that's for Ewan and Ian probably together, because I remember Hayden. Hayden and Ian together was, I think, like $200 or $300. So, I don't really see that being them individually, but fuck, who knows? Maybe
during COVID, where people paying like $500 to get a picture of somebody, and not only does everybody have to wear masks, but there's like a plastic thing in between you, and you're like,
terrible.
Yeah, that's
it's a cardboard cutout.
Yeah.
I usually like these streams, but tonight's been pretty toxic in the chat. There are some people in the chat have been bullying me and calling me names. Well, I'm sorry about that, but just tell them to fuck off.
Sorry to hear that, Mariana.
Yeah. There's always going to be those kind of people, man. I go on Twitter, I'm just like, oh.
There's been a couple people calling me names in the chat too.
Oh,
Really?
come
I
on,
didn't see
Ryan. They should be
Pull
allowed.
Pull an Adam Driver. Okay, fuck you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like how you got to deal with these things, and if you tell someone that, they'll think you're insensitive or whatever. But honestly, like, just take a page out of my book, man. Fuck 'em.
Every time I get a crybaby in the chat, someone is notifies me and says, "Shill in the chat."
Yeah. No, we love you, Mariana, so it's all good. What if George didn't do the Clone Wars, instead does a post-Return of the Jedi animated series to build up to a prequel trilogy? Yeah, I mean, animated has so much more leeway.
So I always, in my head, I would have loved a new Jedi Order, not this new bullshit, but an NJO, expanded universe NJO, Yuzong Vong invasion. I would have loved to see that as a Clone Wars style animation. Because I don't think you could do something like, I think it would be really hard to do something like that justice live action based on the almost kind of anime style nature of like the ferocity of the Yuzong Vong villains and how expensive it would be with all the Jedi. Like, I just think it'd be so crazy. And I think you could do it animated and tell the story in a great way.
Yeah, you could.
And we almost saw the Yuzong Vong in Clone Wars. They're supposed to be in that thing too.
Ryan, let me ask you something. If Dave was going to do everything animated, do you think you would be more supportive of that?
I think that he is better at it with animation.
Yeah, me too.
I think his style of storytelling fits animation better.
Yeah.
Even if I disagree with it, or even if I don't like it, like let's take Rebels, for instance. I'm not a big Rebels fan, but I know there's a lot of people it really connects with. I've sat on the couch with people who freaking like love when they see Chopper and Kanan. You know what I mean? Like I can see like the love that people have for that, even though I don't super connect to it.
Right.
And I think that's where Filoni is at his best. I disagree with what he decided to do in Clone Wars wholeheartedly. There's some clone arcs that I'm a big fan of and stuff like that. But overall, I don't like Ahsoka, the character. Like Ahsoka is my main problem coming out of Clone Wars, along with a lot of the decisions to do other things just for the sake of it rather than staying in continuity. But
I remember
I support Dave doing more animated stuff. I don't think he's well suited for live action.
I definitely think his animated stuff is much better than his live action, for sure. I remember when Ahsoka was coming out and like in the Clone Wars, and I was like, Anakin as an apprentice, and I was just a teenager. I'm like, I don't know, stupid. I don't really like that. But then over time, grew on me, I guess. So I was right there with you too.
Yeah, it's just a smaller. It really just is a small, a more niche audience as well. Mm-hmm. And I think we kind of saw that with Ahsoka. I was really wondering what kind of numbers Ahsoka would pull ratings wise. I was kind of shocked it was at the same level of Andor.
Yeah.
But I also made the statement. I said, I don't know how popular character Ahsoka really is outside of the hardcore fan base in terms of the general public. When you look at, say, Bad Batch certainly isn't like a TCW season 7 level of like ratings or people tuning in. But Bad Batch season 2, when you look at the Samba TV numbers, that 1 million number, whatever it was for Ahsoka household the first 6 days, you know what it was for Bad Batch season 2 premiere?
No.
Like 72,000. Nobody's watching though, right? No. So it's a much more niche audience when it comes to that stuff, which is something I think we have to be aware of when we're like me as an expanded universe fan. I know that there was not a lot of motherfuckers out there that were sitting there buying Fate of the Jedi in 2009, sitting there getting every hardcover as it was coming out, following along to that story. I know I'm in the minority.
Well,
so I think sometimes you got to acknowledge where you're at and where everybody else is at. And clearly, Ahsoka, the name didn't pop or resonate with a lot of people like some people expected it would.
Well, you can even see that with YouTube videos too. It's like if you cover, let's say, Bad Batch breakdown, it's like a fraction of what a Mandalorian breakdown would be.
Yeah.
Or, same goes for like clips and reels and content. You can see that across the board. It's not just, some people say, oh, these Sambas are rigged or whatever. Well, no, look at the interest overall online. It's just not there for certain things in comparison to other things. Tales of the Jedi wasn't really there, but fuck, among core fans, holy shit, yeah, it was amazing. Best thing we've ever gotten, I think.
You think so?
I think so, yeah.
Better than season 7? You kind of put that in another category since some of it started before
the last 4 episodes. Fuck. No, those last 4 episodes I don't think can. Yeah, you're right. But it's like if you look at season 7, you also got to like group it with the Martez sisters.
Right? Nightmare.
But yeah, no, I mean, fuck. Tales was amazing. I'm not thinking of the Ahsoka stuff. I'm thinking of the Dooku.
What did you think about them? Well, obviously, like a lot of stuff isn't canon anymore. But what did you think about them shifting the timeline for Dooku away from what had been established in play, I guess, and what kind of has been accepted going forward in terms of him working with Sidious and the Sifo-Dyas stuff, deleting Camino from the archives, because they shifted that timeline significantly to do what they did in his Sith Lord Tales episode where Yaddle goes girl boss.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm always going to preference Legends. because that was made during the time when George owned Lucasfilm. So that's always takes precedent. But yeah, that's my answer. I mean, I prefer the other way, obviously.
Yeah, because like what I enjoyed. Oh, Plagueis is for people that haven't read Plagueis. You got to fucking read Plagueis. What are you doing if you haven't? Yeah. But one of the awesome things about Plagueis to me was showing the little snippets we got of Dooku and how Palpatine was kind of able to manipulate him. But the real thing and it makes sense, the real thing that sent Dooku over the edge to where he could be swayed that way was the death of Qui-Gon.
Yeah.
And in Tales, they show that he's already working with Sidious. He's already doing a bunch of stuff. He's maybe already killed Sifo-Dyas by this point in time.
Yeah.
And has deleted the records of Kamino in the archives. And that is when Jocasta I think, tells him maybe that like Qui-Gon died. And then he goes to visit, I think I might be getting my stuff messed up, but then he goes to visit Sidious. Yaddle follows him. They have their
that's
duel.
how it died. It was the day of Qui-Gon's funeral.
Okay.
By the way, Ryan Kinel clearly not a Star Wars fan.
He was looking at the tree, and then Yaddle comes behind him and she starts talking to him. And then she follows him because he goes to the works, which is like where Palpatine fucking trained Maul and Dooku in secret, and then they fought. That was it.
Yeah, that was the one thing that really stood out was like they established that he was clearly working for him before Qui-Gon's death.
Yeah, that he knew,
which was
who he
like
was.
shocking to me.
Yeah.
I also didn't like that Qui-Gon saw Dooku force choke like that. And obviously Qui-Gon saved the kid and the senator. I didn't like that Qui-Gon witnessed that.
Really?
And didn't like
how come
tell anybody, I guess. It seemed pretty extreme. Do you know what I mean? Like the fact that Qui-Gon saw that, and they didn't really establish how old he was, so I'm not sure. But there's a lot of Tales that is really cool, and I think the animation levels that they've achieved in it are fucking wild.
Yeah.
They're so good, and I think a lot of the soundtrack surrounding it as well is solid as hell. The Ahsoka stuff, not a big Ahsoka fan. Why did they not throw Kanan in there in the Ahsoka training scene?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why the fuck you got to do that shit, man? Just stop putting your characters everywhere. Just fucking do your thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. They also didn't they give her the ability to talk to animals in that opening?
They did.
They kind of established that she gets that.
The whale, so they can establish the whale thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now Ahsoka also has psychometry.
Yeah.
I know.
She gets every fucking power, bro. Yeah. And she comes back to life 3 times.
She's a wizard now.
That to me is the weirdest. Is the coming back to life and the being pulled out of the world between worlds. That to me is just like, okay, all right, let's go with it. She's a god. Okay, fine.
How are you guys on the world between worlds, like in general?
I don't like it.
I fucking hate it.
Yeah, I don't like time travel in Star Wars, man.
MauLer, have you seen the Rebels episodes?
I was given context before the episode that was going to be addressing it so that I could understand it, and I'm going to be honest with you, fucking watching it didn't help in terms of me understanding what the hell is going on.
It's the way Dave has explained it. It's a place that isn't time travel, even though it fucking is. You can literally pull people out of like storylines and save them. And I mean, and the whole argument about Ahsoka not coming up during the time when the Empire was prevalent with Vader and the Emperor and Luke is because she was told that she has to lay low because in that timeline she was supposed to die and not be around. So the whole thing was she was supposed to hide until
and then she comes out at some undisclosed time. It's like
right. And so the idea of the world between worlds is essentially it's a place where everything echoes. You can hear echoes from every event in Star Wars that is like time altering or something like that.
I mean, is there
usually
any
you hear things that are important to you?
Yeah.
Is there any assumption that this is just a writer's tool to escape corners that they've written themselves into? Like,
I honestly, I'm not a fan of it. I didn't like Endgame solely for the reason of time travel. I think time travel only should exist in like Hot Tub Time Machine or comedies and stuff like Back to the Future. It just really detracts from any sort of important moment in a storyline when you have time travel because it's like, well, whatever happens next, if it's really bad, we'll just, we'll do the time travel thing and we'll fix it. It's like, well, no, we can't do that. So it's, and Ezra contemplating going in and trying to save Kanan or whatever, and she's like, no, you can't do it. You'll change the future. But it's like, what did you just do?
Yeah.
You literally just did that. Who are you talking about?
But that's a woman. It's okay.
Yeah, I guess it's okay. But that's why Palpatine was trying to get in there too, right? Because if he had control of that, man, he could do everything.
Well, I was going to say, surely anybody would getting in there could fuck with like the entire timeline, right?
Literally everything, dude.
Yeah. Exactly. I don't like it. I think that it is being kept very intentionally ambiguous. All the rules surrounding it, what it really is. I think it's strategic because then you don't really have to answer anything necessarily.
Yeah.
And you're not held to anything.
Right.
Which I think that's a good strategy if you don't want to be held to answer those questions and still have this mystery of what are you going to do with it.
Right.
The bigger mystery to me going forward isn't World Between Worlds. It's what are they going to do Mortis Gods wise? And is it like, what are they going to do? Like, are they going to, if he brings Anakin back in his spirit realm to like act as the father or something, I am going to hate that dude. I am going to despise that. I kind of don't like the idea of the Mortis Gods in general, because the way I had always heard George talk about the Force was balance is not the typical like person sitting there judging people. Balance is the absence of darkness. And the father's entire role was not to keep darkness absent. It was to maintain a balance between the son and the daughter, which is light and dark, which to me is the antithesis of the way George has described the Force. So I didn't really like that. But
the way the Jedi saw balance was just like, balance is like there's no bad guys. Well,
yeah,
not really balanced. Think about it.
It's not, but that when I heard George talk about it, even there's a video somewhere of George with Dave right next to him taking notes, talking specifically about that and talking about what he means by balance.
I think Will, you have a clip of that, don't you?
What? Say that again? Sorry.
Of George talking about balance and the Force, and Dave taking notes.
Yeah. There's it's a behind the scenes thing. I think it's from Clone Wars behind the scenes, and he's like he's standing over a table, and he's like at the head of the table explaining what balance of the Force is, and it's a panel of all the Clone Wars writers or the people who worked on the Clone Wars, and everybody's just jotting down notes.
Yeah.
Will has a clip of everything.
No,
literally.
Oh, I actually was just about to. I was editing something today, and because we were talking about it earlier with the whole Rey and Reva of it all. What's the actor's name who plays Carson Teva? I forget his name.
I don't know.
You mean the guy who's in like literally everything now?
Guy shows up everywhere.
Yeah,
X-Wing pilot.
That guy, right?
I clipped up something where he's talking about Kelly Marie Tran, Rose Tika, and it's like him saying, "Isn't that her last name, Rose Tika?"
It's Tico.
Come on, bro.
Okay.
Rose Tiki.
Can I buy a vowel?
Sexist.
Jeez, oh Pete.
You're the
What's
reason
the
she
difference
deleted
between Tico
social
and
media.
Tika?
Because you make me think of curry.
Well, if she was Hispanic, it would be the difference between man and woman.
I don't even remember.
Yeah,
what
what do you got
fucking
against?
point
What
was.
do you got against Latin people now?
Yeah, come on, Will.
Cancel Will.
Latinx. Sorry.
I love Latinas.
Jeez. Where'd Melvin go? Melvin, defend me.
He'll just make it worse.
I know.
Yeah,
that'll be fine. All the eyes will be directed at Melvin.
He's back.
Melvin's already taken his place in the realm. They know where he stands. They just let him. It's funny. It's like if you're seen as like, oh, this is how you are. Oh yeah, we don't even look at you anymore. But I don't know. It's weird. It's like you almost have to earn that badge. We could please continue.
I don't even remember what the fuck I was saying. I'm just
Rose
gonna post
Tika?
a clip.
Rose
I'm
Tika
gonna post a
was
clip, and I'm
Rose
gonna.
Tika.
Yeah, Tikka masala. I'm just gonna post the clip and then I'm gonna send it to you guys, and I want to know what you guys think about it because it's very pertinent to what we were talking about earlier. With
You want to pop it up?
Yeah, hold on. Let me post it first because I was doing it before this, and then we can talk about other shit. Sorry, I derailed.
I was
this
actually
shit.
going to say, since we've almost hit 4 hours, I'm probably going to head out.
Yeah, I think it's like what
This
time
stream's
is it
too
over there?
long for you,
Like
huh?
6 a.m.
I need to go to sleep at some point, Ryan. Allegedly, if that's what I do.
I know he originally hopped on so we could talk to
I was
critical,
gonna have like
critical
a
drinker.
15-minute chat with
I
you,
know. And then he just stays on. Hey, it's just
just chatting.
universe
now.
telling you that we need to make our own show.
Hey, well, hey, comment section. Let us know what you think about that idea.
Chat, is that something you'd want to see? Me and MauLer having our own stream, maybe like on a Thursday or Friday or whatever. Just,
See what they think.
Let us know. Yeah, we've been discussing it.
Are you wrapping up soon, or is it going to be going for? Because I could probably stay for like 10 minutes.
I mean, you guys are free to go whenever you like. I gotta get through all these super chats and yeah.
Let's burn through them. See if any of them call me racist.
All right, let's burn through them right here. Kenobi was made to push Reva. Dave Filoni is a loyal hack.
Oh my god.
Sabine's absolutely responsible for Theron's return. Yes, indeed she is. If I was George, I'd love Kathy. Okay. All right. All right. Okay.
Bed through him.
Shit. Damn.
So uncivilized.
Dodge that one. I remember seeing 8 in theaters. I saw 7 like 5 times and liked what that 8 was different, except for Casino Planet. Episode 3 is my favorite. 9 down. Yeah, see, people who like 8 don't really like 9.
It's kind of impossible considering 9 shits all over 8.
Yeah, 9 retcons 8 several times.
Yeah.
It makes Holdo a coward because canonically she had a 1 in a million chance of being successful with the ship by hyperdriving it. So that means that she had an option to simply, ram into them regularly or take a 1 in a million chance. What's actually happening in that scene is she took the 999,999 chance of escaping on her own.
Yeah.
That's what Holdo was doing. But that's gonna be one of those things where it's like goes down in history. It's like celebrated her. She has statues and stuff, and everyone's just like, I don't think she was doing that to help us, guys. I think you should try to run away. So yeah, they hate that movie because it just changes all the meaning in episode 8 for a lot of things.
Dave should stick to the animation side. Yeah. I read this one. What's up, Ka? Make Revan a diverse lesbian will save Star Wars.
Oh God!
I'm just wait for the Vocalite.
The Vocalite.
The Vocalite. The Acolyte actually has a good premise. The leak thing about the village, and then the Jedi come there to kind of save the village or whatever if they give them their Force-sensitive child, and then they do so, but then the Jedi don't save them, and the Marauders come and they just destroy everyone. And then there's one kid that's left, and he's or she's Force-sensitive as well. It's like the sister of the child that was taken by the Jedi, and she like vows to kill the Jedi, and she turns into the Acolyte, and she's like trained
Jedi
by
dicks, huh?
Yeah, yeah, I like those guys.
In a world where there's no good or evil, apparently, according to the cast.
What do you guys think of Zahn being the head creative over Dave?
So Timothy Zahn I have a mixed relationship with because I really appreciate a lot of his contributions, some better than others. The Thrawn trilogy, early 90s, awesome. The duology, awesome. Some of his other stuff, like the Mara Jade standalone, Scoundrels, not a big fan of. This is a guy who sat there in 2013 when there were hints of them retconning and getting rid of the EU. He said that would be a massive mistake. We have people that have built this up for so long, been so dedicated to keeping it like within continuity, all this stuff. It would be a huge mistake for them to do that. And then he's the first guy that took the 30 pieces of silver to like write for new canon and retcon all of his Thrawn stuff. So I have my problems with him. I haven't read all the canon Thrawn books. I think I've read about half of them. I don't think they're up to par with some of the older stuff, but I appreciate that he does at least try to incorporate some of the older things that people do know about Thrawn into this type of story.
Yeah, the way I look at that is like, okay, well, first of all, he's he's a writer, so he wants to get paid. But at the second place, who's gonna write Thrawn better? If he says no, some other guy's gonna come in there and try to rewrite his character.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, might as well take the money and make sure the character is protected as much as he can, because he'll be able to swindle his way if he pushes way a little bit, because he knows
it's easy for me to say turn down the money, in my position. But
I would hope that they paid him well. Only money. Hey, Star Wars Theo, I've been with you since your Vader fan film, and I'm as sad as you with the decline in Star Wars over the years. The only way I still love the setting is because of fans making fanfics. Yeah. Fanfics are the way to go. Put a chick in it, make her gay and lame.
And lame.
Kathleen Kennedy. Do y'all have thoughts on Star Wars Eclipse? Doubt the game gets made, but curious your thoughts.
So what, like 10 years away?
I hope it gets made, dude. Ryan, you saw the trailer, right?
I did. How much of an update have we had about that game?
Nothing.
In a long time.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about cinematic trailers. They are what they are at this point. Until I see some like actual gameplay and like legit know what it's going to be about, it's tough for me to judge. But I'm all for making more Star Wars games, though. I think they need to make more Star Wars games, not less. They need to take more shots on more different varieties of Star Wars games, like we were talking about earlier, like they did in the 2000s. That's the best place for them to go. I love the fact that the EA contract, is up and a lot of other people can make it. And hopefully you roll the dice, you throw a lot of stuff out there. Half of it's good and half of it we can just shit on.
Yeah.
But we can the half it's good.
It honestly looks like a really fun. 20 million views just from the trailer.
This trailer was crazy, man.
Dude, it was badass. It makes me want to be intrigued to play the game.
Like, make this a movie or a show instead.
Yeah, why not? In the same animation style.
Yeah.
Literally looks real.
It's really expensive.
For sure, but I mean...
it does feel like out of the billions of things they could do, they chose a lot of the shittiest ones. Like in terms of what we actually got in the live action stuff.
What is with that? Like, I highly doubt that if they made a movie like this, it would cost them more than $200 million. No way.
What were the SWTOR cinematic trailers back in the day? Those were the coolest things I've ever seen in my life.
That's what Vader Episode 2 is going to look like.
Damn.
And 3. I mean, fuck, maybe not like as good, but I don't think you'll really be able to notice all that much for a fan film. Yeah, she gets me so hyped.
I know that guy.
Damn, man.
Yeah. Ryan wants his son to be offed.
Me?
Yeah, you want Grogu dead?
Yeah, fuck that. I hate Grogu. Pick any other little baby.
Yeah, Jar Jar baby.
Had to be a Yoda species.
The Jar Jar baby.
Could have made it a Rodian. Could have made a Wookiee.
I'm on board with the Jar Jar baby.
Teenage Grogu.
Jar Jar baby would be cute. Will Filoni kill Thrawn later, or will he respect Zahn to keep? Oh shit! Yeah, I mean, Thrawn definitely has to die eventually.
I mean, Thrawn's probably gonna like take a wrong turn and like run into a black hole. He's so fucking incompetent in Ahsoka, and he'll probably call it a complete and total victory. It'll probably do it just like they did it in Heir to the Empire. Well, not Heir to the Empire, but in Zahn's, and they'll wait till the end to kill him.
I like the idea that the ship's getting torn apart by the black hole. All the ships in the fleet are going in, and he's like, "Let's just wait and see what happens."
That's a good Thrawn voice.
To wait until the black hole takes me.
The black hole can make me more powerful.
I know. Thank you, Kevin. What's up, Sand? Appreciate you, dude. What's the best place to find post Return of the Jedi Legend stuff? I grew up on the OG6, the Clone Wars, and watched the sequels when I was 13. Never saw the old. Best place to find post Return of the Jedi Legend stuff? Ryan, what's your answer?
Let's see. Best place post Return of the Jedi. You mean like where to buy stuff, or what should you look for? If you've never done it before, Thrawn Trilogy, hop into that. Takes place about 5 years after the events of Return of the Jedi. So definitely get those. From there, if you want to learn more about Luke Skywalker, build a Jedi Order, do the Jedi Academy trilogy, then hop into New Jedi Order, which is like a 19-book series. It's a slog, but it's like the Game of Thrones for Star Wars. It's fucking awesome. Legacy of the Force after that. Well, you could probably do the Swarm War or skip the Swarm War trilogy in between. Legacy of the Force, 9-book series. And then Fate of the Jedi, 9-book series, which that introduces Abeloth, who we've heard a lot about in recent weeks after Ahsoka. So that'd be my standard. That'd be my go-to for post-Return of the Jedi.
What would you say is the worst EU book?
Crystal Star, Planet of Twilight, one of those. Pretty bad.
Never heard of him. What if Malgus, in terms of cheating death, the dude won't die. A freaking mountain fell on him, and that was the first thing. Awesome scene, lol.
Malgus is awesome. What is his Deceived? One of the Deceived is a great book in SWTOR, yeah.
Hail, Theory MauLer, Ryan, and the 199. Ryan, I've just started the new Jedi Order series now. I love it so far. Hail the EU, the true Star Wars canon. It honestly has the best stories in Star Wars.
Hell yeah, man. Awesome. That's good to hear. I love people getting into it.
Do you read the Yoda comic? It's good. No, I didn't. Which one? The one from when he was called Minch Yoda? He was like,
I was going to say, like, the one from a long-ass time ago?
Yeah. Tuscan lady. Oh, Jesus. I never read names or look at profile. I just
Tuscan lady.
This is great. Y'all checked out the new Rebel Moon trailer yet? Thoughts? No, I didn't.
It's gonna be good.
I was excited for it, and then I saw the first trailer, and I'm like,
It's a lot more in the new trailer.
Dude, it's in the Army of the Dead universe. That's so kick-ass, because you guys all saw that film and loved it, right?
I didn't see Army of the Dead.
It seems so wild to feel the need to connect those cinematic universes.
Yeah, right?
My sci-fi fantasy spacefaring fucking Star Wars film is connected to a zombie film set in Vegas. Like, why?
So you can get he said it. There's probably gonna be like one little thing in the background or something.
Oh, weird. Why is it in the same galaxy?
I probably would have been excited for this a couple of years ago, but I'll pass on it.
Ooh, you're gonna pass? You don't even want to watch it?
We'll see.
Damn.
Only MCU Star Wars stuff I watch is FNT and Nerd Theory. This is Chad. So what should I come up with for the new name of these podcasts? I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't know what I'm calling it. Like
talking stuff.
Third Neary.
Theory talks. Theory. No, we're gonna have a channel like that. Theory.
Melvin Mania.
Theory podcast. Theory Mania.
Theory Mania.
That's actually kind of dope.
Not bad.
Theory Mania.
Theory Mania.
Old wrestling, yeah.
Ah, there you go.
I kind of like that. Theory Mania.
WW Theory.
Why are you coming up with all the good shit? Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Long Theory.
Theory Sith Council. Theory Strikes Back.
No, it's got to be like a quick. I don't know. Scrap KK creatives. Keep Rogue One. Bring Carano back. Yeah.
Get rid of Rogue One.
Yeah, like I said, get rid of all of it.
Leland Chee's still there, isn't he?
I think he is. Last time I know, like it's probably sitting in a cubicle somewhere, like just watching Canon crumble. But I don't know.
Luthen's everything Thrawn should have been.
Yeah, but kind like the ruthlessness and the intelligence and the care. I mean, he's not quite Thrawn, but you know, I get what they're saying.
Oh, Revenge of the Theory.
I don't know anything about this.
Thank you, Howard Stern. I made a joke at a Universal theme park about a stupid statue, and everyone got really mad about it. But I appreciate it, Howie.
I guess that goes hand in hand with your Batman take.
Yeah. You can't make fun of anybody. You can't make fun of anything. If you made fun of Paul Walker ever before for dying, oh, man, that's just out of bounds. Some people have a sense of humor about things. Some people don't.
Theory, Kinel, and MauLer haven't enjoyed a crossover this much since Infinity War. Question, though, who wins, an elite Mandalorian or a Predator?
Depends what's the loadout for the Predator and the Mandalorian.
Probably Elite Mando, I guess. Elite Mando, yeah. Elite.
The thing is, the Beskar is going to be difficult for the Predator to deal with.
Unless acid gets into it. I don't know.
What if it's the Predator from the last one that came out on Hulu, MauLer?
Prey?
That Predator get fucked by an Elite Mando. Are you kidding me? Like,
Yeah, the Predator got beat by like
he killed himself.
That girl.
A Native American girl with a bow and arrow.
That's the like. I have many thoughts on that movie, okay, but the point is, take the Predator from Predator versus an Elite Mando. The problem for Predator is going to be that I don't even know if his plasma caster will get through the Beskar. At that point, the stealth like from the Predator will be beneficial, but I imagine a Mando's scanners will be able to pick up a Predator anyway.
Definitely, he's got the heat sink.
And so at that point, yeah, I just don't think the Predator can beat the Mando. Typically, it might be, you know, if you ran like 10 fights, the Predator might get one of them. Something like that.
Does it feel like spending years of hard work building a YouTube channel to have Disney undermine it? Literally don't care, because I built my channel on my love for Star Wars, and it's you guys that watch the videos, not Disney, so I don't need their free movie tickets. I'm good. If anything, it's actually kind of a plus that they undermine me or don't acknowledge me, because it means that I can't be bought. And I think that's what a lot of people want these days. Someone who has freedom of speech. Thanks, Jeff. Theory, you should make a video about who Darth Revan is. Pretty sure I've done that.
No, but like really who he is as a person, you know?
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, sure.
Behind the mask.
With the blowback from Rey, Reva, Sabine, Pandaverse, MCU Marvels, does anyone think Disney could adapt the Bane trilogy with the same ending without Xana criticism? Yes, no. Yeah, absolutely.
I will say in the highly charged thing we're in here, I do think you would have some people being like, oh, it's not believable. I can't believe she beat him. But I think most people, if it was executed well and right, just like they did in the book, would fully support it. I'd be defending the hell out of it.
Yeah, me too.
I was begging for Darth Zana books from Drew Karpyshyn. Kidding me? I would have loved to see the rest of that story. I was begging for the Sword of the Jedi trilogy, the Jaina Solo trilogy that was actively being worked on when Disney bought Star Wars. Never to see the light of day.
Theory was the same way like Ray Park. He asked questions and literally wanted to have genuine conversations with people at the Hollywood meetup. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, Ray Park actually cares, dude. It's wild. He's not just there to make a buck. Star Wars will never be safe as long as KK's in charge. I agree. Personally, I rather the worst of Disney Star Wars rather than Disney Marvel. Oh.
I guess.
I can't talk. I don't know Marvel much.
Marvel's in a complete fucking tailspin disaster off a cliff into a black hole. It's fucking terrible, but
there's more bad Marvel content coming out than there has been Star Wars content, period.
Yeah.
So that might be a little overwhelming at times.
Damn, I like this one. Theoretic.
Theoretic?
Like nerdrotic. Wine dined in 69. All hail Theory in the 199. What's the 199?
Go.
What is that?
The 199 is a really stupid meme that Jeremy created. Well, really, I created it and Jeremy made it into a thing. We titled a video. It was a live stream. It was right after Star Wars Celebration. It was after the Acolyte panel, which was so cringe to hear people talking about how they've never seen representation in Star Wars before and how Star Wars isn't about good or evil, things like that. So I titled it Star Wars Celebration Cringe and like a couple other things. Somebody came in a chat really mad and they said, Star Wars Celebration Cringe? Are you retarded? That's what they typed. Are you retarded? Yeah. It's Star Wars Celebration's been around since 199. They meant 1999.
Yeah.
But they just freaked out. And so I pulled it up and I just roasted them because they made a typo, 199. And that became a meme. And Jeremy shifted everything about Geeks and Gamers to the 199. That's what our channel memberships are named now. It's like a legion that is part of.
Nice.
So
the guy started a legacy.
He did. I thought it was stupid. I thought it was going to stick around for like 1 or 2 days. Here we are a year later.
It's a thing now. Does Jeremy have a podcast now going up?
Podcast? I mean, he does his own D-Day Cobra stuff. Like he does streams over there, but not podcast-wise.
I think it'd be great if he started doing podcast.
What kind of podcast?
Well, technically, he's
people
both
sit down and chat.
He's a part of like 5 different like what you could call podcasts, isn't he?
Yeah, so like for Geeks and Gamers, we do a daily show Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. that goes for about an hour, hour and a half. They're doing a stream right now, like playing video games or something. He does Tuesday night's main event. That's a big stream. We do Friday Night Tights. So get around.
Did Friday Night Tights get changed to afternoon? I thought
it did for the Europeans, like this guy. But mostly because we had a European as a permanent resident, it was just like too late for him. So we got changed to like 4 in the afternoon.
That's said with such disdain. The fucking European.
4 in the afternoon.
You changed my schedule up, bro.
Are Hayden and you and Shields for saying they want to return to Star Wars some more? No.
No?
Not at all.
I thought it was so cool to see Hayden. I wasn't a big fan of anything that he did with him, and it was a little bit puzzling why they really brought him back for that episode. But I loved seeing him excited to play the character. It was really cool.
Dude.
Yeah.
I thought the finale of Loki series was a masterpiece that reminded me of peak Marvel, even though the entire season was imperfect. Love the
Explain to me what happened, and then I'll happily concede it's a great episode. If you can just tell me what the hell happened.
I think it's evoking a lot of emotions from people because they really care about Loki and they really like Tom Hiddleston.
The best answers I get is he became the Lord of Stories.
Yes.
God of Stories.
God of Stories, which is from a recent Marvel run, yeah.
Yeah, which is like, you can say that, but the way that
they
we saw
never
it
said it.
happen is that he like walked through time and collected random threads and sat on a golden throne. I was like, what in the fuck? Like
my biggest problem with the whole season is that episodes 1 through 5 didn't need to happen.
Yeah. I think the season makes that clear. It didn't need to happen. They all got retconned.
Yeah.
Were you mad at Josh for the way he left with no warning? Also, who's been your favorite guest on here so far? Love y'all. I don't really have a favorite guest, man. I think everyone's so different. I think me and MauLer hit it off really well. I mean, the boys are now regulars here. Melvin's like the mascot, you know. Ryan's the special guest for tonight. It's me and Arnold had a great time. Love talking to Nerd of the Rings. Everyone's different. It's really great to be able to learn from so many different people. And as for Josh, I think, you know, giving me more than an hour's notice after a 3-year show would have been expected, but I'm not mad, dude. It's his choice, and he's got a kid, and he's got a comic book to worry about, so no. It's all good, dude. Glad Ryan's here. Love his videos. Be he honest. Yeah, he is.
Thank you, Leon.
And if you guys want to check out any of the channels linked in the description, you guys can find these boys there. I like everyone here. Might not agree with everyone, but it's nice to see you guys have discussions about Star Wars and have different opinions. You guys are awesome. And that's the beautiful thing, is that we can all have different discussions and opinions about Star Wars. We don't have to agree, because a world where everyone agrees with everything is just ridiculous.
And boring.
Yeah, boring as hell, dude.
Yeah.
What's up, Garrett? It was Melvin. Melvin, brother of the Joker.
Well,
please don't tell me I'm the only one who knows that meme.
What? I don't know what that is.
Melvin, brother of the Joker. I'm not going to actually have another stream where I have to explain that meme to people.
I don't get it. Does Melvin get it?
Nobody here knows what Melvin, brother of the Joker is. Okay.
I did. No idea.
Last
Nope.
time I did, I had to explain it to everybody.
I get compared to the Riddler a lot.
Melvin, brother of the Joker, is a meme that got started because nostalgia critic Doug Walker was doing skits and stuff, and he makes one where he thought his idea was, what if the Joker had a brother who was retarded? That's a really funny joke. So he makes a video dressed up as Joker, and he makes a little tune where he's just like, Melvin, Melvin, brother of the Joker, and it's like, that's me. And everyone was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like,
what the hell?
As soon as you said nostalgia critic, I remember.
It's like the cringiest attempt at a joke ever that managed to full circle turn back into like, yeah, Melvin, brother of the Joker, bro.
And this was in Batman? What?
No,
where
this
was
is just a video he made on his channel, but it was from
Jesus.
I want to say like over 10 years ago or something. That's an ancient
That's
internet
funny.
meme.
That's funny that Bob would get that. Late to the stream, awesome seeing MauLer and Ryan on here with Star Wars Theory. Been watching each of these guys separately for a while. All hail Toxic Avengers. You know, we got to remove the word toxic, and just honestly, I think everyone else who doesn't allow other people to have opinions are toxic. I think we're just
Oh, absolutely. It's projection at its finest. But
Literally, yeah.
sometimes you just want to be like, yeah, fuck you. Okay, I'm toxic. Whatever.
Yeah,
I'm just want to talk
whatever.
about Star Wars.
Yeah, go cry about it. Mel, did not George and Dave create Ahsoka together? Yes.
You did?
It's a gray
100%.
area, but still doesn't fit. TCW doesn't fit with the expanded universe.
I also agree.
It'd be fine if you guys came together and just give us Star Wars stories. What would it take for you guys to collectively write and create projects? This could be our canon. Would love Old Republic. I mean, yeah, when we do streams together, I think we riff off of a lot of different possibilities and stories.
Yeah, to commit to like all of us working together to create Star Wars stuff, I don't think any of us have the time necessarily to do something like that.
No, we're all doing our own things. We're all pretty busy, but
I'm not very creative either.
No, this has been a great
Holding me
stream.
back.
Mad respect to all of you. Timothy Zahn. We're blasting through these here. Almost done. Kai Patterson, Kenobi movie edit thoughts. I haven't seen it yet. Just wondering when you're going to start filming. We're doing it in animated form, so we've already been working on it for many moons. And we're getting to the point where I'm going to be doing casting calls soon, so for voices. So get your throats ready.
What? Oh, that's going to get clipped. That's going to get clipped.
Get your throats ready.
For the casting couch.
Perhaps you should consider CGI Vader episode. That's what I'm doing. What the? Do you guys not fucking listen to my videos? Like, what's wrong? Fuck.
It'd be a little bit cheaper, Theory. Maybe you should consider doing that.
Oh my god.
Theory, you should do a stream with Ryan Kinel. I reckon you
actually
guys
not.
can hit it off. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah. Because everyone thinks CGI Vader 2 would be cheaper. It's actually not at all. Because like the money that you save, you just put it back into making it look better. What's better, Marvel or Star Wars?
Like
That
right
is
now,
an
Star Wars, in my
impossible
opinion.
question to answer.
honestly, right now Star Wars is in better standing. But if you meant like overall at their best, it's
Check that
probably
name.
Gonna be Star Wars. I'm biased to Star Wars. It's not fair.
Damn it. Do you think I'm trying to like blast through these? The guys just got his. Do you ever think they'd ever do Legend Stories animated, Heir to the Empire? Probably not.
I was hoping at one point they would. I would have loved it. I don't. I don't think they have any interest in any Legend stuff other than ripping it off.
Yeah, it's gonna be probably a fan thing at this point. Fan film.
Yeah, you have some people. Darth Angelus, I think is his name. He's doing an animated Heir to the Empire, like chapter by chapter. It's really cool, and he's really dedicated to it.
Dude, he's great.
Animated Heir to the Empire. He's put a lot of work into that thing.
Yeah. Damn, bro. Hey, Theory and crew from New Zealand. May the force be with you. Well, what's up, man?
What up?
Found 2 Star Wars movies in storage this last weekend. I have VHS version of Phantom Menace and New Hope in decent condition. That's
Nice.
awesome.
Hell yeah.
You know what I have? I have the original Harry Potter books. Like the first editions or whatever it is.
Oh.
I didn't even realize this.
All of them?
I don't think all of them. I don't know, but a lot of them are like first or second editions or something.
That's cool. There was a lot of different prints of those as well. They tried out some really weird covers before they settled on like the famous one that everybody like kind of remembers now. So do you have the? You mean like the one that was printed like in U.S. and Canada? Or are you talking about the UK ones?
I remember checking it.
Stone.
Yeah, I remember checking it a while ago, and it was like I was like, "Oh shit, I actually have like one of the originals or something like that."
That's cool.
Yeah,
I love Harry Potter.
me too. Read them
You
like
guys
crazy.
You should
like
start a
the
you should start a
reboot?
Harry Potter theory channel.
Oh yeah, there you go.
MauLer, I have one.
That's even I knew. British
Oh, okay.
sarcasm doesn't come through sometimes. It's
No,
okay.
it doesn't. Yeah,
Too
but I
subtle.
don't handle the channel anymore. So.
What about when the show comes out? You gonna make an appearance?
I don't know. My friend just handles that channel now at this point. So, yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to make some videos. It'd be cool. I'm disappointed that the chat is not starting enough crap with me or calling me names. Also, Darth, Melvin, MauLer, and Ryan kick ass.
Special Ray.
You special Ray.
I like Special Ray.
The Fandom is still blocked, but I don't know. Is it?
I don't even know if the Phantom Menace is a thing anymore. But if they were, they'd probably still be blocked. I doubt they'd be unblocked.
Shadows of the Empire would have been a great animated series. That being said, Black Sun should have been the organization to rise up for the sequels.
Agreed.
Kind of, they were supposed to be with George's version of Maul coming back. Would have been part of that crime syndicate, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would have made sense. Number 1 is bullying me in the chat. Take my money. Also, Ryan, you is racist. Kidding. Also, Halloween was over 3 weeks ago. Did anyone tell Melvin? So when Melvin hits 100K subs, he's taking the mask off. Do you guys think they'll ever retcon the sequels?
No.
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 In an hour, if you still haven't gotten your Star Wars fix, would be honored if you join us in the chat on Steve by... No, we're peacing out, dude. It's been 4.5 hours. I feel bad for these guys. Beat, boop, bop. Ryan, I'm picking up what you've been putting down. I've been a fan since Star Wars came out. Novels were great. Theory, sorry, Star Wars has broken your heart, but I dig your passion. Love you, MauLer.
I appreciate it, dude.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Sue.
Thanks, Sue.
I won't call you dude because I think Sue's a girl.
I call women dudes too, because
Yeah, I
dude's
do
a
all the time.
sign of a
Call him
friend.
bro.
I call girls bro.
Brother, how should they go about explaining the mystical parts of the Force, like the Mortis gods and future sagas and shows?
They should.
That's a great question because I don't really know. We have like a tease of the Mortis gods, and I don't think most people that watched it have any fucking idea what they even looked at the end of the show.
Nope.
No idea.
Nope.
Can we
And
maybe wait until they figure out how to just do basic stuff like people walking around first? Like before
like
we get
having a
mystical
conversation
shit?
and seeming
Yeah.
normal.
I don't want to give them mystical shit yet. Okay.
It is wild, and like all the Abeloth theories, and most of the people that I see talking about Abeloth theories probably like have no idea who Abeloth is. You know what I mean? They like read the Wikipedia thing. It's like Abeloth's a crazy fucking character for them to introduce, if that's what they do. You know, but who knows?
They could probably have like some sort of a flashback or something, since Ryan introduced that shit into Star Wars.
They could, or Ahsoka could use psychometry and basically flashback to everything.
Yeah, could do that too. Or you could literally just have the son being like coming in there, and you'd have to go on YouTube to see the breakdown.
The next Tales of the Jedi is going to have an episode devoted to Ahsoka learning a new esoteric force power when she was a child that she'll now use to get back from another galaxy.
Quite probably. Did you guys notice that Harvey Dent was race swapped in Batman '89? No, I didn't.
I did.
Correct.
Was he
Lando.
black? He's black?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, really?
Billy D.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Pretty cool. And it would have been really neat to see Billy D play Two-Face, but we didn't get there.
Theories Council. No, not going to that name again. Fuck. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Remembering when Star Wars felt like something. What did you call it, Ryan? I actually liked it. It was Theory Mania.
Theory Mania, I think I said, yeah.
WW Theory. It's also good too.
WW Theory, yeah.
Theory. I like Theory Mania. It's kind of dope. Remembering when Star Wars felt like something that belonged with Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, Percy Jackson, whereas now it's cotton candy Marvel content. Yes. You watch the first 6 films, it feels totally different.
Yeah.
Well,
I challenge anyone. Go watch one of the first 6 films. You'll notice. You'll be like, oh, weird. Massive Theory Outpost.
That's a good one.
The Lucas Council is a good one. It's a good name.
Just call it George Lucas Live.
George
Ultimate
Lucas
goal of
lives.
podcast is to get George Lucas to join it.
Yeah.
Type 54 Banshee versus T-47 Speeder. Star Wars, who wins? Probably the Banshee.
Right, it has to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
Melvin, you want to read that?
Chuck for 199. Hail Lord Melvin. Hail the Knights. Hashtag Melvin full time.
Really great mix. I'd name the show The Trash Compactor. I've been following you all for a while now. The Trash Compactor.
Damn.
Funny how Megan concludes God doesn't exist after Megan got hurt and not after Megan shanked a pen. God, what are you talking about?
Megan Rapinoe, United States soccer player, tore her Achilles in her final game ever, and she said, "This is proof God doesn't exist."
Doesn't?
Yeah, it doesn't, because she got hurt in her last game.
Yeah, I'm sure God.
How does she know God was trying to stop her from winning?
Waiting. Yeah, God's been waiting around for that fucking.
He was like, "No, you ain't
event
getting the
in
gold,
life."
bitch."
I made a video out of for my sports channel, so that's probably why that comment's there.
Long theory FAP KKK outpost.
I don't know if
Horny
that's gonna work.
koala.
When do you stream Star Wars: The Old Republic? Every Sunday. We're doing every Sunday around 2:30 p.m.
Bro,
PT.
That profile, Dwight Howard is straight.
Yeah,
It's
we're
like
at the
killing
bottom
me
of the
right
barrel
now.
with these account names now. Holy crow!
What's wrong with it? Lunatic Butcher, what's up, man? What's up, Jason? Throat. Damn, bro. Hey, Theory, your girl was fine last night. She's Shin. Yeah. Well, she might be on stream tonight too on Theory Talks. So, what do you all want to see continue the story of the clones? Even though we will never get that because Disney knows what would make us happy. I'm still trying to find out what happened to Cody.
It's like we've had a lot of clone stories. Obviously Bad Batch is, wrapping some of that stuff up too. But
Yeah,
like,
dude, are we supposed to get all these like season 3s and shit? Season 3 of Bad Batch, supposed to get Tales of the Jedi season 2. What was the other show with the kids with the ship?
Skeleton Crew.
Crew.
Yeah, Melvin's looking forward to that one. I heard
That's his favorite, and Acolyte. We got Billy D, Two-Face, and
I'm
Lego
really
Batman
looking
for 12
forward
seconds.
to the Acolyte.
Would love this panel lineup to be permanent. Need a little more Melvin versus the Shills rants, though. It would be fun if we had like a bunch of Shills come into streams, and I'd duck out, and it would just be Melvin.
Yeah, I can't just like start yelling and screaming. I probably wouldn't get invited back. Hey, here on Star Wars Theories channel, we're taking over. I'm Darth Melvin, leader of the Knights of Melvin. What's going on, guys? What's going on?
Oh my god.
Fuck, dude. What do we have going on here? All right. Last super chat of the night. The boys are probably like, fuck, finally. Loki has to destroy the time loop and keep the branches alive himself to save his friends and not kill Sylvie. He made it clear throughout the season that he did not want to throne or to be throned. A true selfless sacrifice.
Oh, I know. Yeah, sorry, maybe I'm not making myself clear. When I say what happened, I don't mean don't tell me what the writers intended. I mean, how the hell did any of it make sense mechanically? Like, the season starts off and they establish the time loom, which was not mentioned or in any way in season 1. Doesn't make any sense at all. It's just this thing, and they establish it, and then they reveal, like in episode, I want to say the finale, whatever, that the time loom isn't what they thought it was throughout the whole season. It is instead just a fail-safe TVA. This is going to make any sense to us. Anyone who doesn't watch Loki, don't worry about it. It's a fail-safe TVA that when the timelines get out of control, it'll just chip them all and blow them up and keep the sacred timeline safe. But Loki doesn't want that to happen because all the timeline people will die and they'll be very sad. But he also wants to like keep it in control. So he manages to find a way to become the Lord of Time and sacrifice himself to make sure everyone lives happily ever after and the timelines are safe. What I'm suggesting is I have no idea how they learned any of this, how all of this happened, because Sylvie kicked Loki through a portal at the end of season 1 that puts him on an adventure that gets him to the point of being able to control all of time and space. Like, how the fuck does that make any sense at all? The choice to make the sacrifice isn't within Loki's character in the slightest, but unfortunately for us, he watched the MCU on TV in season 1, and so he had a complete character arc because of that. Season 2, he's like, these are the closest friends I've ever made, when he's basically hanged out with them for like fucking days and weeks doing weird adventures where they barely know each other. Mobius's character is that he has no character. He's just a goofy Owen Wilson man. And the rest of them, like, they barely know. It's like, Obi, oh, I love Obi. Yeah. It's like, who the fuck is Obi? He's a nerd. That's about it. He likes nerdy stuff. He knows that. I love the actor. I love all the actors, and I think they did a phenomenal job. I love the cinematography. Story's not there. It's practically gone. As Ryan pointed out, you could skip the majority of it. It was funny. We had a Disparu on EFAP, and he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna check out Loki. I get baby." And I was like, "You don't need to see any of it except the last episode." And he said, "Like, oh yeah, it'll still make sense." I was like, "No, it won't make sense, and it wouldn't make any more sense if you saw the 5 episodes before it. So you may as well just go." And he put out a tweet saying like it didn't make any sense.
He fucking said this. He's like, "That's making me broke."
and the biggest like dumb part of it all was when Loki season 1 ended, we all assumed that was how they were introducing the multiverse, right? Like into the MCU. This is the impetus behind the multiverse starting to open up. And then we realized, not just throughout the course of this season, but through the rest of the MCU, that's not how it opens. It's just different random happenstance coincidence events that are individually opening portals to the multiverse on their own all throughout like the course of a couple year period, and has nothing to do with anything happening in Loki. That to me was the more disappointing part of the entire season.
You know what I thought was funny though, Ryan, is that they retconned Sylvie making the decision in season 1. It turns out that didn't matter at all, and it was actually Loki's decision. I thought it was so funny as like a backlash thing, because it's Loki's show, but Sylvie makes the decision in season 1. And so then they were like, no, actually, He Who Remains knew all of that was going to happen. And so he actually circumvents it all so that Loki goes back in time after she's made the decision to undo her decision and then make the decision himself. It's like, holy shit, guys.
Get a little more clown Jonathan Majors.
Yeah. It's a shit show, Marvel. There's theory. You know, you talk about like Star Wars is kind of playing with time travel and stuff in the world between worlds. Marvel has done like 4 different types of time travel, dimensional travel, multiversal travel. Like it's all over the fucking place. All different mechanics. It's so confusing and no one knows what's going on anymore.
I'm good on that. Time travel just isn't something that really interests me with stories. You know, unless it's Back to the Future, but
Time Travel Theory channel.
Yeah, let's go back in time to before episode 8. that was a good time.
Dude,
I'll go back to October 29th.
Yeah, the film would be the deal. He's about to put pen on the paper, George, and then he bursts and we're like, George, no!
Stop! No, stop! Stop it!
You
Who
don't
are you?
understand.
There's no time to explain, but I'm the only guy that talks about your fucking franchise in the future, okay? And I'm known as a
desolate
toxic
wasteland.
Yeah, literally, god damn it. Tell him about the memory store.
We should do that for next time, maybe. I don't want to keep you for like 10 hours.
Multiverse of Madness,
4 hours,
dude.
40 minutes, man. Will's checked out a long time ago.
I've been awake for like 25 hours. So I was working late last night, so I couldn't tell you what day it is right now.
Yeah, I mean,
it's Taco Tuesday.
I had a great show. I appreciate you guys coming on. Chat, I'm doing my merch sale for Black Friday. Link is in the description. And also the link to all these boys' channels is in the description as well. Yeah, I had a great show. I mean, this was one of the longest streams I've had in quite a long time. So, yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. See a lot of positive comments right now flowing in, which is great. And we'll all see you guys on our respective channels. Me and MauLer still have to figure out what we're going to do, if we're going to create a stream or not together. But I certainly would like to, and I know you guys would like to. We just got to figure out the logistics. But big thumbs up before you leave the stream. Let's try to get over 3,000 likes, and we'll catch you guys in the next vids. Love you. Catch you
Good
later.
stream, guys.
Bye, everybody.
Avenge Star Wars.
I miss the idea of it. But not the truth, the weakness.